Hey everyone, welcome or welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here today. It feels like we're all just hanging out, ready to dive into something really cool, and maybe a little bit mysterious. This is a safe space, so relax, take a deep breath, and let's get started. So, today's pick-a-pile reading is all about uncovering their deepest thoughts, like what's really going on in their mind when the lights are off, and it's just them and their thoughts. We're diving into the stuff they might not even say out loud. I'm really excited about this one because it's like we're getting a sneak peek behind the curtain. Okay, so for our piles today, we have 4 gorgeous crystals, each representing a different facet of their inner world. First, we have the Selenite heart, which is all about whispers of comfort, like what soothes their soul at night. Then there's the Jasper moon, and this one is for unveiling desires, those hidden longings that surface in the dark. Next up is the Peridot palm stone, representing dreams in motion, like where their thoughts drift when they really let go. And finally, we have the ruby dragon, and this one is all about fiery devotions, like what passions ignite their deepest thoughts. So take a moment, really feel the energy of each pile, and see which one you're most drawn to. There's no right or wrong answer here. Just trust your intuition. It's totally okay if you're pulled to more than one pile. Now, let's all take a deep breath together and make a wish for clarity, understanding, and maybe a little bit of magic as we uncover these hidden thoughts. Remember, this reading is timeless, so it's here for you whenever you're watching this. All right, hey there, welcome to your reading, everyone. With the Selenite heart as your pile crystal, the energy here is all about nurturing. Selenite itself brings clarity and calm, and in the shape of a heart, it really amplifies that self-love. So, the theme for this reading is whispers of comfort, what soothes their soul at night, which is all about finding peace and gentleness within. Okay, wow, so your cards are the Fool, the Emperor, and Strength. What a trio. Immediately, I'm seeing this amazing journey. It's like a hero's journey in a nutshell, almost. You start with the Fool, that pure, unbridled potential, that leap of faith, right? And then you move into the Emperor, structure, authority, taking charge. But then, beautifully, it culminates in strength, that inner power, that compassion, that understanding. This isn't just about external power like the Emperor. It's about the real, deep-down stuff. So, let's unpack this, shall we? Okay, so the Fool. Oh, the Fool. This card, right, it's like pure potential energy, a brand new beginning. Like standing at the edge of a cliff, ready to jump, not really knowing what's below, but just trusting. So, if this card is coming up as something that soothes your soul at night, I feel like this speaks to your inherent optimism, like deep down, you really believe that things are going to work out, even when everything feels uncertain. But, here's the thing about the Fool, right? It's not always sunshine and rainbows. It's a huge leap of faith, and that can be scary, like really scary. So maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of the new beginning, but also acknowledging that fear, that vulnerability. The fool is innocent, yes, but innocence can also be a bit naive, right? So maybe you're someone who naturally trusts, who sees the best in people, and that's amazing. But it can also leave you open to getting hurt. So, at night, maybe you're processing those moments where your trust was broken, where your innocence was taken advantage of. And it's in that processing, that acknowledging of the shadow side of the fool, that you find comfort. It's like embracing the whole picture, the light and the dark. Think about it this way, right? The fool is often depicted with a little dog trotting along beside them. That dog represents loyalty, companionship, but also instinct. The dog is the part of you that senses danger, that knows when something isn't quite right. So maybe at night, you're connecting with that inner dog, listening to your intuition, allowing it to guide you. It's not about becoming cynical or jaded. It's about being wise, about being discerning. It's about saying, okay, I'm still going to leap. I'm still going to trust, but I'm also going to be aware. I'm also going to protect myself. And the thing about new beginnings is they often bring up old stuff, right? Like, you can't really start fresh without acknowledging what came before. So maybe the fool here is also about revisiting past experiences, past traumas, past hurts, and finally, releasing them. It's like clearing the decks so that you can truly move forward, unburdened. This might involve forgiveness, both of yourself and of others. It might involve letting go of resentment, of anger, of guilt. It might involve finally grieving something that you've been holding onto for a long time. And that can be really hard, right? Like, facing those shadows can be incredibly painful, but it's also incredibly liberating. It's like taking off a heavy backpack that you've been carrying for years. So at night, maybe you're doing that emotional work, that inner work, allowing yourself to feel those feelings, to process those experiences, and to finally let them go. And that's where the comfort comes in. It's not about suppressing your emotions. It's about acknowledging them, validating them, and then choosing to release them. It's about saying, okay, I felt that, I experienced that, but it doesn't define me. I am not my past. I am free to create a new future. And that, my friend, is incredibly empowering. Okay, so another thing about the fool is the element of surprise. Like, you never really know what's going to happen, right? That can be exciting, but it can also be anxiety-inducing. So maybe at night, you're dealing with that uncertainty, that fear of the unknown. You're thinking about all the possibilities, all the potential outcomes, both good and bad. And that can be overwhelming, right? Like, your mind can just go into overdrive, spinning out of control. So, what soothes you in those moments? Well, maybe it's about grounding yourself, about bringing yourself back to the present moment. It's about focusing on what you can control, rather than what you can't. It's about taking things one step at a time, one day at a time. It's about saying, okay, I don't know what the future holds, but I know that I can handle whatever comes my way. And that confidence, that self-assurance, that's what gives you comfort. It's not about having all the answers. It's about trusting in your ability to navigate the unknown. And the Fool is also about embracing imperfection. Like, you're not going to get it right every time. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to stumble. You're going to fall. But that's okay. That's part of the journey. It's about learning from your mistakes, getting back up, and trying again. It's about being kind to yourself, about forgiving yourself for your imperfections. It's about recognizing that those imperfections are what make you human, what make you unique, what make you you. So, at night, maybe you're reflecting on your day, on your actions, on your choices. And maybe you're beating yourself up a little bit, criticizing yourself for what you did wrong. But instead of doing that, try shifting your perspective. Try focusing on what you did right, on what you learned, on how you grew. Try celebrating your successes, no matter how small. Try being your own best friend, your own biggest cheerleader. And that self-compassion, that self-love, that's what truly soothes the soul. Okay, and finally, the Fool is also about freedom. It's about breaking free from limitations, from expectations, from societal norms. It's about living life on your own terms, about following your own path, about being true to yourself. And that can be incredibly liberating, but it can also be scary, right? Like, what if people don't approve? What if you fail? What if you end up alone? So, at night, maybe you're grappling with those fears, those doubts. But remember, the true freedom comes from within. It's about not needing anyone else's validation, about not caring what other people think, about trusting your own inner guidance. It's about saying, okay, this is who I am, this is what I want, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And that self-acceptance, that self-ownership, that's what gives you comfort. It's about knowing that you are enough, just as you are. You don't need to change. You don't need to conform. You don't need to be anything other than yourself. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. All right, so the Fool. That's a lot, right? New beginnings, fear, trust, innocence, vulnerability, freedom, imperfection, self-compassion. It's all there. It's a wild ride, but it's also an incredibly beautiful one. And it's all about embracing the unknown, trusting in yourself, and following your heart. And that, my friend, is what truly soothes your soul at night. But okay, now let's look at the Emperor. This is a completely different energy, right? It's like night and day. Where the Fool is all about spontaneity and freedom, the Emperor is all about structure and control. He's the ruler, the authority figure, the one who sets the rules. So, what's he doing here? Well, first of all, let's think about what the Emperor represents. He's about order, about stability, about creating a solid foundation. He's about taking responsibility, about being a leader, about providing for others. He's about discipline, about focus, about achieving your goals. He's about being in charge, basically. So if this card is coming up in the context of what soothes your soul at night, it could mean that you find comfort in structure, in routine, in having things under control. Maybe you're someone who likes to plan things out, who likes to know what to expect, who likes to feel like you're in charge of your own life. And that's perfectly valid, right? Like there's nothing wrong with wanting stability and security. In fact, for some people, that's essential for their well-being. But here's the thing about the Emperor, right? He can also be a bit rigid, a bit inflexible, a bit controlling. So maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of control, but also acknowledging the limitations of control, recognizing that you can't control everything, that life is inherently unpredictable, and that sometimes you just have to let go and trust the process. It's like finding the balance between structure and surrender, knowing when to take charge and when to let things flow. Think about it this way, right? The Emperor is often depicted sitting on a throne, holding a scepter and an orb. These are symbols of power, of authority, of dominion. But they can also be symbols of isolation. The Emperor is often alone, responsible for the weight of the world. So maybe at night, you're feeling that weight, that burden of responsibility. You're feeling like you have to do it all, that you have to be strong for everyone else, that you can't show any weakness. And that can be exhausting, right? Like trying to maintain that image of strength can be incredibly draining. So, what soothes you in those moments? Well, maybe it's about allowing yourself to be vulnerable, about letting go of that need to be perfect, about admitting that you don't have all the answers. It's about asking for help, about delegating tasks, about sharing the burden with others. It's about recognizing that you don't have to do it all alone. And that vulnerability, that openness, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like taking off the armor and allowing yourself to be seen, to be heard, to be supported. Okay, so another thing about the Emperor is his connection to the masculine principle. This isn't necessarily about gender. It's about energy. The masculine principle is about logic, about reason, about action, about assertiveness. So maybe the Emperor here is about tapping into your own masculine energy, about being assertive, about taking action, about pursuing your goals. But it can also be about overdoing it, about being too aggressive, about being too dominant, about neglecting your feminine energy. So at night, maybe you're reflecting on your day, on your interactions with others. And maybe you're realizing that you were a bit too forceful, a bit too controlling, a bit too masculine. And that's okay. We all have those moments. But it's important to recognize it, to acknowledge it, and to try to find a better balance. It's about integrating your masculine and feminine energies, about being both strong and gentle, both assertive and compassionate, both logical and intuitive. And that integration, that balance, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like finding the harmony within yourself, the yin and yang, the light and the dark. And you know, the Emperor is also about tradition. He's about following the rules, about upholding the status quo, about maintaining order. But sometimes tradition can be limiting, right? It can stifle creativity. It can prevent progress. It can keep you stuck in the past. So maybe at night, you're questioning those traditions, those rules, those expectations. You're wondering if they still serve you, if they still align with your values, if they still make sense for your life. And that's a good thing. It's important to question things, to challenge things, to not just blindly follow the crowd. But it's also important to be respectful, to be mindful, to not just throw everything out the window. It's about finding the balance between tradition and innovation, about honoring the past while creating a new future. It's about being a revolutionary, but also a responsible one. And that balance, that wisdom, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like finding your own path, your own truth, your own way of being in the world. Okay, and finally, the Emperor is also about responsibility. He's about taking care of others, about providing for others, about being a leader. But sometimes that responsibility can be overwhelming, right? It can feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. It can feel like you can never relax, like you can never take a break, like you always have to be on guard. So at night, maybe you're feeling that pressure, that stress, that anxiety. But remember, you don't have to do it all alone. You can ask for help. You can delegate tasks. You can share the burden with others. You can also take time for yourself to recharge, to rejuvenate, to reconnect with your own needs. It's about finding the balance between responsibility and self-care, about taking care of others while also taking care of yourself. And that self-care, that self-love, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like filling your own cup so that you can overflow onto others. All right, so the Emperor. You, that's also a lot, right? Structure, control, responsibility, tradition, masculine energy, leadership. It's all there. It's a powerful energy, but it can also be a bit overbearing. So it's all about finding the balance, about integrating the light and the shadow, about being both strong and gentle. And that, my friend, is what truly soothes your soul at night. Okay, so now, let's talk about strength. Now, this is interesting, right? Because, on the surface, it might seem like strength is just another form of the Emperor, another expression of power and control. But it's actually quite different. It's a much more internal energy. It's a more refined and sophisticated energy. See, the Emperor is about external authority, about ruling the world around you. But strength is about inner power, about mastering yourself. It's about taming your inner beasts, about finding compassion and courage in the face of fear. It's not about brute force. It's about gentle persuasion, about leading with love, about unwavering self-belief. So, in this context, with strength soothing your soul at night, I feel like this speaks to your capacity for profound inner work, your ability to find peace and resilience even when things are tough. Maybe you are someone who has faced significant challenges in your life, who has overcome adversity, who has learned to tap into an inner wellspring of strength that sustains you. And at night, when the world is quiet, you connect with that source. You replenish yourself. You remind yourself of your own power. You are your own rock. You are your own sanctuary. But here's the thing about strength, right? It's not always about being strong in the traditional sense. It's not about being stoic or unfeeling or invincible. It's about embracing vulnerability, about acknowledging your fears, about allowing yourself to feel the full range of human emotions. It's about recognizing that true strength comes from authenticity, from being true to yourself, from accepting yourself exactly as you are. So, maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of strength, but also the practice of self-compassion. Think about it this way, right? The strength card often depicts a woman gently caressing a lion. She's not fighting the lion. She's not trying to control it. She's connecting with it, understanding it, taming it with kindness. The lion, in this case, represents our primal instincts, our fears, our anger, our shadow self. So maybe at night, you're doing that inner work, facing your own inner lion, acknowledging your own darkness, and offering it love and acceptance. You're befriending your fears. You're integrating your shadow. And you know, that takes incredible courage, right? It's much easier to suppress your emotions, to ignore your fears, to pretend that everything is okay. But true strength comes from facing those things head on, from acknowledging them, from accepting them, and from learning to work with them. And that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like becoming your own best friend, your own loving parent, your own compassionate guide. Okay, so another thing about strength is its connection to the heart chakra. The heart chakra is all about love, compassion, empathy, and connection. So maybe strength here is about leading with your heart, about making decisions based on love rather than fear, about connecting with others on a deeper level. But it can also be about protecting your heart, about setting boundaries, about not allowing others to take advantage of your kindness. So at night, maybe you're reflecting on your relationships, on your interactions with others. And maybe you're realizing that you've been giving too much, that you've been sacrificing your own needs for the sake of others, that you've been allowing yourself to be taken advantage of. And that's okay. We all have those moments. But it's important to recognize it, to acknowledge it, and to try to find a better balance. It's about being both loving and assertive, both compassionate and strong, both giving and receiving. And you know, strength is also about patience. It's about understanding that things take time, that growth is a process, that healing isn't always linear. It's about not rushing things, about not forcing things, about allowing things to unfold naturally. And in our fast-paced, instant gratification culture, that can be really hard, right? We want everything now. We want instant results. We want to be perfect immediately. But strength reminds us that true mastery takes time, that true healing takes time, that true growth takes time. So at night, maybe you're feeling impatient, frustrated that you're not where you want to be, that you haven't achieved your goals yet, that you haven't healed completely. But instead of beating yourself up about it, try to practice patience. Try to trust the process. Try to believe that you're exactly where you need to be, that everything is unfolding perfectly, that you're on the right path. And finally, strength is also about courage. It's about facing your fears, about stepping outside your comfort zone, about taking risks, about pursuing your dreams, even when it's scary. And let's face it, life is scary. There are so many things that can go wrong, so many things to worry about, so many reasons to stay in your comfort zone. But strength reminds us that true living comes from embracing those fears, from taking those risks, from pursuing those dreams. It's about feeling the fear and doing it anyway. So, at night, maybe you're lying in bed, thinking about all the things you want to do, all the things you want to achieve, all the things you want to experience. But maybe you're also feeling scared, hesitant, unsure of yourself. But remember, you have the strength within you to overcome those fears, to step outside your comfort zone, to pursue your dreams. You are capable of amazing things. You are powerful beyond measure. All right, so strength. You, that's another big one, right? Inner power, compassion, courage, vulnerability, patience. It's all there. It's about taming your inner beasts, leading with your heart, and finding the strength within yourself to face whatever life throws your way. And that, my friend, is what truly soothes your soul at night. It allows you to have peace, to have hope, to have faith. So, wow, the Fool, the Emperor, and strength. It's like you start off with this wittied optimism, this leap of faith into the unknown. Then, you move into this phase of structure and control, of taking charge and building a solid foundation. But ultimately, you realize that true power comes from within, from taming your inner beasts, from leading with your heart, from having the courage to be yourself. It's a beautiful journey. It's a constant dance. And it all comes back to that Selenite heart, doesn't it? That nurturing energy, that whisper of comfort. Because ultimately, what soothes your soul at night is knowing that you are loved, that you are supported, that you are safe. And most importantly, that you are loved, supported, and safe within yourself. That you have the power to create your own comfort, to nurture your own soul, to find peace within your own heart. And that, my friend, is the most beautiful thing of all. Okay, so after that amazing trio, we're pulling the 9 of Wands. Wow. So, what does this add to the story? How does this fit in with what soothes their soul at night? The 9 of Wands, first of all, it usually shows someone who's been through it, right? Like they've been in a battle, they're weary, maybe even wounded, but they're still standing. They're holding onto that last wand, ready for whatever comes next. So, immediately, I'm feeling like this speaks to a deep sense of resilience, like you faced some serious challenges in your life, and you've come out the other side, maybe a little battered, but definitely not broken, you know. It's like, okay, I've been through hell, but I'm still here, and I'm not going down without a fight. But here's the thing about the Nine of Wands, right? It's not just about physical strength or external battles. It's also about inner strength, about emotional resilience, about the ability to keep going even when you feel like giving up. So if this card is coming up as something that soothes your soul at night, I feel like it's about acknowledging that inner strength, about recognizing how far you've come, about celebrating your own resilience. It's like, okay, I've been through a lot, but I'm still standing, and I'm proud of myself for that. But it can also be about something else, you know. It's not always about celebrating your strength, but it's also about acknowledging your exhaustion. Like, the person in the card looks tired, right? They look like they've been fighting for a long time, and they just want to rest. So, maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of resilience, but also allowing yourself to feel that exhaustion, that weariness. It's about saying, okay, I'm tired. I need a break. I deserve to rest. And that can be really hard, right? Especially if you're someone who's used to being strong, who's used to pushing through, who's used to taking care of everyone else. It can feel selfish to admit that you're tired, to admit that you need help. But it's not selfish, it's necessary. It's about recognizing that you can't pour from an empty cup, that you need to take care of yourself in order to take care of others. It's like giving yourself permission to rest, to recharge, to rejuvenate. And that rest, that self-care, that's what truly soothes the soul. Think about it this way, right? The 9 wands in the card represent all the battles you've fought, all the challenges you've overcome. But they can also represent all the burdens you're carrying, all the responsibilities you're juggling, all the things you're trying to control. So maybe at night, you're feeling the weight of those wands, the pressure of all those responsibilities. And what soothes you in those moments? Well, maybe it's about letting go of some of those wands, about releasing some of those burdens, about delegating some of those responsibilities. It's about recognizing that you don't have to do it all, that you don't have to be perfect, that you don't have to control everything. It's about trusting others to step up, to help you out, to take some of the load off your shoulders. And that trust, that delegation, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like sharing the load, knowing that you're not alone, that you have support. Okay, so another thing about the 9 of Wands is it's about boundaries, right? Like the person in the card is standing guard, protecting their territory, defending their boundaries. So maybe the 9 of Wands here is about setting healthy boundaries in your life, about saying no to things that don't serve you, about protecting your energy from draining people or situations. But it can also be about being too rigid, about being too defensive, about building walls around yourself. So at night, maybe you're reflecting on your boundaries, on your relationships with others. And maybe you're realizing that you've been too closed off, too guarded, too afraid to let people in. And that's okay. We all have those moments. But it's important to recognize it, to acknowledge it, and to try to find a better balance. It's about being both open and protected, both vulnerable and strong, both giving and receiving. It's about finding the balance between letting people in and keeping yourself safe. It's like building a fence, but also having a gate, And the 9 of Wands is also about trust, right? Like the person in the card is trusting their instincts, trusting their ability to defend themselves, trusting that they can handle whatever comes their way. But sometimes that trust can be shaken, right? Like you might have been betrayed in the past. You might have been hurt by someone you trusted. You might have lost faith in yourself. So at night, maybe you're grappling with those feelings of mistrust, those fears of being hurt again. But remember, it's important to not let those past experiences define you, to not let those fears control you. It's about learning to trust again, about opening your heart again, about believing in yourself again. It's about recognizing that not everyone is going to hurt you, that there are good people out there, that you deserve to be loved and supported. And that trust, that faith, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like taking a leap of faith, knowing that you'll be okay, no matter what. Okay. And finally, the 9 of Wands is also about perseverance, right? Like the person in the card has been through a lot, but they're still standing, they're still fighting, they're still holding on. So maybe the 9 of Wands here is about your ability to persevere through challenges, about your determination to never give up, about your unwavering commitment to your goals. But sometimes that perseverance can be exhausting, right? It can feel like you're constantly pushing uphill, like you're never going to reach the top, like you're always going to be fighting. So, at night, maybe you're feeling that exhaustion, that frustration, that discouragement. But remember, it's important to not lose sight of your goals, to not give up on your dreams, to not let the challenges defeat you. It's about reminding yourself why you started, about focusing on the positive, about celebrating your progress, no matter how small. It's about believing in yourself, about trusting in your ability to succeed, about knowing that you're going to reach the top eventually. And that belief, that hope, that's what truly soothes the soul. It's like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, knowing that you're almost there. All right, so the 9 of Wands. You, that's also a lot, right? Resilience, exhaustion, boundaries, trust, perseverance. It's all there. It's about acknowledging your strength, but also acknowledging your limitations. It's about setting healthy boundaries, but also opening your heart to others. It's about persevering through challenges, but also knowing when to rest. It's about finding the balance between pushing yourself and taking care of yourself. And that, my friend, is what truly soothes your soul at night, It's that balance. So, let's connect this back to the other cards and the Selenite heart, because everything is connected. It truly is. We started with the Fool, that fresh start, that leap of faith. And then we had the Emperor, all about structure and control. Strength showed us inner power and compassion, but the Nine of Wands is showing us the reality of the journey, right? It's not always easy. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes it's hard work. Sometimes it's exhausting. Sometimes it feels like you're never going to get there. But the Nine of Wands is also showing us that you're strong enough to handle it, that you're resilient enough to overcome it, that you're capable of amazing things, even when you're tired, even when you're scared, even when you feel like giving up. And the Selenite heart, that nurturing energy, is there to remind you of that, to soothe you when you're feeling overwhelmed, to give you the strength to keep going. It's like a gentle whisper saying, "You've got this. You're stronger than you think. You're loved, you're supported, and you're not alone." So, even though the Nine of Wands can feel heavy, it's also a testament to your strength and resilience. It's a reminder that you've come so far and that you're capable of so much more. And that, my friend, is incredibly comforting, especially at night when you're lying in bed, thinking about everything you've been through, everything you're going through, and everything you're going to go through. It's like having a warm blanket wrapped around your soul, a gentle reminder that you're safe, that you're loved, and that you're going to be okay, no matter what. It's that deep sense of inner security that allows you to rest, to recharge, and to face the next day with courage and hope. So, yeah, the Nine of Wands. It's not always a fun card, but it's a necessary card. It's a reminder of your strength, your resilience, and your ability to overcome anything. And that's what truly soothes your soul at night. You know, another way to look at the Nine of Wands is in terms of preparation. Because sometimes our deepest thoughts at night are around us, preparing ourselves. The figure in the card is ready for anything to come their way. It's like they are ready to stand their ground at any moment. What does this say about you, my friend? It means that you are ready to defend all that you have worked for, all that you have achieved. You are standing firm. You are strong. But it comes with a great deal of mental and emotional preparedness, right? It takes work to remain in this state. You must prepare yourself to meet challenges, and the thought of this preparation may be what soothes you. You rest easy at night knowing that you are ready for whatever is to come. This could also mean that you have spent time carefully building a fortress around your heart. Maybe you have put up walls to protect yourself, to ensure that you are safe. The preparation in this sense is emotional, mental, and even physical, to keep yourself away from harm. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just means that you have learned lessons in the past that have led you to prepare in this way. The comfort comes in the fact that the work has been done. You don't have to worry, because you know you have already prepared yourself for the worst. But I want to challenge you, my friend, to also think about ways you can bring down some of those walls to let people in, to allow yourself to be vulnerable and loved, to be open to new opportunities. It's about finding the balance between protecting yourself and allowing yourself to experience the fullness of life. So, at night, perhaps you could take time to think about ways you can bring down some of those walls. What small step could you take to be more open? What can you invite into your life? This could be a comforting thought, because while you are reflecting on the challenges you have overcome, you are also looking forward to what is to come. It gives you a sense of hope and excitement for the future. This also calls on you to review your boundaries. The comfort you derive at night could be connected to the boundaries you have created. As an act of self-love, you have set boundaries in your life. When you think about these boundaries, you may be comforted by the fact that you are not overextending yourself, that you are protecting your time and energy. You have created a safe space for yourself, and you take comfort in this thought. You are also clear on the boundaries you have with other people. You have spent time thinking about this, and you have communicated your boundaries with others. Now, this isn't always easy to do, but you have done the work to make your boundaries clear. You have also stood up for yourself when people have tried to cross those boundaries. The comforting thought is that you are advocating for yourself. You are protecting yourself, and you are creating a life that is aligned with your needs and values. It requires diligence to uphold your boundaries, my friend. Think about how proud you are for the work you have put into this. But at night, it all comes down to knowing your boundaries, knowing your worth, and knowing what you deserve. When you wake up in the morning, you know you are creating a life that aligns with your values. This is something to be celebrated and something to be proud of. It gives you a sense of peace and contentment, which makes it easier to rest and recharge. All of this is connected to the nurturing energy of the Selenite heart. The nurturing energy is guiding you to set these boundaries as an act of self-love and self-care. The Selenite heart is also reminding you to be gentle with yourself as you navigate these boundaries. It's not always easy to set and maintain boundaries. Sometimes you will make mistakes, but the Selenite heart is there to offer you compassion and understanding. It's a reminder that you are doing your best, and that's all that matters. Be patient with yourself, my friend. Give yourself time to learn and grow. But wait a minute, let's dig a little deeper, because I'm also wondering if this card represents being on guard, right? Like always being prepared for the worst, always expecting something bad to happen. So maybe at night, what soothes you isn't the strength itself, but the feeling of control that comes from being prepared. It's like, okay, I'm ready for anything, so I don't have to be afraid. But is that really true? Is it possible to be truly prepared for everything? And is that constant state of alert really sustainable? I'm not so sure, because sometimes the more we try to control things, the more anxious we become. The more we try to prepare for the worst, the more we attract it into our lives. So maybe, just maybe, the real comfort comes from letting go of that need to control, from surrendering to the unknown, from trusting that everything will be okay, even if you're not prepared. It's about finding the balance between being responsible and being relaxed, between being prepared and being spontaneous, between being in control and letting go. And that balance, my friend, is a tricky thing to find, but it's worth striving for. It's the key to true peace and contentment. So maybe tonight, instead of focusing on all the things you need to do to be prepared, try focusing on all the things you can let go of. Try surrendering to the moment, trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly, and allowing yourself to just be without any expectations or demands. You might be surprised at how much comfort you find in that surrender, because true strength isn't about being prepared for everything. It's about being able to adapt to anything, to roll with the punches, to find your way through the darkness, even when you don't know where you're going. It's about trusting yourself, trusting the universe, and knowing that you're always supported, even when you feel like you're all alone. It's also possible that this card highlights a need for healing, that the comfort is knowing healing is possible. The figure in the card is wounded, so maybe this speaks to past hurts that still need to be addressed, past traumas that still need to be processed. So, at night, when you're alone with your thoughts, you might find yourself revisiting those old wounds, feeling the pain all over again. But instead of trying to suppress those feelings, try allowing yourself to feel them fully, to acknowledge them, to validate them. And then, gently, with compassion, start to release them. Because holding onto those old wounds only keeps you stuck in the past. It prevents you from moving forward, from experiencing joy and happiness in the present moment. So take some time tonight to connect with your inner healer, to ask for guidance and support in releasing those old wounds. Visualize yourself surrounded by healing light, feeling the warmth and love of the universe flowing through you, washing away all the pain and negativity. And know that you are worthy of healing, that you deserve to be free from the burdens of the past. The Nine of Wands can also represent a final push, a last stand before victory. The figure in the card is tired, yes, but they're also determined. They're not going to give up now, not after coming this far. So maybe the comfort you find at night comes from knowing that you're almost there, that you're on the verge of a breakthrough, that you're about to achieve your goals. It's like you can see the finish line, and you're willing to give it everything you've got to cross it. The whispers of comfort in this case might be that you are so close, my friend. Keep your head up and keep going. You got this. The Nine of Wands as comfort also suggests that you have built up a strong defense around yourself, right? Perhaps it is your mind that is soothed at night, a sort of mental preparation that allows you to finally rest with ease. Maybe you repeat mantras to yourself, like a soldier gearing up for battle. You are solidifying your intent, your boundaries. This card is all about solidifying your mental, emotional, and even physical defense. The comfort comes with the preparation and focus. It's like you are telling yourself, all right, I've prepared for this. I am ready. So let's get back to this selenite heart, though, because it does change the context of this reading. And it is a good reminder to infuse compassion into your preparations. What does that look like? It looks like gentle reminders to yourself that it will be okay. It looks like understanding that you are strong, capable, and that you can get through anything, my friend. It's like you are kind to yourself, and that is what soothes you. Maybe that is why you sleep so well. I mean, think about it. You are so prepared. You are so practiced. You are so mentally and emotionally solid that you actually sleep like a baby. You know, a lot of people struggle with sleep, but maybe you fall right asleep with ease. You are like, all right, I'm good, I'm prepared, bring it on. You know, you've got the mental armor. Okay, so the 9 of Wands is like, yeah, you might be tired, you might be wounded, but you're still standing. And that's something to be proud of. It could also mean you find comfort in the routines and rituals you've established to protect yourself and your energy. And wow, I'm really excited to see what's next. Okay, wow, so now we have the 7 of Pentacles. This is so interesting after the 9 of Wands, right? Because the 9 of Wands is like, you're still standing, you're still fighting, you're still holding on. But the 7 of Pentacles is like, okay, but what are you fighting for? What are you holding on to? Is it even worth it? So the 7 of Pentacles, first of all, it's all about taking stock. It's about looking at what you've invested, whether it's time, energy, money, whatever, and seeing what's actually grown. It's about assessing your progress, evaluating your efforts, and deciding whether to keep going, change course, or cut your losses. It's like you've been working hard, but is it paying off? Are you seeing the results you want? So, if this card is coming up as something that soothes your soul at night, I feel like it speaks to your need for, well, for tangible results, right? For seeing evidence that your efforts are actually making a difference. Maybe you're someone who needs to see progress in order to feel motivated, in order to feel like you're not wasting your time. And that's totally understandable, right? Like, nobody wants to feel like they're spinning their wheels. But here's the thing about the 7 of Pentacles, right? It's not always about instant gratification. It's about long-term vision. It's about understanding that some things take time to grow, that some investments take time to mature. It's like you plant a seed, you water it, you fertilize it, but you don't expect to see a tree the next day, right? You have to be patient. You have to trust the process. And you have to be willing to wait. So, maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just seeing the immediate results, but also having faith that your efforts will eventually pay off, even if you can't see it yet. It's about trusting that the seeds you've planted will eventually sprout, that the investments you've made will eventually mature, that the work you've put in will eventually bear fruit. It's like knowing that you're on the right path, even if you can't see the destination yet. Think about it this way, right? The person in the card is often depicted as a farmer, standing in their field, looking at their crops. They're not necessarily jumping for joy. They're not necessarily celebrating a huge harvest. They're just assessing. They're observing. They're taking stock. They're seeing what's working, what's not, and what needs to be adjusted. So maybe at night, you're doing that same thing right. You're looking at your life. You're looking at your relationships. You're looking at your career. You're looking at your goals, and you're assessing your progress. You're seeing what's growing, what's not, and what needs to be adjusted. And that can be a really valuable exercise, right? It can help you to stay on track, to stay focused, and to make sure that you're not wasting your time or energy on things that aren't serving you. Okay, so let's connect this back to the other cards, right? Because everything is connected. We started with the Fool, that leap of faith into the unknown. And then we had the Emperor, all about structure and control. Then Strength, about inner power and compassion. The Nine of Wands showed us the reality of the journey, the struggles, the resilience. And now, the Seven of Pentacles is asking us to pause, to reflect, to assess. It's like, okay, you've taken the leap, you've built the structure, you've found your strength, you've faced the challenges. But what's the point? What are you actually working towards? It's a good question, right? It's a necessary question. Because sometimes we get so caught up in the day-to-day grind, in the hustle and bustle of life, that we forget to ask ourselves why we're doing what we're doing. We forget to check in with our goals, with our values, with our dreams. We forget to make sure that we're actually on the right path. So the Seven of Pentacles is a reminder to do just that, to pause, to reflect, to assess, and to make sure that we're still aligned with our true purpose. It's a reminder to stay grounded, to stay connected to the earth, to stay focused on the long-term vision. And you know, I think it's really calling on the Selenite heart here, the nurturing heart, the voice that encourages you to be patient with yourself and celebrate the small things. It is like, are you really happy with your crops? Have you been diligent in tending to what you planted? Is there a disconnect between your efforts and your outcomes? Maybe you need to change what you do or how you nurture your soil. So, another thing about the Seven of Pentacles is patience, right? I mentioned it earlier, but it's so key. It's about understanding that things take time, that growth is a process, that you can't rush things. It's about trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it yet. So, if the Seven of Pentacles is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally learning to be patient with yourself, with your journey, with your life. Maybe you're finally letting go of that need for instant gratification, that need to see immediate results. Maybe you're finally trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly, in its own time, in its own way. And that can be a really comforting feeling, right? It can take a lot of pressure off of you. It can allow you to relax, to breathe, to just be present in the moment. It's like knowing that you don't have to force things, that you don't have to control everything, that you can just trust the process and let things unfold naturally. But let me ask this. What if you are someone who is patient and it still soothes you at night? What then? I think that the real comfort comes from understanding why you are patient. When you know the value of patience and the time it takes to nurture something to maturity, that is a special gift. You are patient, you trust the process, and you believe in the end goal. Think about it this way, right? The Seven of Pentacles is often associated with the element of earth. And earth energy is all about grounding, about stability, about patience. It's about understanding that things grow slowly, that things take time, that things need to be nurtured. It's about connecting with nature, about appreciating the beauty of the natural world, about understanding the cycles of life. So, maybe at night, you're connecting with that earth energy, right? You're grounding yourself, you're centering yourself, you're reminding yourself of the beauty and the wisdom of nature. You're appreciating the slow, steady growth of the plants and the trees, and you're understanding that your own life is unfolding in the same way. And that can be a really soothing feeling, right? It can help you to feel connected to something bigger than yourself, to feel like you're part of a larger, more meaningful process. It can remind you that you're not alone, that you're supported by the earth, by the universe, by the cycles of life. Okay, so another key aspect of the Seven of Pentacles is assessing your progress, right? I talked about this earlier, but it's so important. It's about taking a good, hard look at what you've accomplished, what you haven't, and what needs to be adjusted. It's about being honest with yourself, about acknowledging your successes and your failures, and about learning from your mistakes. So, if the Seven of Pentacles is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally willing to be honest with yourself about your progress, about your journey, about your life. Maybe you're finally willing to acknowledge your successes and your failures, to learn from your mistakes, and to make the necessary adjustments. Maybe it is about the assessment process itself and reviewing your accomplishments. When you think back on all you have done, are you satisfied? That is what the Seven of Pentacles asks of you. And that can be a really liberating feeling, right? It can free you from the burden of pretending, of trying to be someone you're not, of trying to achieve something that's not aligned with your true purpose. It can allow you to be more authentic, more genuine, more true to yourself. But you know, it can also be scary, right? Like, what if you don't like what you see? What if you realize that you've been wasting your time on something that's not worth it? What if you realize that you've been making mistakes, that you've been going down the wrong path? Well, that's okay. That's part of the process. It's not about being perfect. It's about being honest, about being willing to learn and grow. It's about being willing to adjust your course, to change your direction, to try something new. Think about it this way, right? The Seven of Pentacles is a card of discernment. It's about being able to see clearly, to understand what's working and what's not, to make wise decisions based on that understanding. It's about being able to separate the wheat from the chaff, to focus on what's truly important, and to let go of what's not. So, maybe at night, you're practicing that discernment, right? You're looking at your life. You're looking at your relationships. You're looking at your career. You're looking at your goals. And you're discerning what's working and what's not. You're separating the wheat from the chaff. You're focusing on what's truly important, and you're letting go of what's not. It's like being honest with yourself, that even when you've put in the effort, it doesn't mean that it will come to fruition. And that there are also other things to consider, like, did you even enjoy the process? Are the means as important as the ends? And sometimes that means making tough choices, right? It means letting go of things that you've invested a lot of time and energy into, things that you're emotionally attached to, things that you thought were going to be successful. It means saying goodbye to people, to places, to dreams that are no longer serving you. But that's okay. It's not about being a failure. It's about being wise, about being willing to let go of what's not working in order to make room for what is. It's about trusting that the universe has something better in store for you, something that's more aligned with your true purpose. But it's also about celebrating the small victories, right? It's not all about the big picture, the long-term goals, the ultimate destination. It's also about appreciating the small gains, the little successes, the incremental progress that you're making along the way. So if the Seven of Pentacles is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally learning to appreciate those small victories, to celebrate those little successes, to acknowledge the incremental progress that you're making. Maybe you're finally realizing that it's not all about the destination. It's also about the journey. And that is amazing. You are stopping to smell the roses, right? And that can be a really joyful feeling, right? It can fill you with gratitude, with appreciation, with a sense of accomplishment. It can remind you that you're not just working towards something in the future. You're also living in the present. You're also experiencing joy and satisfaction along the way. Think about it this way, right? The Seven of Pentacles is a card of abundance. It's not necessarily about material wealth. It's about abundance in all areas of your life. It's about having enough, about feeling satisfied, about appreciating what you have. So maybe at night, you're focusing on that abundance, right? You're looking at your life. You're looking at your relationships. You're looking at your career. You're looking at your goals. And you're appreciating all the good things that you have. You're feeling grateful for the love, the support, the opportunities, the blessings that you've received. And that can be a really soothing feeling, right? It can help you to feel content, to feel at peace, to feel like you have everything you need. It's also possible that this card signifies learning to find comfort in the process itself, not just the outcome. This is huge. So many people only focus on the end result, the achievement, the goal. But the Seven of Pentacles suggests that the real satisfaction comes from the daily grind, the consistent effort, the dedication to the craft. Maybe you're someone who truly enjoys the work, the learning, the growing. The whispers of comfort at night might be the satisfaction of knowing you gave it your all, regardless of the final result. Think of a gardener who loves tending their plants, even if some don't bloom. The joy is in the nurturing, the caring, the connection to nature. This may be a particularly big idea for you to embrace, my friend. But what if you're disappointed in the results? What if you've put in the effort, been patient, and still don't see the growth you expected? This is a real possibility with the Seven of Pentacles, and it's important to address it. Because sometimes, despite our best efforts, things don't work out the way we planned. Sometimes we face setbacks, failures, and disappointments. So, if the Seven of Pentacles is highlighting disappointment, what soothes you at night? Perhaps it's the ability to accept the outcome, to learn from the experience, and to move on without dwelling on the negativity. It's about reframing the situation, finding the silver lining, and recognizing that even failures can be valuable learning opportunities. It's about resilience, about bouncing back from adversity, about maintaining a positive attitude even when things are tough. The Selenite heart knows there will be bumps in the road, my friend. It's also about self-compassion, about being kind to yourself, about forgiving yourself for your mistakes, about not beating yourself up over what you could have done differently. It's about recognizing that you're human, that you're going to make mistakes, and that it's okay. It's about treating yourself with the same love, kindness, and understanding that you would offer to a friend in the same situation. And of course, it all comes back to gratitude, right? Even in the face of disappointment, there's always something to be grateful for. There's always something to appreciate, something to cherish, something to celebrate. So if the Seven of Pentacles is ultimately about gratitude, maybe it's about taking the time each night to reflect on all the good things in your life, all the blessings you've received, all the opportunities you've been given. It's about focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. It's about appreciating the simple things, the small joys, the everyday miracles that often go unnoticed. It's about nurturing what you do have and letting go of what you can't change. And you know, the Selenite heart, that nurturing energy, it just amplifies all of this, right? It reminds you to be gentle with yourself, to be patient with yourself, to be kind to yourself. It reminds you that you're loved, you're supported, and you're never alone. So the Seven of Pentacles, it's not just about assessing your progress. It's about finding comfort in the process, about appreciating the small gains, about accepting the disappointments, and about being grateful for all that you have. It's like asking for a gentle, nurturing presence to come into your thoughts. And you deserve that. You deserve all the loving kindness in the world, my friend. It is a way of looking at your life in a more holistic way, not just focusing on the end result. And that, my friend, is truly soothing to the soul, right? It brings peace, it brings contentment, it brings a deep sense of satisfaction. It reminds you that you're not just a machine working towards a goal. You're a human being living a life, experiencing a journey. Selenite heart, and the Seven of Pentacles really ask you to pause and admire the garden you have cultivated. Maybe you don't have as many flowers as you thought you would, but do you have blooms? Has the soil been fertile? Have you learned about what helps your plants grow? This all has to do with the beautiful journey you are on, and it is about pausing to give yourself credit. And I am so excited to see what the next card brings, to see how it all comes together. Okay, so, wow, now we have death, yikes. I know that sounds scary, right? Death. But trust me, it's not as bad as it seems. In fact, it can be a really good thing. Like, seriously. So, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. This card is almost never about physical death, okay? Like, almost never. It's about transformation. It's about endings, yes, but endings that lead to new beginnings. It's about shedding the old to make way for the new. It's about, well, it's about change, basically. So, if this card is coming up as something that soothes your soul at night, I feel like it speaks to your ability to accept change, to embrace transformation, to let go of what no longer serves you. It's like you understand that endings are a necessary part of life, that they're not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed. And that's a really powerful thing, right? Like, so many people resist change. They cling to the past. They're afraid of the unknown. But you get it. You understand that change is inevitable, that it's always happening, whether we like it or not. And you understand that it's often for the best, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. But here's the thing about death, right? It's not always easy, even if you know it's for the best. Like, letting go can be hard, saying goodbye can be painful, and facing the unknown can be scary. So maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of transformation, but also the process of letting go. It's about acknowledging the pain, the sadness, the grief that comes with endings. It's about allowing yourself to feel those feelings, to process them, to release them. It's about honoring the past, but not getting stuck in it. It's about saying goodbye to what was and embracing what will be. It's also about the self-compassion that goes into the process, right? The whispers of comfort from the Selenite heart are all about being gentle with yourself as you go through this. Think about it this way, right? The death card often depicts a skeleton riding a white horse carrying a flag. It looks pretty grim, right? But the skeleton isn't evil. It's not trying to hurt anyone. It's simply doing its job, clearing away the old to make way for the new. It's like a cosmic janitor cleaning up the mess, getting rid of the clutter. So maybe at night, you're seeing yourself as that cosmic janitor, right? You're looking at your life. You're looking at your relationships. You're looking at your career. You're looking at your goals. And you're identifying what needs to go. You're clearing away the clutter. You're getting rid of the dead weight. You're making space for new growth. Okay, so let's connect this back to the other cards, right? Because everything is connected. We started with the Fool, that leap of faith into the unknown. And then we had the Emperor, all about structure and control. Strength showed us inner power and compassion. The Nine of Wands showed us the reality of the journey, the struggles, the resilience. The Seven of Pentacles was asking us to pause, to reflect, to assess. And now, Death is asking us to let go, to transform, to embrace the new. It's like the journey is constantly evolving, constantly changing, constantly demanding that we adapt and grow. The Fool has ended up so far down the path, and now must confront the end of something in order to continue onward. The card is a good reminder of this. But what has to end? So, what does this have to do with whispers of comfort at night? The comfort comes from acknowledging that what must end will end. It means that no matter what happens, it will be okay. It is also about recognizing what is getting in the way of your growth, recognizing what is holding you back. The Death card is a reminder that you have the power to change your life. You are in charge of your life, and you can make the decisions to transform it. It gives you a sense of control, which can be very comforting, because you know that you have the power to make a positive change in your life. Now, I want you to know that it's okay to feel uncertain or to feel anxious. Know that the Selenite heart is here to nurture you through all the tough decisions you make. The most important thing to remember is you have support, and you can always give yourself love, support, and guidance. You are strong, my friend, and you will get through this. So, another thing about death is surrender, right? Like letting go of control, trusting the process, allowing things to unfold as they're meant to. And that can be really hard, right? Especially for those of us who are used to being in charge, who are used to making things happen, who are used to controlling our own destinies. It can feel like giving up, like losing power, like admitting defeat. But surrender isn't about giving up. It's about trusting that there's a bigger plan at work, that the universe has your back, that everything is happening for a reason. It's about letting go of the illusion of control and embracing the reality of interdependence. And you know, some people are just scared to fully let go of the reins. They are so used to being in control that the mere thought of letting go and trusting the universe is scary. I get that. But remember, this card is about soothing your soul. So what is it about surrender that is helpful? And what if you find it difficult to surrender? Well, I would encourage you to embrace surrender, to let go and trust the universe, or whatever higher power you believe in, and you may find that you feel a lot of comfort, peace, and ease. You will also find that you have more energy to focus on the things that really matter to you. Try it out and see what happens. So, if the Death card is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally learning to surrender, to trust, to let go. Maybe you're finally realizing that you can't control everything, that you don't have to do it all, that you can rely on something bigger than yourself. Maybe you're finally finding peace in the midst of chaos, in the midst of uncertainty, in the midst of change. Think about it this way, right? The Death card is often associated with the element of water. And water energy is all about flow, about surrender, about adaptability. It's about going with the current, about trusting the ebb and flow of life, about allowing yourself to be carried along by the tide. So maybe at night, you're connecting with that water energy, right? You're surrendering to the flow. You're trusting the current. You're allowing yourself to be carried along by the tide. You're letting go of your resistance. You're letting go of your control. You're letting go of your fear. And you are also letting go of what has been and welcoming in what is to come. And that can be a really liberating feeling, right? It can free you from the burden of trying to control everything, of trying to make things happen, of trying to force your own will upon the universe. It can allow you to relax, to breathe, to just be present in the moment, without any expectations or demands. Also, another key aspect of death is transformation, right? Like, not just endings, but new beginnings. Not just death, but rebirth. Not just darkness, but light. It's about understanding that every ending is an opportunity for a new beginning, that every death is a chance for a new birth, that every darkness is a prelude to a new light. And that can be a really hopeful feeling, right? It can remind you that even in the midst of the most difficult times, there's always hope for something better, something brighter, something more fulfilling. And how has this transformation soothed you? I really want to highlight the whispers of comfort. Perhaps the whispers of comfort come from knowing how strong you are when you're ready to start something new. Think about it. How do you feel when you're about to embrace the unknown? How do you feel when you let go of the old and bring in the new? You might feel scared and unsure, but deep down there's excitement bubbling that gets you pumped. Maybe you go to sleep thinking about your potential, and it brings joy to your heart. But remember to embrace compassion, my friend. Be patient with yourself, and know it is okay to ask for help. And you know, sometimes transformation is forced upon us, right? We don't choose it, we don't want it, but it happens anyway. And that can be really painful, right? It can feel like we're being ripped apart, like we're losing everything we hold dear, like we're being thrown into the unknown without a map or a compass. But even in those moments, transformation is still possible. Even when we're being forced to change, we still have the power to choose how we respond, how we adapt, how we grow. We can choose to resist, to cling to the past, to be bitter and resentful. Or we can choose to surrender, to trust, to embrace the new, to find the opportunity in the midst of the crisis. And I think back to the Selenite heart, and I think, what do I know that nurtures me? Is there a way I can be kind to myself? What can I say to myself in the mirror? How can I show myself compassion? And it really all starts there with the self-love. Because that self-love will keep you from going back to the toxicity that doesn't serve you. It will encourage you to continue onward, my friend. Think about it this way, right? The death card is often associated with the sign of Scorpio. And Scorpio energy is all about transformation, about intensity, about passion, about rebirth. It's about facing your fears, about embracing your shadow, about diving deep into the depths of your soul and emerging stronger, wiser, and more authentic than ever before. So maybe at night, you're connecting with that Scorpio energy, right? You're facing your fears, you're embracing your shadow, you're diving deep into the depths of your soul. You're exploring the dark corners of your psyche, you're uncovering hidden truths, you're releasing old wounds. And that sounds like a lot of emotional labor, right? Just know that there is light on the other side. Know that every moment of darkness makes the light even more vibrant and beautiful. It's like you're allowing yourself to be transformed from the inside out, to be reborn into a new version of yourself, a version that's more aligned with your true purpose, your true potential, your true self. So as your soul goes through these experiences, think about how it allows you to grow into a stronger, wiser, more compassionate human being. Now, I want to ask, what if something needs to end, but you are not ready to let it go? It may be a relationship, a job, a dream, or something else. You know that it's no longer serving you, but you're still clinging to it. What then? What part of that are you having trouble releasing? Well, that's where the real work begins, right? That's where you need to dig deep, to explore your fears, to challenge your beliefs, to confront your attachments. You need to ask yourself why you're holding on, what you're afraid of losing, what you're hoping to gain. And then you need to be honest with yourself about whether those fears are real, whether those hopes are realistic, whether those attachments are healthy. The whispers of comfort here are a gentle reminder that you are making space for something better, that you are letting go of the old to bring in the new, and that you deserve to be happy. But here is where it is important to turn to that Selenite heart, my friend, because you are ready to be nurtured through this experience. So let's check back in with the other cards and see how they can help you through the tough times. The Fool reminds you to be open to new beginnings and to take a leap of faith. The Emperor reminds you to create structure and stability in your life. Strength reminds you to find inner power and compassion. The Nine of Wands reminds you to be resilient and to never give up. And the Seven of Pentacles reminds you to assess your progress and to make adjustments as needed. Now let's try to put it all together and ask, how does this all soothe you at night? It's not always easy. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. But you are strong enough to handle it, that you're resilient enough to overcome it, and that you're capable of amazing things, even when you're tired, even when you're scared, even when you feel like giving up. And you also are soothed at night because the decisions and choices you make lead you to become a stronger, more capable, and better person. It's like having a warm blanket wrapped around your soul, a gentle reminder that you're safe, that you're loved, and that you're going to be okay, no matter what. And if you are struggling with a decision right now, it is all the more reason to surround yourself with love, support, and kindness. Now, I'm also wondering if this card is asking you to release control, right? To surrender to the flow of life, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it right now. So maybe at night, what soothes you is the thought of letting go, of allowing things to unfold as they're meant to, without trying to force or manipulate them. It's like you're giving yourself permission to relax, to breathe, to trust that the universe has your back. Remember, you are being nurtured through the Selenite heart, and surrender can be a really powerful and transformative experience. It can free you from the burden of constantly trying to control everything, and it can open you up to new possibilities and opportunities that you never even imagined. Think about it, my friend. This card is asking you to have trust and compassion. Remember, you have the power to create the life you want, and you are ready to receive all that you desire. I'm also seeing a sense of completion here, like you're finally ready to close a chapter in your life and move on to something new. So maybe what soothes you is knowing that you've learned all you can from a particular experience, and that it's time to move on. It's like you're standing at a crossroads, ready to embark on a new adventure, filled with excitement and anticipation for what lies ahead. But here's the thing. What if the transformation that you're going through is something that you're actively resisting? What if you're clinging to the past, afraid to let go of what's familiar, even though you know it's no longer serving you? You're so scared to see what's on the other side of that change. Well, if you are actively resisting change, the whispers of comfort may be the ability to take control and release. Maybe you're afraid of failing, of making the wrong decision, or of losing something valuable. The Death card is a reminder that nothing lasts forever, and that everything is constantly evolving. So it's better to embrace change, to adapt to new circumstances, and to trust that everything will work out for the best. Because the constant tension is going to drive you crazy. So let's release that tension, okay? I want to ask you, what does this mean for your future? The Death card is a reminder that endings are necessary for new beginnings. So what does that mean for your future? Are you ready to let go of what's holding you back so that you can create a brighter, more fulfilling future for yourself? It means being open to new opportunities, new experiences, and new relationships. It means stepping outside of your comfort zone, taking risks, and pursuing your passions. But let me ask this. What is so important to you that you need to change now? This is the most important question, my friend. Think deeply about it. This card is saying that you need to make some changes, and I believe it. I think it will bring you much joy. And you know, this all goes back to the Selenite heart, right? That nurturing energy, that whisper of comfort, that reminder that you're loved, you're supported, and you're never alone. So even when you're facing the scariest of changes, the most difficult of transformations, you can always turn to that inner source of love and compassion and know that you're going to be okay. The whispers of comfort that help you drift off to sleep and prepare for the next day. So, yeah, Death. It's not always a fun card, but it's a necessary card. It's a reminder of your resilience, your strength, and your ability to overcome anything. It is the reminder to nurture yourself. What amazing things are on their way, And that's what truly soothes your soul at night, my friend. It's so exciting. Now, I wonder what all of that means as we go into the final card. Okay, wow, so now we have the Eight of Pentacles. This is really interesting, isn't it? Especially after that Death card. I mean, death was all about endings and transformations, right? But the Eight of Pentacles is like, okay, now what? What are you going to do with this new beginning? What are you going to create? So, the Eight of Pentacles, first of all, it's all about work, right? But not just any work. It's about dedicated work, focused work, work that you're really putting your heart and soul into. It's about honing your skills, mastering your craft, becoming an expert in your field. It's about, well, it's about putting in the effort, basically. And you know about the process of learning as well. That the soothing aspect comes from the act of learning more than anything. So, if this card is coming up as something that soothes your soul at night, I feel like it speaks to your need for, well, for purpose, right? For feeling like you're contributing something meaningful to the world. Maybe you're someone who needs to feel productive, who needs to feel like you're making progress, who needs to feel like you're using your talents to their fullest potential. Maybe you are in the middle of a career shift as a result of what needed to die as part of that previous card. And that's totally understandable, right? Like, nobody wants to feel like they're just wasting their time. Nobody wants to feel like they're not living up to their potential. And that's why the Selenite heart chose to come out right now. It is there to tell you to keep that in mind as you decide what you want to become, to ensure that your skills and talents are used well, to nurture not only you, but those around you. But here's the thing about the Eight of Pentacles, right? It's not just about the end result. It's about the process. It's about the journey. It's about the satisfaction of putting in the hard work, of seeing your skills improve, of mastering your craft. It's like, it's not just about building a house. It's about laying each brick with care, with precision, with love. It's a reminder that you can find joy and fulfillment in the act of creation itself. So, maybe at night, what soothes you isn't just the idea of achieving your goals, but also the process of working towards them. It's about enjoying the journey, about savoring the moment, about appreciating the small victories along the way. It's about, well, it's about finding joy in the everyday, basically. And that applies to every moment of every single day. Think about it this way, right? The person in the card is often depicted as a craftsman, working diligently at their bench, creating something beautiful with their own two hands. They're not distracted. They're not rushed. They're not thinking about anything else. They're just focused. They're just present. They're just in the zone. And that may mean they finally have the space to be present. That what they needed to release was a distraction so that they could focus on being present. So maybe at night, you're tapping into that same energy, right? You're finding a quiet space. You're focusing on your craft. You're putting your heart and soul into your work. You're letting go of all the distractions, all the worries, all the anxieties. You're just creating you're just being, you're just in the zone. And that's what soothes your soul at night. The freedom of having space, of being in the zone, of being dedicated to craft. Okay, so let's connect this back to the other cards, right? Because everything is connected. We started with the Fool, that leap of faith into the unknown. And then we had the Emperor, all about structure and control. Strength showed us inner power and compassion. The Nine of Wands showed us the reality of the journey, the struggles, the resilience. The Seven of Pentacles was asking us to pause, to reflect, to assess. Death was asking us to let go and transform. And now the Eight of Pentacles is asking us to get to work, basically. And maybe the thing that had to go with death was a role that never really used your talents, you know. It's like the journey is constantly evolving, constantly demanding that we adapt and grow. We started with that leap of faith, that sense of childlike wonder that the Fool brings, and now it's grounded. It's as if you are telling the universe that you finally found your path and have an idea of where you are going, and that feels incredibly good. And not only do you feel good, but you have that trust that you're going to be okay. The card is a good reminder of this. It's like the pieces of your life are starting to come together. And it is the final piece of a puzzle that you have been trying to solve for a long time. And I am sure it is a beautiful thing to be patient and diligent with all that you do, and want to be successful in every aspect of your life. It is the best reward you could give yourself for everything you have been through and the work you have done. But what if there's still a sense of unease, a feeling that something is missing? The whispers of comfort from your Selenite heart will guide you on how to proceed and remind you of the importance of self-love, as well as to keep putting in the work and continue being patient. It is like there is still a need for self-discovery, but with focus and determination. But what has to be set into motion? So, what does this have to do with whispers of comfort at night? Well, perhaps the soothing element stems from having a sense of control over your life, right? It means that no matter what happens, you know that you are capable of mastering a skill, providing for yourself, and creating something of value. It is also about recognizing your talents and abilities and making a commitment to honing those skills. The Eight of Pentacles is a reminder that you have the power to shape your own destiny, that you can create your own success. It gives you a sense of purpose and direction, which can be very comforting, because you know that you are not just drifting aimlessly through life. Now, I want you to know that it's okay to feel overwhelmed at times, or to feel like you're not making enough progress. Know that the Selenite heart is here to nurture you through all the challenges you face as you learn and grow. You may stumble and fall along the way, but the key is to keep getting back up, to keep learning, and to keep striving towards your goals. The most important thing to remember is that you are not alone on this journey. You have support all around you, and you can always turn to your inner wisdom for guidance. You are strong, my friend, and you will get through this. The process of learning and the transformation of turning your life into something you can be proud of is what has been guiding you and helping you grow into this amazing person. So, another thing about the Eight of Pentacles is discipline, right? Like committing to a routine, sticking to a schedule, putting in the hours, even when you don't feel like it. And that can be really hard, right? Especially for those of us who are used to being spontaneous, who are used to following our whims, who are used to doing whatever feels good in the moment. It can feel like a constraint, like a prison, like a loss of freedom. But discipline isn't about restriction. It's about creating a structure that supports your goals, that allows you to focus your energy, that helps you to make progress. It's about building habits that serve you instead of habits that sabotage you. What I am sensing is that what you have been working towards has been soothing you. Maybe it's you knowing how passionate you are about your work, and the Eight of Pentacles highlights a positive message. So if the Eight of Pentacles is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally learning to embrace discipline, to commit to a routine, to stick to a schedule. Maybe you're finally realizing that structure can actually be liberating, that it can free you from the chaos and the distractions that are holding you back. What is the benefit from a routine? Well, perhaps a whisper of comfort is allowing yourself to let go. Letting go of the need to control, to worry, to feel anxious. When you are finally able to put your skills into practice and to allow them to be seen, you are allowing so much into your life. If the structure is your own and you are able to move in and out, then you are more free to put your focus into making those building blocks. Think about it this way, right? The Eight of Pentacles is often associated with the element of earth. And earth energy is all about grounding, about stability, about practicality. It's about building a solid foundation, about creating something that will last, about putting in the work to make your dreams a reality. So maybe at night, you're connecting with that earth energy, right? You're grounding yourself, you're centering yourself, you're reminding yourself of your goals, you're committing to your routine, you're putting in the hours, you're building that solid foundation, you're creating something that will last, you're making your dreams a reality. That is what has been soothing you, allowing the focus and energy to turn into something that may even result in financial freedom. The financial and personal abundance and accomplishments that you are experiencing can be the result of the new path and beginning you have embraced because of that inner trust you have cultivated that brings you peace. It's like you are being guided to the right path and are able to put your trust and heart into it. It is also a reminder that nothing can stop you from what you're doing. You can't and won't let anything distract you. With so much passion, you are able to keep moving forward and create the life you have dreamed of. And now, you are enjoying every moment of the way. Also, another key aspect of Eight of Pentacles is mastery, right? Like not just putting in the work, but putting in the right work. Not just going through the motions, actively seeking to improve your skills, to deepen your knowledge, to master your craft. It's about becoming an expert, a professional, a true master of your domain. It's about taking the opportunity to learn and grow so that you can turn your vision into reality. So, if the Eight of Pentacles is soothing your soul at night, maybe it's because you're finally recognizing your potential. You're finally committing to excellence. You're finally striving to become the best version of yourself. You are committed to mastering your skills so you can reach your goals and live the life you've always dreamed of. With the help of your Selenite heart, you are connected to a source of love and compassion that provides you the strength and guidance to face any challenge. But how do you feel about the potential? Are you scared about what will happen when all of this is complete? Do you wonder if you are good enough? What are some ways you might block your process? You are so very close to that transformation. And maybe for you, you are at the beginning and need a little reassurance that what you are doing is right. The universe is on your side, and you can trust that everything is going to be okay. Even if you feel uncertain or doubtful at times, you need to remind yourself to have patience and compassion so that you can turn your passion into something that you are proud of. If you are going to work so diligently, does it give you joy as well? It is important to ensure that you are not focusing too hard on one thing, losing sight of the other beautiful experiences life offers you as well. It is something very important for you to keep in mind as you start this new project or career change. Think about it this way, right? The Eight of Pentacles is a card of diligence. It's about dedicating yourself to a cause that truly aligns with your values and passions. It's about learning from your mistakes, persevering through difficult times, and never giving up on your dreams. It's a message that if you are willing to put in the work, anything is possible. It is about focusing your energy on what you want to accomplish, believing in yourself, and taking one step at a time until you reach your goals. If you have not started, now is the time. The stars have aligned. If you have started, now is the time to recommit. Put your foot on the gas and don't give up. You are learning to trust your ability to create something new and meaningful in your life. It will allow you to have more faith in your future, even when things get tough. It will also provide you with a sense of pride and accomplishment, which will help you to relax and unwind at night. I want to share a reminder that focusing on these new and amazing skills can soothe your mind at night and help you to stay more connected to your body. But what is it about that connection that is a source of peace? Maybe you are soothed by the opportunity to get out of your head and be embodied in a new way. Or it could be that you have been so disconnected with your body. The routine and skills have brought you back to what matters, which is the present moment. Maybe you find that the Eight of Pentacles is a reminder to be patient with yourself, my friend. Life is a marathon, not a sprint. It's about enjoying the journey, not just the destination. It is about stopping to smell the flowers and appreciating the small things in life. When you are intentional and disciplined with your time and energy. It allows you to be more fully present in each moment, which can lead to greater joy and fulfillment. So, how can you stop and smell the roses? Well, sometimes the greatest comfort we can give ourselves at night is to simply be present in the moment and appreciate the beauty around us. It is a reminder to slow down, take a deep breath, and recognize how far you've come on your journey. When you allow yourself to fully experience the present moment, you are more likely to feel grateful for all the good things in your life, which can promote peace and relaxation. Maybe there are some other messages or guidance that your Selenite heart wants to share with you. Well, it wants to encourage you to focus on the details, to pay attention to the little things that make a big difference. It's about being thorough, precise, and committed to excellence in all that you do. When you are careful and intentional with your actions, it allows you to feel more confident and secure in your decisions. But you know, the most important thing is to use your talents and skills to help others and make a positive impact in the world. You know that what you do matters and that you have the power to create change. When you focus on contributing to the greater good, it can bring a sense of purpose and meaning to your life. It allows you to feel connected to something bigger than yourself, which can soothe your soul and help you to sleep more peacefully at night. So, my friend, you might want to be kind to yourself. Try to engage in activities that bring you joy and relaxation, and to set healthy boundaries in your relationships. These things allow you to create a life that is aligned with your values and brings you a sense of peace and contentment. Okay, so finally, the last thing that really stands out to me about the Eight of Pentacles is the focus, right? The ability to shut out all the distractions, to concentrate on the task at hand, to be fully present in the moment. And in our fast-paced, always in constantly connected world, that can be a really rare and valuable skill. It's so easy to get distracted, to get pulled in a million different directions, to lose sight of what's truly important. But the Eight of Pentacles reminds us of the power of focus, the ability to achieve great things when we dedicate our attention to a single purpose. And how does this card want you to connect to focus? This new path is not a means to an end. It's all about focus, focus, focus. It's about trusting your abilities and taking action every day to move closer to your goals. When you are focused, you are able to stay present, and you can appreciate the small details that make the journey so beautiful and unique. In other words, it will set you free to focus and appreciate. Now, I want you to see how this is all interconnected, and is why it can bring comfort, it can bring joy, and you can continue your path to success. You know, I always wonder, as we see this new path forming, do we wonder where this Eight of Pentacles will lead? Where will all this practice and hunting manifest? I'm excited to see where the next card takes us. All right, so, wow, the Tower. That's a card that definitely gets people's attention, right? I mean, it's not exactly known for being all sunshine and rainbows, But honestly, in this context, after everything we've already talked about, I think it can actually be incredibly soothing, like seriously. So, let's just take a step back for a sec and remember where we've been, okay? We started with the Fool, that crazy leap of faith, that sense of unlimited potential. And then we had the Emperor, all about structure and control, building a solid foundation. Then Strength came along, reminding us of our inner power, our compassion, our ability to tame those inner beasts. The Nine of Wands showed us the reality of the journey, the struggles, the weariness, but also the resilience. The Seven of Pentacles asked us to pause, to reflect, to assess, to see what's actually growing. Death came in and shook things up, reminding us that endings are necessary for new beginnings. And then the Eight of Pentacles showed us the value of hard work, of dedication, of honing our skills. It all adds up, right? It's a whole journey. It's you. So now, here comes the Tower. And like on the surface, it might seem like the Tower is just about chaos and destruction, right? Like everything falling apart, everything going wrong, everything being turned upside down. And yeah, sometimes it can feel like that. But I think, in the context of Whispers of Comfort, what this card is actually showing is the relief that comes from finally breaking free. You see, the Tower is about sudden, unexpected change. It's about the collapse of old structures, old beliefs, old ways of being that are no longer serving us. It's like that moment when you realize that something has to change, that you can't keep going on the way you've been going on, and that the only way forward is to tear everything down and start over. And that can be scary, right? But it can also be incredibly liberating. It's like you've been living in this old, crumbling building for so long, and you've been trying to patch it up, to fix it, to make it work. But deep down, you know that it's beyond repair, that it's not safe, that it's not supporting you anymore. And then, one day, boom, the Tower strikes, and the whole thing comes crashing down. And yeah, it's messy, it's chaotic, it's painful. But it's also necessary. Because now, you have the opportunity to build something new, something stronger, something that's actually aligned with your true self, your true values, your true purpose. Okay, so let's think about how this connects back to the Fool, right? Because the Fool is all about new beginnings, about taking that leap of faith, about trusting the universe. But sometimes, in order to take that leap, we need a little push, right? We need something to shake us out of our complacency, to force us to step outside of our comfort zone. And that's where the Tower comes in. It's like the Fool is standing at the edge of the cliff, ready to jump, but they're also a little hesitant, a little scared. And then the Tower strikes, and suddenly they're falling. They don't have a choice anymore. They have to trust the universe. They have to embrace the unknown. They have to find their wings on the way down. And that can be terrifying, but it can also be incredibly exhilarating. Because sometimes the only way to truly discover our potential is to be forced to confront our fears, to be pushed to our limits, to be thrown into the deep end. Like, maybe the fool was a little too naive, a little too trusting, a little too unaware of the dangers that were out there. And the tower is like, wake up, pay attention. Things aren't always what they seem. It's a wake-up call, a reality check, a reminder that life is unpredictable and that we need to be prepared for anything. But it's also a catalyst for growth, a chance to learn, to evolve, to become stronger and more resilient. The whispers of comfort is that the universe will never give you more than you can handle, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. Okay, so what about the Emperor? I mean, the Emperor is all about structure and control, right? About building a solid foundation, about creating order out of chaos. So, how does the tower fit into that picture? Well, I think the tower is a reminder that even the most solid structures can crumble, that even the most carefully laid plans can go awry, that even the most powerful rulers can be overthrown. It's like the Emperor is sitting on his throne, feeling all-powerful and in control. And then, boom, the tower strikes, and suddenly he's tumbling to the ground, stripped of his power, his authority, his illusions of control. What I am sensing is that even though things may appear to be solid and stable on the surface, there may be underlying cracks and weaknesses that need to be addressed. It's important to be honest with yourself about what's working and what's not, and to be willing to make changes, even if they're difficult or uncomfortable. The comfort here is that the tower, when it arrives, is doing you a favor and not setting you back. That it shows there was something there that was not serving you. It is there to support you. But remember, I said the Emperor likes control, right? So, that is where the tower comes in. It is telling you that you do not have control over everything, and the best thing to do is to release. And you can trust yourself. Let's move on to the strength card. All right, let's talk about strength. Strength is about inner power, about compassion, about taming those inner beasts. So how does the tower relate to that? Well, I think the tower is a test of our strength, a challenge to our resilience, an opportunity to discover just how much we can handle. It's like we think we're strong, we think we're capable, we think we can handle anything that comes our way. But then the tower strikes, and suddenly we're faced with our worst fears, our deepest insecurities, our most vulnerable selves. And in that moment, we have a choice. We can crumble, we can give up, we can let the chaos overwhelm us. Or we can dig deep, we can find our inner strength, we can tap into our compassion, and we can rise above the storm. It is also a reminder that true strength isn't about avoiding difficult situations. It's about facing them head-on, with courage, with grace, with compassion. When you go through something like this, you can learn a lot about yourself and what you are capable of. The whispers of comfort that help you to feel empowered at night and to face even your deepest, most powerful fears. It may also be an opportunity to recognize the value and love you have for yourself and for all that you have accomplished. In facing change, you become stronger. In being tested, you become more resilient. If you are scared, try to think about it as a way to learn more about yourself and grow as a person. This is a message to try to get out of your head and know that you are not alone, my friend. Think about it this way. The tower is like a crucible, a fiery furnace that burns away all the impurities, all the weaknesses, all the illusions. And what emerges from that fire is something stronger, something purer, something more authentic. The fire can be intense, and it may hurt, but you can and will survive because your Selenite heart is there to guide you. Okay, so what about the Nine of Wands? I mean, the Nine of Wands is all about resilience, about standing your ground, about holding on even when you're tired and wounded. So, how does the tower fit into that? Well, I think the tower is a reminder that sometimes the best way to stand your ground is to let go, to release your grip, to surrender to the chaos, to trust that even when everything is falling apart, you're still going to be okay. It's like the person in the Nine of Wands is standing there, holding onto that last wand, ready to defend themselves against whatever comes next. But maybe what they really need to do is drop the wand, to realize that they don't have to fight anymore, that they don't have to be in control anymore, that they can just let go and trust that everything will be okay. And that can be a really hard thing to do, especially when you're used to being strong, to being independent, to being in charge. But sometimes the greatest strength comes from knowing when to surrender, when to let go, when to trust that the universe has your back. The thing that is standing out to me is how much the Nine of Wands means to be defensive. But if there is nothing to defend, what then? The tower says, let it go. Let go of the need to protect yourself. You are safe. You are loved. You are supported. And okay, so the Seven of Pentacles, right? I mean, the Seven of Pentacles is all about assessing your progress, about evaluating your efforts, about deciding whether to keep going or change course. So, how does the tower fit into that picture? Well, I think the tower is a way of saying, okay, you've been assessing, you've been evaluating, you've been deciding, and now it's time to act. It's like you've been standing there in your field, looking at your crops, trying to figure out what to do, and the tower is like, enough. Stop analyzing. Stop procrastinating. Just tear it all down and start over. That you have been working on will have a strong foundation. It won't all go away. You may need to start over, but you will be better for it because of your commitment and dedication. You may need to tear some stuff down to make this new creation. But think about it. Because you've done so well and worked so hard, it will be good for you to recognize you're ready for the next step. All right, so what about death? What does the tower have to do with death? I mean, death is all about endings and transformations, right? About letting go of the old to make way for the new. So, in a way, the tower is just death on steroids, right? It's like death is a gentle nudge, a subtle reminder that change is inevitable, tower is a swift kick in the butt, a sudden and dramatic upheaval that forces us to change, whether we like it or not. The tower shows that what we are doing will have a big impact. What you do with all that change, you will become your new self. I mean, the tower is change, but the whispers of comfort is understanding that this is something you want. You have a desire. Maybe your soul's calling is to experience something new, to be someone new, to live a life that is more aligned with your true self. And you know, I think this is a really important point, because so often we think of change as something that happens to us, something that we have no control over. But the tower reminds us that we do have a choice. We can choose to resist the change, to cling to the past, to be bitter and resentful. Or we can choose to embrace the change, to let go of what no longer serves us, to create a new and better future for ourselves. Okay, so, and finally, the Eight of Pentacles. How can the Eight of Pentacles help? Well, the Eight of Pentacles shows that something big has the potential to impact your life. It says we have an opportunity to be more successful and abundant in our lives. We just need to stay focused, to stay diligent, to stay committed to our goals. The tower reminds us to work hard, to put in the effort, to do the best we can. It says we may need to focus and have faith in our gifts and talents. But we should take time to enjoy your life. We may have an opportunity to use our skills, our knowledge, and our experiences to help others. And know that you are fully and totally capable of all of this and more. You can continue to make small and calculated goals that will contribute to your overall goal. Don't let the unexpected stop you, and the whispers of comfort will say, I can do this. But let's step back, because I want to highlight that it's not just about that. It's more than the skills and diligence. So what's the real message here? I think the real comfort of the tower lies in its promise of liberation. It says you are ready to release what is no longer serving you, so that you can start to build a new and better life. A life that is more authentic, more fulfilling, more aligned with your true values and desires. Because the tower is not destruction. It is about transformation. It is an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become the best version of yourself. But that transformation means releasing, and it means rebuilding. Rebuilding is hard work. It means work. And that is when you have to remind yourself how good all of this is. Remember the Selenite heart. Self-love, self-love, self-love. So, how can you actually navigate the tower's energy in a practical way? What can you do when everything feels like it's falling apart? Well, first of all, I think it's important to remember that this too shall pass. The tower is a temporary state, not a permanent condition. It may feel like the end of the world, but it's not. It's just the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. So try to keep things in perspective, to remember that this is just a moment in time, and that things will eventually get better. It's also important to allow yourself to feel your feelings. Don't try to suppress your emotions. Don't try to be strong. Don't try to pretend that everything is okay. Allow yourself to grieve, to be angry, to be sad, to be scared. Allow yourself to process your emotions in a healthy way, whether it's through journaling, through talking to a friend, through therapy, or through some other creative outlet. It's also really important to practice self-care, to take care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs, to eat healthy, to exercise, to get enough sleep, to meditate, to spend time in nature, to do things that bring you joy and relaxation. It's also so important to let others know you're going through a tough time so you can feel supported, nurtured, and cared for. Remember what the Selenite heart wants for you and allow yourself to receive help. It's not a time to be alone, and you need to feel the love and connection. Then there is the rebuilding, and that's so important. Once the dust has settled, it's time to start rebuilding, to create a new foundation, to set new goals, to design a new life that's more aligned with your true self. It's okay to take your time, to start small, to make mistakes along the way. The important thing is to keep moving forward, to keep learning, to keep growing. The whispers of comfort that help you to keep moving forward, even when you're feeling overwhelmed, will be so important and so valuable. But how do you make that plan? Well, I can tell you right now, it is about those goals. As your mind drifts to making a plan, ask yourself these questions. What truly brings you joy? What are you good at? Is it in alignment with the Selenite heart and love? These will lead you to your building blocks to rebuild your tower in a stronger and better way than before. It will also keep you steady and help you to remember there are moments you have to let go. And it all adds up, right? You are now a stronger, wiser, more resilient person than you were before. You've faced your fears. You've overcome your challenges. You've learned from your mistakes. And you've created a new life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, more aligned with your true self. The tower comes with a lot of change, and it will lead you to a path where you believe in yourself. It's what you've wanted. It's what you've needed. It's what's best. Just release. So, yeah, the tower. It's not always a fun card, but it's a necessary card. The whispers of comfort, in a way, can be a little harsh, right? Let it go can come across as a forceful shout. And there's a beauty in it, because it wants to show that you can handle it, you deserve it, and that you are strong. It's a reminder that destruction can lead to new beginnings, that chaos can lead to clarity, and that even the most difficult experiences can be opportunities for growth and transformation. And that's what truly soothes your soul at night, my friend. Knowing that you're resilient, you're capable, and you're always supported, even when everything feels like it's falling apart. It makes you feel more in control. Remember that Selenite heart you chose, because what is at the core of you will always be at the core. So, my friend, as we wrap up this reading, I want you to know that you're amazing. You're strong, you're resilient, you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You've been through a lot, you've overcome a lot, and you've learned a lot along the way. And now, you're ready for the next chapter, whatever that may be. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, and never give up on your dreams. The whispers of comfort will always be there, guiding you, supporting you, and reminding you of your own inner power. Just keep listening to your heart, keep following your intuition, and keep being true to yourself. The best is yet to come. I am so excited to see what is in store for you. It's gonna be a wild ride, you know, full of ups and downs, twists and turns, challenges and triumphs. But through it all, you'll be okay, because you have everything you need inside of you. You are loved, you are supported, and you are never alone. So go out there and shine, my friend. Okay, so Jasper Moon, it's all about clarity, right? And the theme is unveiling those hidden desires, the stuff that surfaces in the dark. So, with this crystal and this theme, we're basically shining a light into the shadows to see what's really going on with this person, what they really want, even if they don't quite know it themselves yet. Okay, so let's dive into these cards. The first card we have is the Eight of Swords, and oh boy, this is a big one. This card, for me, it speaks of feeling trapped, you know, like completely stuck in a situation, unable to move forward. But here's the thing, and it's so important to remember with the Eight of Swords. The swords are all around the person, right? But they're not actually bound. They're blindfolded, yes, but they could untie that blindfold. They could step out of the circle of swords if they really wanted to. So, what does this mean for your person? It means that they feel trapped by their own thoughts, by their own limiting beliefs. They've built up this prison in their mind, and they're convinced that they can't escape. They're focusing on the obstacles, on all the reasons why they can't do something, instead of looking for the solutions, for the ways they can break free. And you know, this card often comes up when someone is dealing with a lot of self-doubt, a lot of anxiety. They're overthinking everything, catastrophizing, imagining the worst-case scenarios. They're so caught up in their head that they can't see the forest for the trees. They're paralyzed by fear. They are so afraid. Maybe they're afraid of failure. Maybe they're afraid of rejection. Maybe they're afraid of the unknown. Whatever it is, this fear is holding them back. It's keeping them from pursuing their desires, from taking risks, from living the life they truly want to live. And because the theme is unveiling desires, we have to ask, what are they really longing for that they're so afraid to go after? What's that hidden desire that's lurking in the shadows? Is it a new relationship? Is it a new career? Is it a new adventure? Is it just a sense of inner peace? Whatever it is, the Eight of Swords is saying that they're currently blocked from achieving it because of their own mental limitations. They're the ones holding themselves back. They're the ones creating the obstacles. They're so focused on avoiding pain that they're missing out on the potential for joy. It's really sad, isn't it? And the thing is, these limitations, these fears, they're often based on past experiences, on past traumas. Maybe they've been hurt before. Maybe they've failed before, and they're afraid of repeating those experiences. They're carrying around this baggage, this weight, and it's weighing them down. They're trying to protect themselves from getting hurt again. But in doing so, they're also preventing themselves from experiencing love, from experiencing success, from experiencing happiness. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they're stuck in a job they hate because they're afraid to quit and pursue their dream career. Maybe they're staying in a relationship that's not fulfilling because they're afraid of being alone. Maybe they're avoiding social situations because they're afraid of being judged. They're settling for less than they deserve because they don't believe they're worthy of more. They're dimming their light because they're afraid of shining too brightly. They're playing small because they're afraid of taking up too much space. They're silencing their voice because they're afraid of speaking their truth. It's like they're living in a cage, but they don't even realize that they have the key to unlock it. They're so used to being confined that they've forgotten what it feels like to be free. They've lost touch with their inner power, with their inner strength. They've forgotten that they have the ability to change their circumstances, to create a better life for themselves. And you know what's interesting? The Jasper moon crystal is all about clarity. It's about bringing things into focus, about seeing things as they truly are. So even though this person is currently stuck in the Eight of Swords energy, the presence of the Jasper moon suggests that they're starting to gain some clarity. They're starting to see that they're the ones creating their own prison. They're starting to realize that they have the power to break free. But it's not going to be easy. It's going to require them to confront their fears, to challenge their limiting beliefs, to step outside of their comfort zone. It's going to require them to be brave, to be vulnerable, to be honest with themselves. They're going to have to dig deep and uncover those hidden desires, those longings that they've been suppressing for so long. They're going to have to ask themselves what they really want, what really makes them happy, what really fulfills them. And they're going to have to be willing to go after it, even if it scares them. And that's where the next card comes in, because the Eight of Swords is not the end of the story. It's just the beginning. It's the starting point for a journey of self-discovery, of empowerment, of liberation. The next card is the King of Swords, and this is such a powerful energy to follow the Eight of Swords, because the King of Swords is all about clarity, logic, and intellectual power. He's the master of his mind. He's able to see things objectively, without getting caught up in emotions or drama. He's decisive, he's strategic, and he's not afraid to speak his truth, even if it's unpopular. He's a leader, he's a visionary, and he inspires others to think for themselves and to stand up for what they believe in. So, how does this energy help your person break free from the Eight of Swords? Well, the King of Swords provides the tools they need to dismantle the mental prison they've created. He helps them to see through the illusions, to challenge the limiting beliefs, to cut through the BS. He encourages them to use their intellect to analyze their situation, to to identify the root causes of their fears and to develop a plan of action. He reminds them that they have the power to choose their thoughts, to change their perspective, and to create a new reality for themselves. The King of Swords is like a surgeon, carefully dissecting the problem and removing the infected tissue. He's precise, he's methodical, and he's not afraid to make tough decisions. He knows that sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind, that sometimes you have to break things down in order to rebuild them stronger. He's not afraid to challenge the status quo, to question authority, to think outside the box. He's a rebel, he's an innovator, and he's always looking for a better way to do things. And I feel like, okay, so this person, in order to get out of their own head, they need to almost look at the situation like a lawyer would. You know, just the facts, ma'am. What is provable? What is not? What is likely? What is not? And the clarifying energy of the Jasper moon is really supporting this King of Swords energy. It's helping them to see things clearly, to understand the truth, and to make decisions based on logic rather than emotion. It's like the Jasper moon is shining a spotlight on the lies they've been telling themselves, on the excuses they've been making, on the stories they've been clinging to. And the King of Swords is saying, enough is enough. It's time to face reality. It's time to take responsibility for your life. It's time to stop playing the victim and start being the hero of your own story. He's encouraging them to be honest with themselves, to admit their mistakes, and to learn from their experiences. He's reminding them that failure is not the opposite of success. It's a stepping stone to success. He's teaching them that every mistake is an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become a better version of themselves. And he's also helping them to set boundaries, to say no to things that don't serve them, and to protect their energy. He's reminding them that they have the right to prioritize their own needs, to take care of themselves, and to create a life that is aligned with their values. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start speaking up at work, expressing their opinions, and challenging the decisions they don't agree with. Maybe they end a toxic relationship, freeing themselves from drama and negativity. Maybe they start a new project, pursuing their passion and sharing their gifts with the world. They're taking control of their life. They're making conscious choices, and they're creating a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. They're no longer letting fear dictate their decisions. They're letting their intuition guide them. They're no longer living in the shadows. They're stepping into the light. And the thing is, the King of Swords is not just about intellectual power. It's also about emotional intelligence. He understands that emotions are important, but they shouldn't be allowed to control your decisions. He knows how to manage his emotions, how to use them as a source of information, and how to channel them into positive action. He's not afraid to be vulnerable, to show his feelings, and to connect with others on a deeper level. He's a compassionate leader. He cares about the well-being of others, and he uses his power to create a better world for everyone. And that's really what makes him such a powerful force. He is that perfect balance of intellect and emotion. Because without the emotional intelligence, he might be a tyrant, might be so logical that he just is logical without feeling. But he has that feeling, which is really, really important. And it's so important to note that this person has the capability of that too. They have the capability to use their mind to get to where they need to go, but also temper it with their emotions so they can make the right choices, or at least the choices that feel good to them. Okay, so we've gone from the Eight of Swords, feeling trapped, to the King of Swords, using logic and clarity to break free. So, what's the result of all this? What happens when they overcome their fears and start living their truth? Well, that's where the World card comes in. And oh my gosh, the World is the best card to see at the end of a reading like this, because the World represents completion, fulfillment, and ultimate success. It's the culmination of a long journey, the achievement of a major goal, and the realization of your full potential. It's like you've climbed the mountain, you've reached the summit, and you can finally see the whole world spread out before you. With the World card, it's like everything is coming together. Everything is falling into place. You've learned the lessons you needed to learn. You've overcome the obstacles you needed to overcome. And you're finally ready to step into your power and claim your destiny. This card often represents travel, adventure, and experiencing new cultures. It's about expanding your horizons, breaking free from your limitations, and exploring the world in all its beauty and diversity. It's about embracing new experiences, meeting new people, and discovering new perspectives. But the world is not just about physical travel. It's also about inner travel. It's about exploring your inner landscape, discovering your hidden talents, and connecting with your higher self. It's about integrating all the different parts of yourself into a unified whole. It's about becoming the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. So, how does this relate to your person's hidden desires? Well, the world is saying that they are finally going to achieve those desires. They're going to get what they've always wanted. They're going to experience the fulfillment, the joy, and the satisfaction that they've been longing for. Maybe they're going to find their soulmate. Maybe they're going to land their dream job. Maybe they're going to travel the world. Maybe they're just going to find a sense of inner peace. Whatever it is, the world is saying that it's all within their reach. They just have to believe in themselves, trust the process, and keep moving forward. And because we started with the Eight of Swords, which is all about feeling trapped and limited, the world is an especially powerful message. It's saying that they are not limited. They are capable of anything they set their mind to. They can break free from their self-imposed prison and create a life that is full of joy, abundance, and fulfillment. The world is also a card of celebration. It's about acknowledging your accomplishments, appreciating your blessings, and sharing your joy with others. It's about recognizing how far you've come, how much you've grown, and how much you've achieved. It's about being grateful for all the experiences you've had, both the good and the bad, because they've all contributed to who you are today. It's about embracing your past, celebrating your present, and looking forward to your future with hope and excitement. And the clarifying energy of the Jasper moon is really amplifying this message. It's helping them to see all the possibilities that are open to them, to recognize their own potential, and to believe in their ability to create a better future. It's like the Jasper moon is shining a light on their path, guiding them towards their dreams and helping them to manifest their desires. Okay, I'm also seeing that because this card represents completion, that maybe they're finishing a cycle. That maybe there was something in their life that has been coming to a close. Maybe a relationship, maybe a job, maybe even a way of thinking. But it's coming to a close, and that's a good thing. Because when one door closes, another one opens. And the world is that open door. It's the opportunity to start fresh, to create something new, to embark on a new adventure. It's the chance to leave the past behind and step into a brighter future. So this is super exciting, because whatever was holding them back is gone or leaving, and they're on to bigger and better things. And this card represents, like I was saying earlier, travel. So maybe they're literally going to travel the world. Maybe they're going to take a trip they've always dreamed of. Or maybe they're just going to explore their local area, discover new hidden gems, and appreciate the beauty that's all around them. But even if they don't physically travel, they're still going to expand their horizons. They're going to learn new things, meet new people, and experience new perspectives. They're going to break free from their comfort zone and embrace the unknown. And that's really what the world is all about. Embracing the unknown and trusting that everything is going to be okay. It's about having faith in yourself, faith in the universe, and faith in the journey. It's about knowing that you are exactly where you need to be, and that everything is happening for a reason. It is, in short, amazing. And because we're talking about hidden desires here, this is the card that says that whatever it is that they want, whatever it is that they're longing for, is finally within their reach. Okay, and I also feel like it is important to note that if this person has been struggling with something for a long time, this card is saying that the struggle is coming to an end, that they're finally going to find relief, that they're finally going to find peace, that they're finally going to find happiness. This is a card of hope, a card of optimism, and a card of faith. It's saying that even in the darkest of times, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. And that if you just keep moving forward, keep believing in yourself, and keep trusting the process, you will eventually reach your destination. You will eventually achieve your dreams. You will eventually find your world. Okay, that's the first 3 cards. I can't wait to see what's next. Okay, so we've gone from this feeling of being trapped to ultimate success. And now we're pulling the Two of Pentacles, which is, interesting, right? Because you would think after the world, it's all smooth sailing. But the Two of Pentacles is like, okay, now you have to maintain it all, you know. Like, you've reached this point of completion. But life doesn't just stop there, does it? You have to keep things in balance. You have to juggle different priorities. And you have to be adaptable to whatever comes your way. So, it's like the World card is the destination. But the Two of Pentacles is the journey of staying there, or continuing the journey while holding on to that success. Does that make sense? So this card, it often shows a person juggling two pentacles, which in this deck look like coins, and they're usually in a lemniscate shape, like an infinity symbol. This really emphasizes that ongoing cycle, that constant need for balance. It's like, okay, you've achieved this great thing, but now you have to manage all the different aspects of your life that contribute to that success. You have to balance your work, your relationships, your health, your personal growth, all of it. It's a lot, right? And you know, after the high of achieving something big, it can be easy to get complacent, to think that you've made it and you can just relax. But the Two of Pentacles is a reminder that life is dynamic. Things are always changing, and you have to be willing to adapt and adjust your plans as needed. It's like the universe is constantly throwing curveballs at you, and you have to learn how to catch them, or at least dodge them, without dropping all the other balls you're juggling. It's all about finding that rhythm, that flow, that allows you to stay balanced and keep moving forward. And so, with the clarifying energy of the Jasper moon, this card is really highlighting the need to be honest with yourself about what you can realistically handle. It's about knowing your limits and not trying to take on too much at once. It's about prioritizing what's truly important and letting go of the things that are no longer serving you. It's like, okay, I've reached the world, but what parts of the world do I need to focus on now? What parts of my inner world? What parts of my outer world? You know, it's still an adventure, just a different kind. And maybe, after achieving the world, this person is feeling a little overwhelmed, you know. Like, they've reached this peak, but now they have all these new responsibilities, all these new expectations, and they're not sure how to handle it all. They might be feeling pulled in different directions, like they're constantly running around trying to put out fires. So this card is a call to slow down, to take a breath, and to reassess their priorities. It's about finding a way to manage their energy, to delegate tasks, and to create a sustainable rhythm that allows them to thrive without burning out. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they're suddenly getting a lot of new opportunities, a lot of new requests, and they're feeling pressured to say yes to everything. They don't want to miss out on anything, but they're also starting to feel stretched too thin. Or maybe they're struggling to balance their work life with their personal life. They're spending so much time on their career that they're neglecting their relationships, their health, and their hobbies. Or maybe they're just feeling a general sense of unease, like something is out of balance, but they can't quite put their finger on what it is. The Two of Pentacles is asking them to take a closer look at their life and identify the areas where they're feeling the most stressed, the most overwhelmed, the most out of balance. And then to start making small changes to bring things back into equilibrium. It could be as simple as setting boundaries, saying no to commitments, or delegating tasks. Or it could involve bigger changes, like reevaluating their career goals, ending a toxic relationship, or making a conscious effort to prioritize their well-being. It's all about finding what works for them, what feels good, and what allows them to live a more balanced and fulfilling life. And the King of Swords energy from before is actually really helpful here, because that logical, clear-thinking approach can help them to analyze their situation, to identify the root causes of their imbalances, and to develop a plan of action. It's about using their intellect to create a more sustainable and harmonious way of life. And you know, the Jasper moon is still shining its light, helping them to see things clearly and make informed decisions. So they've got the tools, for sure. Now, let's dig a bit deeper into this idea of balance, because I think that's really the key to understanding the Two of Pentacles, especially after achieving the world. It's not just about balancing your schedule. It's about balancing all the different aspects of your being. Your physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual health, your relationships, your career, your finances. Everything needs to be in harmony in order for you to truly thrive. And the thing is, balance is not a static state. It's not like you achieve it once and then you're done. It's a constant process of adjustment, of course correction, of responding to the ever-changing circumstances of life. It's like riding a bicycle. You have to keep pedaling. You have to keep steering. You have to keep adjusting your weight in order to stay upright. If you stop pedaling, you lose your balance and you fall. So, what does this look like in practice? Well, maybe they're realizing that they've been so focused on their career that they've neglected their health. They're not getting enough sleep. They're not eating healthy foods, and they're not exercising. So, they decide to make a conscious effort to prioritize their physical well-being. They start going to bed earlier. They start eating more fruits and vegetables, and they start going for walks or to the gym. Or maybe they're realizing that they've been so busy taking care of everyone else that they've neglected their own needs. They're always putting others first, but they're not taking time for themselves to relax, to recharge, and to do the things they enjoy. So they decide to start setting boundaries and making time for self-care. They start saying no to requests that drain their energy. They start taking baths. They start reading books. They start pursuing their hobbies. Or maybe they're realizing that they've been holding onto negative emotions, like resentment, anger, or sadness. They're not processing their feelings. They're just suppressing them, and it's starting to affect their mental and emotional health. So, they decide to start practicing mindfulness, journaling, or talking to a therapist. They start allowing themselves to feel their emotions, to process them, and to let them go. The point is, balance is not about perfection. It's not about achieving some ideal state where everything is always perfect and harmonious. It's about being aware of your imbalances, acknowledging them, and taking steps to correct them. It's about being kind to yourself, forgiving yourself, and learning from your mistakes. It's about accepting that life is messy, that things will always go wrong sometimes, and that it's okay to not be perfect. And sometimes imbalance can actually be a good thing, because it can push you to grow, to learn, and to evolve. It can force you to step outside of your comfort zone, to challenge your limiting beliefs, and to discover new strengths and abilities. It's like, if you're always perfectly balanced, you're not really growing. You're just staying in the same place. But if you're willing to embrace imbalance, to experiment, to take risks, you can actually expand your horizons and become a better version of yourself. So, maybe this person is actually intentionally creating some imbalance in their life in order to shake things up, to challenge themselves, and to see what they're capable of. Maybe they're starting a new business. Maybe they're learning a new skill. Maybe they're traveling to a new country. They're deliberately putting themselves in unfamiliar situations where they have to adapt, to learn, and to grow. And even though it might be uncomfortable at times, they know that it's ultimately going to make them stronger, more resilient, and more fulfilled. And remember, the Two of Pentacles is all about adaptability, right? So, it's not just about finding balance. It's about being able to adjust your plans, your expectations, and your approach as needed. Life is unpredictable. Things rarely go according to plan, and you have to be willing to roll with the punches. This is where the King of Swords flexibility comes in handy. Being able to see things logically without getting emotionally attached to a particular outcome allows you to adapt more easily when things change. It's like, okay, I had this vision for how things were going to go, but now that's not possible. What are my other options? What's the most logical and effective way to move forward? Maybe this person had a very specific idea of what the world was going to look like for them. They had a picture in their head of what their perfect life would be. And now they're realizing that reality is a little different. Maybe they achieved their dream job, but it's not quite as fulfilling as they thought it would be. Maybe they found their soulmate, but they're still struggling with certain aspects of the relationship. Maybe they traveled the world, but they're feeling homesick and disconnected. So, they have to be willing to let go of their expectations, to accept reality as it is, and to adjust their plans accordingly. It's about being open to new possibilities, to new opportunities, and to new ways of achieving their goals. It's about being flexible, resourceful, and creative in the face of challenges. And sometimes adaptability means changing your goals altogether. Maybe they realize that what they thought they wanted is not actually what they need. Maybe they realize that their hidden desires have shifted, that they're now longing for something different. And that's okay. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to pursue new dreams. And it's okay to let go of the past. The important thing is to stay true to yourself, to listen to your intuition, and to follow your heart. And the Jasper moon is really supporting them in this process, helping them to see their true desires clearly and to make decisions that are aligned with their authentic self. It's like, okay, I thought I wanted X, but now I realize I actually want Y. The Jasper moon helps you see that shift without judgment, without self-criticism. It just illuminates the path forward. For example, maybe they thought they wanted to be a CEO, but now they realize that they're more passionate about creative pursuits. So they decide to leave their corporate job and start their own business as an artist or a writer. Or maybe they thought they wanted to be in a committed relationship, but now they realize that they value their freedom and independence more. So they decide to embrace a single life and focus on their own personal growth. Or maybe they thought they wanted to live in a big city, but now they realize that they crave nature and tranquility. So they decide to move to the countryside and live a simpler life. Adaptability also means being able to handle unexpected setbacks and challenges. Life is not always easy, and you're going to face obstacles along the way. You're going to experience failures, disappointments, and losses. And it's how you respond to these challenges that determines your success. Do you give up and quit? Do you get bitter and resentful? Or do you learn from your mistakes, pick yourself up, and keep moving forward? The Two of Pentacles is encouraging them to choose the latter, to see challenges as opportunities for growth, to learn from their experiences, and to never give up on their dreams. And the King of Swords energy is especially helpful here because it provides the resilience, the determination, and the mental fortitude needed to overcome obstacles. It's about using your intellect to find solutions, to strategize, and to persevere in the face of adversity. It's about believing in yourself, trusting your abilities, and knowing that you have what it takes to succeed, no matter what. So, maybe they're facing a financial setback. Maybe they're dealing with a health issue. Maybe they're experiencing conflict in their relationships. Whatever it is, the Two of Pentacles is reminding them that they have the strength, the resources, and the support to overcome these challenges. They just need to stay adaptable, stay focused, and stay positive. And you know, sometimes adaptability means asking for help. It's okay to admit that you can't do everything on your own. It's okay to reach out to others for support, for guidance, and for assistance. It's about recognizing your limitations and being willing to collaborate with others to achieve your goals. Maybe they need to hire a coach, a mentor, or a consultant to help them with their business. Maybe they need to seek therapy or counseling to help them with their emotional issues. Maybe they need to lean on their friends and family for support during a difficult time. The important thing is to not be afraid to ask for help. There are people who care about you, who want to see you succeed, and who are willing to offer their assistance. You just need to reach out and let them know what you need. Okay, so we've talked about balance and adaptability. Now let's get into juggling priorities, because that's another key aspect of the Two of Pentacles. As you achieve more success, as you take on more responsibilities, you're going to have to learn how to juggle multiple priorities at the same time. You're going to have to decide what's most important, what can wait, and what you can delegate. And this is where those hidden desires come back into play. Because often, your priorities are directly related to your desires. What do you truly want to achieve in your life? What are you most passionate about? What brings you the most joy and fulfillment? These are the questions that you need to ask yourself in order to prioritize effectively. Maybe this person has a lot of different desires, a lot of different passions, and they're struggling to decide which ones to focus on. They want to be successful in their career. They want to have a fulfilling relationship. They want to travel the world. They want to pursue their hobbies. They want to make a difference in the world. How can they possibly do it all? The Two of Pentacles is reminding them that they can't do everything at once. They have to prioritize. They have to decide what's most important to them right now and focus their energy on those things. And that doesn't mean that they have to give up on their other desires. It just means that they have to put them on hold for a while. Maybe they decide to focus on their career for the next year, and then they'll focus on their relationships the following year. Or maybe they decide to dedicate a certain amount of time each week to their hobbies while still prioritizing their work. Or maybe they decide to delegate some of their responsibilities to others so that they have more time to pursue their passions. The key is to be intentional about your choices and to make sure that you're not sacrificing your well-being in the process. You can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself first in order to be able to effectively juggle your priorities. And you know, sometimes juggling priorities means making tough choices. It means saying no to opportunities that don't align with your values. It means letting go of commitments that drain your energy. It means prioritizing your own needs, even if it means disappointing others. This can be especially challenging if you're a people pleaser, if you're used to putting everyone else's needs before your own. But the Two of Pentacles is reminding you that you can't be everything to everyone. You have to prioritize yourself in order to be able to truly help others. And the King of Swords energy is really helpful here because it provides the clarity and the courage needed to make those tough choices. It's about being honest with yourself about what you can realistically handle and setting boundaries accordingly. It's about prioritizing your own well-being and not feeling guilty about it. Maybe they have to tell their boss that they can't take on any more projects right now. Maybe they have to end a friendship that's draining their energy. Maybe they have to cancel plans with their family in order to take some time for themselves. These choices might be difficult, but they're necessary in order to maintain balance and to effectively juggle your priorities. And the more you practice setting boundaries and prioritizing yourself, the easier it will become. Okay, and let's bring it back to the Jasper moon crystal, because that clarifying energy is really the key to navigating all of these challenges. The Two of Pentacles is a card of constant motion, of constant adjustment, of constant decision-making. And without clarity, it's easy to get lost, to get overwhelmed, and to make mistakes. The Jasper moon is shining a light on your path, helping you to see things clearly, to understand your priorities, and to make informed decisions. It's helping you to connect with your intuition, to trust your inner guidance, and to know what's best for you. It's like the Jasper moon is acting as a compass, guiding you through the turbulent waters of life. It's helping you to stay on course, to avoid the pitfalls, and to reach your destination safely. And with the King of Swords combined with the Jasper moon, you are basically unstoppable. The power. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start using a planner to organize their time and prioritize their tasks. Maybe they start meditating to calm their mind and connect with their intuition. Maybe they start journaling to process their emotions and gain clarity on their goals. They're taking conscious steps to cultivate clarity in their life and to use that clarity to make better decisions. And as they do so, they'll find that it becomes easier to balance their priorities, to adapt to challenges, and to live a more fulfilling life. It's like the more clear you are, the easier it is to see what needs to be done, and then the easier it is to actually do it. The Two of Pentacles, with the help of the Jasper moon and the foundation laid by the King of Swords and the achievement of the world, is a reminder that life is a journey, not a destination. It's about embracing the constant flow of change, adapting to new challenges, and juggling multiple priorities with grace and ease. It's about finding balance, not just in your schedule, but in all aspects of your being. It's about staying true to yourself, following your intuition, and living a life that is aligned with your values and your desires. And it's about knowing that you have the strength, the resources, and the support to overcome any obstacle and to create a life that is full of joy, abundance, and fulfillment. It's a tough journey, no doubt, but they've got this, after coming all this way, for sure. So, what does this all mean for what's coming up next? Well, I think we're going to see how they put all of this into practice. How do they use this newfound balance, adaptability, and prioritization to move forward on their path? What new challenges will they face? And how will they continue to grow and evolve as a result? I can't wait to see. Okay, so we're balancing all these things right. Juggling, keeping it all going, and wow. Okay, we have the Nine of Swords. That's That's heavy, right? After the world and even after the Two of Pentacles, this feels like a little bit of a crash almost. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just intense. Especially with the Jasper moon and the theme being unveiling desires. This is like unveiling the fears, unveiling the stuff that keeps you up at night. The Nine of Swords, oh man, this card, it's like pure anxiety. It's that feeling of being completely overwhelmed, of your thoughts spiraling out of control, of just dread. Like something bad is going to happen, or maybe already has, and you're just stuck replaying it in your head over and over. It's that cold sweat in the middle of the night, that feeling of absolute panic. You're just laying there, staring at the ceiling, and your mind is racing a mile a minute, and you just can't shut it off. And it's so interesting to see this card after the world, because you'd think that after achieving such a big goal, everything would be smooth sailing. But the Nine of Swords is like a reminder that success doesn't magically erase your problems, right? It doesn't make you immune to anxiety or fear. In fact, sometimes it can make it worse. Because now you have all this stuff to protect, all this success to maintain, and that can create even more pressure and stress. It's like, okay, I reached the top of the mountain, but now I'm afraid of falling. Now I'm afraid of losing everything I've worked so hard for. So it brings us right back to the Two of Pentacles, doesn't it? About balance, about maintaining. Because if you don't maintain, if you don't have the balance, bam, Nine of Swords. And it also makes me think back to the Eight of Swords, that feeling of being trapped. Because anxiety can feel like a prison, right? Like you're stuck in your own head, unable to escape your thoughts. You are trapped in your own mind. You are paralyzed by fear and worry. You're overthinking everything and catastrophizing, imagining the worst-case scenarios. It's like you're building a cage around yourself with your own thoughts. And it's especially tough because, so much of anxiety is invisible, Like, on the outside, you might look perfectly fine. You might be smiling and going about your day. But on the inside, you're just a mess of nerves and fear. And that makes it even harder to deal with, because you feel like you have to hide it from everyone. You feel like you have to pretend that everything is okay, even when it's not. And that just adds to the stress and the pressure. So with this Jasper moon energy and unveiling the desires, maybe the hidden desire here is peace of mind, right? Maybe what they really, truly want is just to be free from this anxiety, to be able to quiet their mind and find some inner calm. Maybe what they're longing for is just to feel safe and secure, to know that everything is going to be okay. That's so important, isn't it? And honestly, so relatable. Because the thing about the Nine of Swords is that it often represents those really deep-seated fears, the ones that are lurking in the shadows of your subconscious. It's not just everyday stress or worry. It's something more profound, something that's been buried for a long time. Maybe it's a fear of failure, Maybe it's a fear of abandonment. Maybe it's a fear of death. Whatever it is, it's something that really shakes you to your core. And it often manifests as nightmares, insomnia, and intrusive thoughts. You know, those thoughts that just pop into your head out of nowhere, and you can't seem to get rid of them. Those are often a sign of deeper anxiety. Those thoughts, that constant, nagging worry, it's the worst. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that anxiety is a real and valid experience. It's not just being dramatic or overreacting. It's a legitimate mental health condition that affects millions of people around the world. And it can have a significant impact on your life, your relationships, your work, and your overall well-being. So, if you're struggling with anxiety, it's important to seek help from a qualified professional. There's no shame in admitting that you need help, and there are many effective treatments available. Talking to a therapist, taking medication, practicing mindfulness. These are all things that can make a big difference. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into what might be causing this anxiety. Because the Nine of Swords doesn't just pop up out of nowhere, right? There's usually something that's triggering it. And since we've been talking about success and balance, I think it's possible that this anxiety is related to the pressure of maintaining that success. As we said, maybe they're afraid of losing everything they've worked so hard for. Maybe they're worried about not being able to live up to other people's expectations. Or maybe they're just feeling overwhelmed by the responsibilities that come with being successful. It's like, you finally get that dream job, but then you realize that it comes with long hours, a lot of stress, and constant pressure to perform. You finally find that perfect relationship, but then you realize that it requires a lot of work, communication, and compromise. You finally achieve that big goal, but then you realize that it's just the beginning, and you have to keep working hard to maintain it. And that can be really daunting. And the Two of Pentacles is just adding to that, right? Juggling all those things, trying to keep everything in balance. It's exhausting. And if you're not careful, you can easily burn out. So maybe this Nine of Swords is a sign that they're pushing themselves too hard, that they're not taking enough time for themselves, and that they need to slow down and reassess their priorities. They need to ask themselves what's truly important to them and what they're willing to sacrifice in order to achieve their goals. And maybe, just maybe, they're also afraid of what success might mean for their identity. Maybe they've always defined themselves by their struggles, by their challenges, by their ability to overcome adversity. And now that they've achieved success, they're not sure who they are anymore. They are unsure if they can still relate to their friends. They are unsure if they can still have new friends. Who are they without the struggle? What's their purpose now? It's like, you spend so much time working towards a goal that you forget to think about what will happen when you actually achieve it. You're so focused on the journey that you don't think about the destination. And then, when you finally arrive, you're like, okay, now what? can be really disorienting. It can be really unsettling. And it can lead to a lot of anxiety and self-doubt. So, maybe this Nine of Swords is a call to redefine success, to find new meaning and purpose in their life, and to embrace their new identity. They need to ask themselves what truly makes them happy, what truly fulfills them, and what they want to contribute to the world. And it's also possible that this anxiety is related to past traumas or experiences. The Nine of Swords often represents unresolved issues that are still affecting you in the present. Maybe they experienced something traumatic as a child. Maybe they were in an abusive relationship. Maybe they suffered a significant loss. Whatever it is, it's something that they haven't fully processed. Maybe they haven't allowed themselves to feel the emotions that they need to feel in order to heal. And those unresolved issues can manifest as anxiety, nightmares, and intrusive thoughts. It's like, you bury those painful memories deep down inside, hoping that they'll just go away. But they don't. They fester and they grow, and they eventually start to surface in unexpected ways. And the Nine of Swords is often a sign that those buried issues are ready to be addressed. It's a call to confront your past, to heal your wounds, and to move forward with your life. So, maybe this Nine of Swords is an opportunity to seek therapy, to join a support group, or to find other ways to process those past traumas. It's a chance to release the pain, to forgive yourself and others, and to create a more peaceful and fulfilling life. It's also possible that this anxiety is related to their hidden desires, as we talked about earlier. Maybe they're afraid of pursuing their dreams. Maybe they're afraid of taking risks. Maybe they're afraid of failing. It's like, you have this burning desire inside, this longing to do something amazing with your life. But you're also terrified of putting yourself out there, of being vulnerable, of not being good enough. And that fear can be paralyzing. It can keep you stuck in your comfort zone, preventing you from ever achieving your full potential. And honestly, after reaching the world, the only other way to go is, to fall right. So, maybe this fear of falling is keeping them up at night. Maybe this fear of losing it all is just so great that it's manifesting as anxiety. So, maybe this Nine of Swords is a sign that they need to confront their fears and take a leap of faith. They need to trust themselves, to believe in their abilities, and to know that they're capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. And it's also possible that this anxiety is related to their spiritual beliefs. Maybe they're questioning their faith. Maybe they're struggling with existential doubts. Maybe they're feeling disconnected from their higher power. It's like, you go through periods in your life where you question everything you've always believed in. You start to wonder if there's a purpose to life, if there's a God, if there's anything beyond this physical world. And that can be really unsettling. It can lead to a lot of anxiety and confusion. So maybe this Nine of Swords is a call to explore their spiritual beliefs, to find new ways to connect with with their higher power and to cultivate a sense of inner peace and meaning. They need to ask themselves what they truly believe in, what gives their life purpose, and what brings them closer to the divine. And honestly, I feel like after achieving the world, that may be a common thought, right? Now what? What's bigger than the world? What's bigger than all of this? Okay, so we've talked about some of the possible causes of this anxiety. Now, let's talk about how to cope with it. Because the Nine of Swords is not a permanent state. It's something that you can overcome. It's something you can move through. It's all about finding the right tools and techniques to manage your anxiety and to find some inner peace. And the first thing I would recommend is self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. Don't beat yourself up for feeling anxious. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel like you're not good enough. Everyone feels that way sometimes. The important thing is to not judge yourself for it, to accept your feelings, to acknowledge them, and to treat yourself with kindness and understanding. It's like, you wouldn't yell at a child for being scared, would you? You wouldn't tell them that they're being stupid or dramatic. You would comfort them, you would reassure them, and you would help them to feel safe. You need to treat yourself with the same level of compassion. Talk to yourself like you would talk to a friend. Be gentle, be supportive, and be encouraging. And remember that you're not alone. Millions of people struggle with anxiety, and there are many resources available to help you. You don't have to go through this alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, or a qualified professional. Talk about your feelings, share your experiences, and ask for support. It's okay to need help. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. And another thing that can be really helpful is mindfulness. Practice being present in the moment. Focus on your breath, on your senses, on the things that are happening around you. Don't get caught up in your thoughts. Don't dwell on the past. And don't worry about the future. Just be here now. It's like, when you're feeling anxious, your mind is often racing a mile a minute. You're thinking about all the things that could go wrong, all the things that you need to do, all the things that you're afraid of. Mindfulness helps you to slow down, to quiet your mind, and to focus on the present moment. It allows you to disconnect from your thoughts and to connect with your senses. You can practice mindfulness through meditation, yoga, or simply by paying attention to your surroundings. Take a walk in nature, listen to music, or do something creative. The key is to find activities that bring you joy and that help you to focus on the present moment. And it's also important to take care of your physical health. Get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, and exercise regularly. When you're physically healthy, you're better able to cope with stress and anxiety. Sleep deprivation, poor nutrition, and lack of exercise can all exacerbate anxiety symptoms. So, make sure you're taking care of your body. It's like, your body and your mind are connected. When your body is healthy, your mind is healthy, and vice versa. So, prioritize your physical well-being. Get Get 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Eat a balanced diet and exercise for at least 30 minutes most days of the week. And it's also helpful to identify your triggers. What situations, people, or thoughts tend to trigger your anxiety? Once you know your triggers, you can start to develop strategies for managing them. Maybe you need to avoid certain situations. Maybe you need to set boundaries with certain people. Or maybe you need to challenge certain thoughts. It's like, you can't always avoid your triggers, but you can learn how to manage them. You can develop coping mechanisms that help you to stay calm and grounded when you're faced with a triggering situation. You can practice relaxation techniques. You can use positive affirmations, or you can simply take a break and remove yourself from the situation. And it's also important to challenge your negative thoughts. Anxiety often involves a lot of negative self-talk. You tell yourself that you're not good enough, that you're going to fail, that something bad is going to happen. It's spiraling, right? These thoughts are often irrational and unfounded. They're based on fear, not on reality. So, it's important to challenge them. Ask yourself if there's any evidence to support your negative thoughts. Are they really true? Or are they just based on your fears? If you can't find any evidence to support them, then let them go. Replace them with positive, realistic thoughts. Tell yourself that you're capable, that you're strong, and that you can handle whatever comes your way. It's like, your thoughts have power. They can influence your feelings, your behaviors, and your overall well-being. So, choose your thoughts wisely. Focus on the positive, the realistic, and the empowering. And remember the King of Swords too, right? That cool, calm logic. Maybe now's the time to really bring that back. And it's also helpful to set realistic goals. Don't try to do too much at once. Break down your goals into smaller, more manageable steps. Celebrate your accomplishments along the way. And don't be afraid to ask for help. It's okay to need support. It's like, you can't climb a mountain in one day. You have to take it one step at a time. Set small, achievable goals for yourself. And when you reach those goals, celebrate your success. Acknowledge your progress and give yourself credit for what you've accomplished. And it's also important to practice relaxation techniques. There are many different relaxation techniques that can help you to calm your mind and body. Try deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, or guided imagery. Find what works best for you and practice it regularly. It's like, when you're feeling anxious, your body is often tense and your mind is racing. Relaxation techniques help you to release that tension and to slow down your thoughts. They allow you to connect with your inner peace and to find some relief from your anxiety. And it's also helpful to limit your exposure to stressors. Avoid situations, people, or things that tend to trigger your anxiety. If you know that watching the news makes you feel anxious, then stop watching the news. If you know that spending time with certain people drains your energy, then limit your interactions with them. It's like, you can't control everything that happens in your life, but you can control your exposure to stressors. you can create a more peaceful and supportive environment for yourself. You can surround yourself with people who lift you up and who make you feel good. You can engage in activities that bring you joy and that help you to relax. And it's also important to seek professional help if you're struggling to manage your anxiety on your own. A therapist can help you to identify the root causes of your anxiety and to develop coping strategies. They can also provide you with support and guidance as you work through your challenges. It's like, therapy is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. It's a sign that you're willing to take care of your mental health and to invest in your well-being. A therapist can provide you with a safe and supportive space to explore your feelings, to process your experiences, and to develop new ways of coping with anxiety. And it's also important to remember that anxiety is treatable. With the right tools and techniques, you can manage your anxiety and live a fulfilling life. Don't give up hope. Keep working at it. And know that you're not alone. So, what does this mean for what's coming up next? Well, I think we're going to see how they start to implement these coping strategies and how they begin to heal from their anxiety. Will they be able to find some inner peace and to move forward with their lives? Or will they continue to struggle with these deep-seated fears? What will be the thing that ultimately helps them? Given the Jasper moon, I feel like whatever card comes next is going to be really positive. I feel like it will show how they start to find that light in the darkness, how they start to overcome their anxiety, and how they start to create a more peaceful and fulfilling life for themselves. But wow, what a journey. This is intense. Okay, so after all that anxiety, we pull the Seven of Wands. Okay, that's interesting, right? Because it's not like a super happy card, but it's also not like a super negative card. It's like someone standing their ground, defending themselves, and that has potential for good. After the Nine of Swords, maybe this is about fighting back against those anxieties, standing up for yourself. Okay, I am genuinely curious to see how this plays out. The Seven of Wands, it often shows a person standing on a hill, right? And they have a wand, and they're using it to defend themselves against 6 other wands that are coming up from below. So, it's like they're being challenged, they're being attacked, but they're holding their own. They're not backing down. And this card often comes up when you're feeling like you have to defend your beliefs, your values, or your position. Maybe you're being criticized. Maybe you're being challenged. Maybe you're just feeling like you have to prove yourself to others. And that can be really stressful, right? Especially after feeling all that anxiety from the Nine of Swords. It's like, more. So, the clarifying energy of the Jasper moon here is, really important, right? Because it's about seeing clearly what you're actually defending and why. Is it something that's truly important to you? Or are you just being stubborn? Are you holding on to something that's no longer serving you? Is this a battle worth fighting? So many questions. And it's like, after achieving the world, and then having to juggle everything with the Two of Pentacles, and then bam, the Nine of Swords, it's like the universe is testing you, right? It's throwing all these challenges at you to see if you can handle it. And the Seven of Wands is like, okay, here's another one. Are you going to back down? Or are you going to stand your ground? Are you going to let the anxiety win? Or are you going to fight back? And it's interesting because, like, the person in the card is on higher ground, right? So, they have a bit of an advantage, but they're also outnumbered. So, it's not going to be easy. They're going to have to fight hard to defend their position, but they're also in a position of power. They have the ability to see the bigger picture, to strategize, and to use their resources wisely. So, it's like they have the potential to win this battle, but they have to be smart about it. They can't just blindly swing their wand around and hope for the best. They have to be strategic, they have to be focused, and they have to be confident. And it makes me think back to the King of Swords, right? That logical, clear-thinking energy. Because that's what they need right now. They need to be able to see the situation objectively, to assess the risks and benefits, and to make a plan of action. They can't let their emotions cloud their judgment. They can't let the anxiety paralyze them. They have to be cool, calm, and collected. They have to be like a chess player, thinking several moves ahead. And the thing is, the Seven of Wands can also represent a fear of success, right? Because sometimes when you're successful, people get jealous, they get resentful, and they try to tear you down. They challenge your success. They question your motives. They criticize your work. They try to make you feel like you don't deserve what you've achieved. It's like, misery loves company. People who are unhappy with their own lives often try to bring others down to their level. And that can be really tough to deal with, especially when you're already feeling anxious and insecure. You start to doubt yourself. You start to wonder if you really are good enough, and you start to feel like you have to constantly defend your success. So, maybe this Seven of Wands is a sign that they're experiencing some of that. Maybe they're feeling like they have to constantly prove themselves to others, to justify their success, and to defend their position. And like maybe the anxiety from the Nine of Swords is actually fueling this, right? Like they're so afraid of losing everything they've worked for that they're constantly on guard, constantly defensive, constantly trying to prove themselves. It's like they're living in a state of constant hypervigilance, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. And that can be really exhausting. And honestly, that doesn't sound like a fun way to live at all. So, with the Jasper moon illuminating this, it's like, okay, is this worth it? Is this constant battle really necessary? Are you really being attacked? Or are you just projecting your own fears and insecurities onto others? Are you creating enemies where there are none? And it's also possible that this Seven of Wands is not about external challenges, but about internal ones. Maybe they're not being attacked by other people, but by their own thoughts, their own beliefs, their own limitations. Maybe they're the ones who are constantly challenging themselves, constantly pushing themselves, constantly demanding more from themselves. Maybe they're their own worst critic. It's like, we can be so hard on ourselves sometimes. We set these impossibly high standards for ourselves, and then we beat ourselves up when we don't meet them. We tell ourselves that we're not good enough, that we're not smart enough, that we're not worthy of success. And that negative self-talk can be really damaging. It can erode our self-confidence. It can fuel our anxiety, and it can prevent us from achieving our full potential. So, maybe this Seven of Wands is a sign that they need to be kinder to themselves, to be more compassionate, and to be more accepting of their imperfections. They need to stop fighting against themselves and start embracing who they are. They need to recognize their strengths, celebrate their accomplishments, and forgive their mistakes. And the Jasper moon can really help with that, right? Because it's about seeing yourself clearly, without judgment, without criticism. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It's about recognizing your own inherent worth and value. So maybe this Seven of Wands is an opportunity to practice self-compassion, to challenge those negative thoughts, and to cultivate a more positive and loving relationship with yourself. But even with self-compassion, standing your ground can be so important. Like, maybe this person is in a situation where they genuinely need to defend themselves. Maybe they're being bullied. Maybe they're being taken advantage of. Or maybe they're being discriminated against. In those situations, it's really important to stand up for yourself, to assert your boundaries, and to protect your rights. You can't let other people walk all over you. You have to be willing to fight for what you believe in. And the Seven of Wands is a reminder that you have the strength and the courage to do that. You have the power to defend yourself, to protect yourself, and to create a better life for yourself. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to stand your ground. You just have to draw that line in the sand. And I think that connects back to the hidden desires theme, right? Because maybe their hidden desire is to be seen, to be heard, to be respected. Maybe they've always felt like they've had to be quiet, to be compliant, to be invisible. And now they're finally ready to stand up for themselves, to speak their truth, and to claim their power. Maybe they're tired of being a pushover. Maybe they're tired of letting other people control their lives. Maybe they're ready to take charge and to create a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. And the Seven of Wands is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the strength, the courage, and the determination to achieve their dreams and to create the life they've always wanted. They just have to be willing to fight for it. They just have to be willing to stand their ground. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start speaking up at work, expressing their opinions, and challenging the decisions they don't agree with. Maybe they end a toxic relationship, freeing themselves from drama and negativity. Maybe they start a new project, pursuing their passion and sharing their gifts with the world. They're taking control of their life. They're They're making conscious choices, and they're creating a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. They're no longer letting fear dictate their decisions. They're letting their intuition guide them. They're no longer living in the shadows. They're stepping into the light. They are standing up for themselves. And you know, it's also possible that this Seven of Wands is about setting boundaries. Maybe they've been letting people take advantage of them. Maybe they've been saying yes to things they don't want to do. Or maybe they've been letting people cross their boundaries. And now they're realizing that they need to start setting some limits. They need to start saying no to things that don't serve them. They need to start protecting their energy. And that can be really hard to do, especially if you're a people pleaser or if you're afraid of conflict. But it's so important for your own well-being. You can't let other people drain your energy. You can't let them control your life, and you can't let them disrespect your boundaries. You have to be willing to stand up for yourself, to assert your needs, and to protect your own well-being. And the Seven of Wands is a reminder that you have the right to do that. You have the right to say no. You have the right to set boundaries. And you have the right to protect your energy. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to stand your ground. And maybe their hidden desire is to feel safe and secure, right? Maybe they've always felt vulnerable. Maybe they've always felt like they had to be on guard. Or maybe they've always felt like they had to protect themselves from others. And now they're finally ready to create a safe and secure space for themselves. They're ready to set boundaries, to protect their energy, and to create a life where they feel safe, loved, and supported. And maybe that comes back to the anxiety, right? That feeling of needing to protect yourself. Maybe that's what needs to be solved. Maybe this is about nipping it in the bud and being like, okay, I have to be ready to defend myself from these feelings. I have to fight back against the anxiety gremlins. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start saying no to requests that drain their energy. Maybe they start ending relationships that are toxic or draining. Maybe they start creating a home environment that feels safe and peaceful. They're taking conscious steps to protect their energy and to create a life where they feel safe, loved, and supported. They're no longer letting other people control their lives. They're taking charge and creating a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. They're standing up for themselves. They're asserting their needs, and they're protecting their well-being. They're being their own best advocate. They are creating boundaries. And you know, it's also possible that this Seven of Wands is about taking a stand for what you believe in. Maybe there's something that you're passionate about, something that you believe in deeply, and you're ready to fight for it. Maybe you're an activist, maybe you're a volunteer, or maybe you're just someone who cares about making a difference in the world. Whatever it is, you're ready to stand up for what you believe in and to make your voice heard. And that can be really empowering. It can give you a sense of purpose. It can connect you with others who share your values. And it can make a real difference in the world. can also be challenging. You're going to face opposition, you're going to face criticism, and you're going to face setbacks. But you can't let that stop you. You have to be willing to fight for what you believe in, even when it's hard. You have to be willing to stand your ground, even when you're outnumbered. And you have to be willing to persevere, even when you're facing obstacles. And the Seven of Wands is a reminder that you have the strength and the courage to do that. You have the power to make a difference in the world. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to fight for what you believe in. And that, again, goes back to those hidden desires. Maybe their hidden desire is to make a difference, to leave a legacy, to have a positive impact on the world. Maybe they've always felt like they had something important to say, something important to contribute, but they've been afraid to speak up. And now, they're finally ready to use their voice, to share their gifts, and to make a difference in the world. They're ready to stand up for what they believe in, to fight for what they care about, and to create a better future for themselves and for others. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start volunteering for a cause they believe in. Maybe they start donating to organizations that are making a difference. Maybe they start speaking out on social media about issues that are important to them. They're taking conscious steps to make a difference in the world and to use their voice for good. They're no longer staying silent. They're standing up for what they believe in, and they're inspiring others to do the same. They are creating change. And, it's also possible that this Seven of Wands is about defending your reputation. Maybe someone is spreading rumors about you. Maybe someone is trying to sabotage your career. Or maybe someone is trying to damage your personal relationships. Whatever it is, you need to defend your reputation. You need to set the record straight. You need to protect your image. And that can be really stressful, right? Especially when you're already feeling anxious and insecure. But you can't let other people control your narrative. You have to take charge and tell your own story. You have to be honest. You have to be transparent. And you have to be willing to defend yourself against false accusations. And the Seven of Wands is a reminder that you have the right to do that. You have the right to defend your reputation. You have the right to tell your story. And you have the right to protect your image. You just have to believe in yourself and be willing to stand your ground. You just have to clarify what is true. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start confronting the people who are spreading rumors about them. Maybe they start documenting their accomplishments and their contributions. Maybe they start being more careful about what they share online. They're taking conscious steps to protect their reputation and to control their narrative. They're no longer letting other people define them. They're taking charge and telling their own story. They are defending their honor. Okay, so let's go back to the Jasper moon here. Because all of these possibilities, all of these different ways the Seven of Wands could be playing out, they all require clarity, right? They all require you to be able to see the situation clearly, to understand your own motivations, and to know what you're fighting for. And that's where the Jasper moon comes in. It's shining a light on the situation, helping you to see things as they truly are. It's helping you to understand your own strengths and weaknesses. And it's helping you to make decisions that are aligned with your values and your goals. It's like, the Jasper moon is acting as a guide, helping you to navigate this challenging situation and to come out on top. It's giving you the clarity you need to make the right choices and to stand your ground with confidence. And with that King of Swords energy, that analytical, logical energy, it's like you're unstoppable when it comes to defending yourself. You have the mind and the will to do so. And the thing is, the Seven of Wands is not just about fighting. It's also about believing in yourself. It's about knowing that you have what it takes to overcome any challenge. It's about trusting your instincts, about following your heart, and about never giving up on your dreams. It's about having faith in yourself, even when things are tough. It's about knowing that you're worthy of success, worthy of love, and worthy of happiness. And maybe that's the hidden desire we're looking for here, right? Just that simple belief in oneself. Maybe they've always struggled with self-doubt. Maybe they've always felt like they weren't good enough. Or maybe they've always let other people define them. And now they're finally ready to believe in themselves, to trust themselves, and to love themselves. They're ready to embrace their own unique gifts, to pursue their passions, and to create a life that is aligned with their soul's purpose. They are worth it. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start practicing self-affirmations. Maybe they start surrounding themselves with positive people. Maybe they start celebrating their accomplishments. They're taking conscious steps to boost their self-confidence and to cultivate a stronger sense of self-worth. They're no longer letting other people define them. They're defining themselves. They're embracing their own unique gifts. They're pursuing their passions. And they're creating a life that is aligned with their soul's purpose. They are believing in themselves. And the Seven of Wands can also represent a test of your commitment. Maybe you've been working towards a goal for a long time, and you're starting to feel discouraged. Maybe you're facing setbacks. Maybe you're experiencing doubt. Or maybe you're just wondering if it's all worth it. The Seven of Wands is a reminder that you're not alone. Everyone faces challenges. Everyone experiences doubt. And everyone questions their path from time to time. But the important thing is to not give up, to keep going, to keep believing, and to keep fighting for what you want. And the Seven of Wands is saying that if you do that, if you stay committed to your goals, you will eventually succeed. You will overcome the challenges. You will conquer the doubt, and you will achieve your dreams. You just have to be willing to persevere. So, what does this mean for what's coming up next? Well, I think we're going to see how they put all of this into practice. How do they use this newfound clarity, this newfound courage, and this newfound belief in themselves to move forward on their path? What new challenges will they face? And how will they continue to grow and evolve as a result? Will they be able to transform that anxiety? I can't wait to see what the final card reveals. Okay, so after all that, after fighting back, we pull the Ten of Cups. Oh, that's lovely, actually. That's a really nice follow-up to all of that intensity. Because the Ten of Cups, oh my gosh, it's like pure happiness, pure joy, pure emotional fulfillment. Like rainbows and sunshine and puppies and all that good stuff, you know. It's that feeling of being completely content with your life, of being surrounded by love and support, of just bliss. It's like, after fighting all those battles, after standing your ground, after dealing with all that anxiety, you finally get to experience the reward. And like, the reward is amazing. The Ten of Cups often shows a family, right? Like a couple and their kids, standing under a rainbow, with 10 cups displayed in the sky. So, it's like this picture of domestic happiness, of family harmony, of emotional security. It's like you've created this beautiful, loving home environment, and you're surrounded by people who love and support you. So like, after all the, potential fighting in the Seven of Wands, maybe this is the relationship that's worth fighting for. Or maybe it's the relationship with yourself that's worth fighting for. And, this card often comes up when you're feeling like you've finally found your tribe, your people. The people who truly get you and love you for who you are. Maybe you've gone through a lot of ups and downs in your relationships. Maybe you've experienced heartbreak and disappointment. But now, you're finally surrounded by people who lift you up, who support your dreams, and who make you feel good about yourself. It's like you've found your soul family, the people who are meant to be in your life. And it's just amazing. So, with the clarifying energy of the Jasper moon here, this card is really highlighting the importance of emotional connection and fulfillment. It's about recognizing the value of your relationships, about appreciating the love and support that you have in your life, and about creating a home environment that is filled with joy and happiness. And it's about knowing that you deserve that. That maybe that's the last piece of the puzzle. And it's like, after achieving the world, and then having to juggle everything with the Two of Pentacles, and then bam, the Nine of Swords, and then having to stand your ground with the Seven of Wands. It's like you've earned this happiness. You've earned this joy. You've earned this emotional fulfillment. You've gone through the ringer. You've faced your challenges. And now you finally get to experience the reward. And the reward is pure bliss. Like, imagine finally being able to exhale, to relax, to just soak in all the goodness that's around you. And it makes me think back to the Eight of Swords, right? That feeling of being trapped, of being limited by your own thoughts and beliefs. Because the Ten of Cups is like the opposite of that. It's like you've broken free from those limitations. You've overcome your fears, and you've created a life that is full of love, joy, and happiness. You are free. And it also makes me think back to the King of Swords, right? That logical, clear-thinking energy. Because that's what helped you get here. That's what helped you to break free from those limitations. to overcome your fears, and to create this beautiful life for yourself. It's about using your intellect to make wise decisions, to set healthy boundaries, and to create a life that is aligned with your values and your goals. It's about choosing happiness. And the thing is, the Ten of Cups can also represent a sense of community, right? It's not just about your immediate family. It's about your extended family, your friends, your neighbors, and your community as a whole. It's about feeling connected to something larger than yourself, about being part of a group that shares your values and supports your goals. It's about belonging. So maybe this Ten of Cups is a sign that you're going to be more involved in your community, that you're going to be volunteering your time, that you're going to be making a difference in the lives of others. Maybe you're going to be joining a club, a group, or an organization that shares your interests. Or maybe you're just going to be more intentional about connecting with your neighbors and building relationships in your community. It's about creating a sense of belonging, about feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself, and really nurturing those connections. And like maybe the anxiety from the Nine of Swords was actually preventing you from connecting with others, right? Like maybe you were so focused on your own problems, so worried about what other people thought of you, that you were isolating yourself from the world. And now, you're finally breaking free from that isolation. You're opening yourself up to new connections, and you're finding a sense of belonging in your community. It's like you're realizing that you're not alone, that there are people who care about you, and that you have something valuable to offer the world. And with the Jasper moon illuminating this, it's like, okay, it's time to step outside of your comfort zone. It's time to connect with others. And it's time to make a difference in your community. It's time to share your gifts, to offer your support, and to be a part of something larger than yourself. You have so much to give, and now is the time to give it. And, you know, it's also possible that this Ten of Cups is not about external relationships, but about your relationship with yourself. Maybe you've been so hard on yourself, so critical, so demanding, that you've forgotten how to love yourself. Maybe you've been focusing on your flaws, your mistakes, and your shortcomings, and you've forgotten about your strengths, your talents, and your accomplishments. So maybe this Ten of Cups is a sign that you need to start loving yourself more, that you need to start accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. You need to recognize your own inherent worth and value. You need to celebrate your accomplishments, forgive your mistakes, and embrace your imperfections. You need to be your own best friend. It's almost like this is saying to reparent yourself, right? Like to give yourself that love that maybe you didn't get, or to remind yourself that you are worthy of all of this love. So beautiful. And the Jasper moon can really help with that, right? Because it's about seeing yourself clearly, without judgment, without criticism. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It's about recognizing your own inherent worth and value. It's about being kind to yourself, being compassionate, and being loving. So, maybe this 10 of Cups is an opportunity to practice self-love, to challenge those negative thoughts, and to cultivate a more positive and loving relationship with yourself. To give yourself permission to be happy, to be joyful, and to be fulfilled. And maybe the anxiety from the 9 of Swords was actually preventing you from loving yourself, right? Maybe you were so focused on your flaws, so worried about what other people thought of you, that you were unable to see your own worth. And now, you're finally breaking free from that self-talk. You're recognizing your own inherent value, and you're learning to love yourself unconditionally. It's like you're realizing that you are enough, that you are worthy of love, and that you deserve to be happy. And that's everything. And you know, maybe this card is also about being grateful for what you have, right? Maybe you've been so focused on what you don't have, so focused on what you want, that you've forgotten to appreciate the blessings in your life. Maybe you've been taking your relationships for granted. Maybe you've been neglecting your health. Or maybe you've been overlooking the beauty that's all around you. So maybe this 10 of Cups is a sign that you need to start practicing gratitude, that you need to start appreciating the things you have, and that you need to start focusing on the positive aspects of your life. You need to take time each day to express gratitude for the people, the experiences, and the things that bring you joy. You need to focus on the good, and you need to let go of the negative. And that connects back to the 7 of Wands, right? If you're constantly focused on defending yourself, on fighting against negativity, you're missing out on all the good things that are happening in your life. You're so busy looking for the bad that you're not seeing the beauty. So maybe this 10 of Cups is a reminder to shift your focus, to start looking for the good, and to start appreciating the blessings that are all around you. To open your eyes and see the beauty that surrounds you every day. And maybe their hidden desire is simply to be happy, to experience joy, to feel fulfilled. Maybe they've always struggled with sadness, with depression, or with a general sense of dissatisfaction. And now they're finally ready to embrace happiness, to allow themselves to feel joy, and to create a life that is truly fulfilling. And after all of the work they have done, this is possible for them. So, how does this manifest in their life? Well, maybe they start spending more time with the people they love. Maybe they start pursuing their passions. Maybe they start taking better care of their health. Maybe they start practicing gratitude. They're taking conscious steps to create a life that is filled with joy, love, and happiness. They're no longer letting their fears or their limitations hold them back. They're embracing life to the fullest. And it makes me think about their relationships. Maybe they will start new relationships. Maybe they will deepen their current relationships. Maybe they will simply appreciate their relationships more. All of this points to a deeper sense of connection with others. And to be honest, that is super, super wonderful, especially after the 9 of Swords. And you know, the 10 of Cups can also represent a time of celebration, right? It's It's a time to celebrate your accomplishments, to celebrate your relationships, and to celebrate life itself. It's a time to gather with your loved ones, to share your joy, and to create lasting memories. It's a time to let loose, to have fun, and to enjoy the moment. So, like, have a party, go out with your friends, or simply have a quiet night in with your loved ones. The key is to celebrate, to express your joy, and to create memories that will last a lifetime. And yeah, I feel like it's super important to acknowledge that. Like, life isn't always perfect, right? Even when you're experiencing the 10 of Cups, you're still going to have challenges. You're still going to have setbacks. And you're still going to have moments of sadness or disappointment. But the 10 of Cups is a reminder that even in the midst of those challenges, you can still find joy. You can still find love. And you can still find fulfillment. It's about choosing to focus on the positive, about choosing to appreciate the blessings in your life, and about choosing to create a life that is filled with happiness. And to be honest, the 10 of Cups can also be a little bit idealistic, right? It's like this picture-perfect image of happiness, and sometimes real life just doesn't measure up. Sometimes relationships are messy. Sometimes families are dysfunctional, and sometimes life just isn't fair. So, it's important to be realistic, to acknowledge the challenges, and to not get too caught up in the fantasy. But at the same time, it's important to hold onto that vision of happiness, to keep striving for that ideal, and to never give up on your dreams. It's about finding the balance between reality and idealism, about accepting life as it is, while still striving to create a better future. And the King of Swords is good at balancing idealism with reality. He is able to see situations for what they are and take the appropriate course of action based on what's really happening. And that, I think, is where the 2 of Pentacles comes back into play, right? Because even when you're experiencing the 10 of Cups, you still have to juggle your priorities. You still have to manage your responsibilities, and you still have to maintain balance in your life. You can't just sit around and bask in the happiness all day long. You have to keep working, you have to keep growing, and you have to keep contributing to the world. It's about finding the balance between joy and responsibility, about appreciating the present moment while still planning for the future. And maybe that was part of what that anxiety was. Like, maybe that 9 of Swords had a part of, well, what happens after happily ever after. But the thing is, life is always going to keep going, right? You just have to keep finding the joy in it. And to bring it all back to the Jasper moon, the clarifying energy, it's about being able to see your relationships clearly, to understand your own emotions, and to make decisions that are aligned with your values and your goals. It's about knowing what truly makes you happy, about knowing what you need in order to feel fulfilled, and about creating a life that is authentic, meaningful, and joyful. So, maybe the Jasper moon is shining a light on your relationships, helping you to see them for what they truly are. Maybe it's helping you to recognize the people who are truly supportive and loving, and to let go of the people who are toxic or draining. Or maybe it's helping you to understand your own needs and desires, to communicate them effectively, and to create relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding. It's about clarity, as always. And ultimately, the Ten of Cups is about finding that inner peace, that inner contentment that allows you to experience joy, love, and happiness, no matter what. It's about creating a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose, about living in accordance with your values, and about contributing to the world in a way that feels meaningful and fulfilling. It's about knowing that you are worthy of happiness, that you deserve to be loved, and that you have the power to create a life that is truly joyful. And that, my friend, is truly amazing. And with the Ten of Cups and the Jasper moon clarifying it, they are going to get there. They are going to find that happiness. It's like this entire journey has been about stripping away the layers of fear, the layers of doubt, the layers of limitation, in order to reveal the truth that they are worthy of love, worthy of happiness, and worthy of a life that is filled with joy. And I think that makes me so excited, because who doesn't want that? So, what does this mean for what's coming up next? Well, unfortunately, this is the last card. But if I had to guess, I would say that the overarching message is that after all of the struggles and all of the challenges, the anxiety and the fears, and of course, all the triumphs, this person is ultimately going to find happiness, love, and fulfillment. They are going to create a life that is aligned with their soul's purpose, and they are going to experience joy and abundance in all areas of their life. The hidden desire will be unveiled, and it will be wonderful. It may be a long and winding road, but they will get there. It may be scary, but they will persevere, and they will find the bliss. I believe that with all my heart. And that's all there is. Thanks for letting me share this. Okay, so after all that, after that amazing Ten of Cups, we end with the Page of Swords, which is, wow, actually kind of perfect, you know. After such an emotional journey, this is about using your mind, using your intellect to really solidify all that happiness, to make it something tangible, something that you can build on. It's like, okay, you found the bliss. Now what are you going to do with it? You know, because the Page of Swords, it's all about new ideas, new beginnings, new ways of thinking. It's about being curious, being open-minded, and being willing to explore new possibilities. It's about using your intellect to learn, to grow, and to create. And it's about communicating your ideas clearly and effectively. And honestly, after everything we've seen in this reading, it's like, yeah, this person is ready for this. They've gone through so much, they've learned so much, and they've finally arrived at this place of emotional fulfillment. And now they're ready to use all of that experience, all of that wisdom, to create something amazing. So the Page of Swords often shows a young person, right, holding a sword, standing in a windy landscape. So It's like this image of youthful energy, of intellectual curiosity, of a desire to learn and explore. But it's also a little bit unstable, right? Like the wind is blowing, the sword is sharp, and the page is still learning how to use it. So it's like there's a lot of potential here, but there's also a need for caution, for clarity, and for focus. And that's where the Jasper moon comes in, right? Because the Jasper moon is all about clarity, about seeing things as they truly are, about making wise decisions. And the Page of Swords needs that clarity in order to use their intellect effectively. They need to be able to see the big picture, to understand the details, and to communicate their ideas clearly. They need to be able to cut through the BS and get to the heart of the matter. And think about everything this person has been through. They started out feeling trapped, 8 of Swords, but they found the strength to break free and achieve a major goal, the world. They had to juggle a lot of responsibilities, 2 of Pentacles. They had to battle anxiety, 9 of Swords. And they had to stand their ground, 7 of Wands. But through it all, they persevered, and they finally arrived at this place of emotional fulfillment, 10 of Cups. And now, they're ready to use all of that experience, all of that wisdom, to embark on a new adventure, to learn something new, to create something amazing, to communicate their ideas to the world. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the potential to do great things. They just need to be curious, open-minded, and willing to learn. They need to use their intellect wisely, and they need to communicate their ideas clearly and effectively. And they need to believe in themselves, which they finally do. So, what does this actually look like in practice? Well, maybe they decide to go back to school, to learn a new skill, or to pursue a passion that they've always been interested in. Maybe they decide to start a blog, a podcast, or a YouTube channel to share their ideas with the world. Or maybe they decide to write a book, to create a work of art, or to start a business. The possibilities are endless. The Page of Swords is all about potential, about new beginnings, and about the power of the human intellect. It's about recognizing that you have something valuable to offer the world, and about being willing to share it. And maybe their hidden desire is to be heard, to be understood, to make a difference in the world through their ideas. Maybe they've always felt like they had something important to say, but they've been afraid to speak up. And now, they're finally ready to use their voice, to share their gifts, and to make a difference in the world. They're ready to be heard. And the Page of Swords can also represent a need for clear communication in your relationships. Maybe there have been some misunderstandings, some miscommunications, or some unresolved conflicts. And now, it's time to clear the air, to speak your truth, and to create a more honest and open dialogue. It's about being willing to listen to others, to understand their perspective, and to communicate your own needs and desires clearly and effectively. It's about creating relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. And that connects back to that Ten of Cups, right? Like if you want to create a truly fulfilling relationship, you need to be able to communicate openly and honestly. You need to be able to share your thoughts, your feelings, and your needs with your partner. And you need to be able to listen to their thoughts, their feelings, and their needs. It's a two-way street. And that's where the King of Swords comes back in, right? That logical, clear-thinking energy. Because that's what helps you to communicate effectively. It's about being able to articulate your thoughts clearly, to express your feelings calmly, and to listen to others with an open mind. It's about being able to resolve conflicts peacefully and to create relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding. So, maybe this person needs to have some difficult conversations with their loved ones. Maybe they need to set some boundaries to express their needs or to address some unresolved issues. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the courage to speak their truth and to create more honest and fulfilling relationships. And it's also possible that the Page of Swords is about protecting your ideas, right? Maybe someone is trying to steal your ideas, to take credit for your work, or to undermine your efforts. And you need to defend yourself, to protect your intellectual property, and to make sure that you get the recognition you deserve. It's about being assertive, about standing up for yourself, and about making sure that your voice is heard. It's about protecting what's yours. And that connects back to the Seven of Wands, right? You have to be willing to fight for what you believe in, to defend your ideas, and to protect your work. You can't let other people take advantage of you. You have to be willing to stand your ground and to assert your rights. So, maybe this person needs to be more assertive at work, to protect their ideas, to negotiate for a better salary, or to stand up to a bully. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the courage to protect their ideas and to assert their rights. And the Page of Swords can also be a little bit impulsive, right? It's all about new ideas and new beginnings. But sometimes those ideas can be a little bit half-baked, a little bit unrealistic, or a little bit out there. So it's important to be cautious, to think things through, and to not jump to conclusions. It's about being willing to do your research, to gather information, and to make informed decisions. It's about not letting your enthusiasm cloud your judgment. And that's where the Two of Pentacles comes back in, right? You have to be able to balance your enthusiasm with your practicality. You have to be able to juggle your new ideas with your existing responsibilities. You have to be able to manage your resources wisely. It's about finding that balance. So maybe this person has a lot of great ideas, but they need to slow down, to prioritize, and to focus on the ones that are most realistic and most likely to succeed. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the ability to manage their resources wisely. And the Page of Swords can also represent a need to be more objective, right? Maybe you're too emotionally involved in a situation, and you're not able to see things clearly. You need to step back, to detach yourself from the emotions, and to look at the situation from a more objective perspective. It's about being able to see the facts, to analyze the data, and to make decisions based on logic rather than emotion. And that, again, goes back to that King of Swords energy. Like, you have to be able to use your intellect to see things clearly, to analyze the situation objectively, and to make wise decisions. You can't let your emotions cloud your judgment. You have to be cool, calm, and collected. So, maybe this person needs to take a step back from a personal relationship, to analyze the situation objectively, and to make a decision about whether or not it's healthy for them. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the ability to see things clearly. And the Page of Swords can also represent a warning about gossip or rumors, right? Maybe someone is spreading false information about you, or maybe you're hearing rumors about someone else. It's important to be cautious about what you believe, to verify the information, and to not spread gossip. It's about being responsible with your words, about not contributing to the spread of misinformation, and about protecting your reputation and the reputation of others. So, maybe this person needs to be careful about what they share online, to verify the information before they spread it, and to avoid getting involved in gossip or rumors. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the responsibility to use their words wisely. And honestly, a lot of this goes back to that Nine of Swords, right? That anxiety, that fear of the unknown. Because sometimes that anxiety can lead us to believe false information, to spread rumors, or to make rash decisions. So it's important to manage that anxiety, to stay grounded, and to think things through before you act. And the thing about the Page of Swords is that it's just the beginning, right? It's not the end of the journey. It's the start of a new one. It's about embracing the unknown, about being willing to learn, and about using your intellect to create a better future. It's about recognizing that you have the potential to do great things, and about being willing to take the first step. And maybe their hidden desire is to make a difference in the world, to leave a legacy, to contribute something meaningful to society. And the Page of Swords is saying that they have the ability to do that. They have the intellect, the communication skills, and the passion to create a better future for themselves and for others. So, what does this mean for what's coming up next? Well, it means that this person is about to embark on a new adventure, a new journey, a new chapter in their life. They're going to be learning new things, creating new things, and communicating their ideas to the world. And they're going to be making a difference. And, as always, the Jasper moon is there to guide them, to provide clarity, and to help them make wise decisions. It's shining a light on their path, helping them to see things as they truly are, and helping them to create a life that is aligned with their soul's purpose. So, let's talk about how all of these cards connect together. Because, it's not just about individual cards, it's about the story that they tell as a whole. And the story that these cards tell is one of transformation, of resilience, and of ultimately finding happiness and fulfillment. They started out feeling trapped and limited, 8 of Swords, but they found the strength to break free and achieve a major goal, the world. They had to juggle a lot of responsibilities and maintain balance, 2 of Pentacles. They had to battle anxiety and fear, 9 of Swords. And they had to stand their ground and defend their beliefs, 7 of Wands. But through it all, they persevered, and they ultimately found emotional fulfillment and happiness, 10 of Cups. And now, they're ready to use all of that experience, all of that wisdom, to embark on a new adventure, to learn something new, to create something amazing, and to communicate their ideas to the world, Page of Swords. And the Jasper moon has been there every step of the way, providing clarity, guidance, and support. It's been shining a light on their path, helping them to see things as they truly are, and helping them to create a life that is aligned with their soul's purpose. So, what are some practical steps that this person can take to integrate all of these lessons into their life? Well, first of all, they need to continue to practice self-compassion, to be kind to themselves, and to forgive themselves for their mistakes. They need to recognize their own inherent worth and value. Second, they need to continue to manage their anxiety, to use coping mechanisms, and to seek professional help if needed. They need to prioritize their mental health. Third, they need to continue to set boundaries, to protect their energy, and to say no to things that don't serve them. They need to prioritize their well-being. Fourth, they need to continue to communicate clearly and effectively, to express their needs, and to listen to others with an open mind. They need to create honest and fulfilling relationships. Fifth, they need to continue to pursue their passions, to learn new things, and to create something amazing. They need to use their intellect to make a difference in the world. And finally, they need to continue to trust themselves, to believe in their abilities, and to never give up on their dreams. They need to have faith in themselves. And I feel like it's super important to emphasize that this journey is not over. It's just beginning. The Page of Swords is a reminder that life is a constant process of learning, growing, and evolving. There will always be new challenges, new opportunities, and new adventures. The key is to embrace the unknown, to be open to new possibilities, and to never stop learning. To trust yourself, to believe in your abilities, and to never give up on your dreams. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling anxious, or if you're feeling lost, just remember everything that you've been through. Remember the challenges you've overcome. Remember the lessons you've learned. And remember the strength that you have within you. You are capable of amazing things. You have the power to create a life that is filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. You just have to believe in yourself. And always, the Jasper moon will be there to guide you, to provide clarity, and to help you make wise decisions. It's shining a light on your path, helping you to see things as they truly are, and helping you to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. So embrace the future with open arms, trust your intuition, and never give up on your dreams. You are worthy of happiness, you are worthy of love, and you are worthy of a life that is truly joyful. And you know, I think their hidden desire this whole time was, well, to be free, right? To break free from those limitations, those fears, those anxieties, and to finally live a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. And they're on their way. So, if I could give this person one last piece of advice, it would be this: believe in yourself, trust yourself, love yourself. You are amazing, you are capable, and you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. So, go out there and create the life of your dreams. You got this, and that's it. That's the end of the reading. I really hope that this has resonated with you, that it's given you some clarity, and that it's inspired you to take action in your life. And as always, thank you so much for letting me read for you. It's been an honor. Hi, friend. Welcome to your reading. Oh my gosh, the Peridot palm stone is just begging to be held, isn't it? So smooth. It's all about flow, letting things happen naturally, which is so perfect for our theme today. We're diving into dreams in motion, where their thoughts drift when they let go. So, what happens when you just, let your mind wander? Let's see. Okay, so the first card we have is the World. Ooh. Then we have the Sun. How lovely. And then the Ace of Wands. Okay, so right off the bat, what I'm seeing here is a story, right? It feels like a journey, like a cycle completing itself. The World is all about finishing something big, a major accomplishment, like graduating or finishing a huge project at work, maybe even ending a significant chapter in your life, like moving to a new city or leaving a job. It's that feeling of, wow, I did it. I actually freaking did it. And the thing about the World is, it's not just about the ending. It's about the freedom that comes with it. Like you've carried this weight for so long, and now you can finally put it down, It's like taking off a backpack after hiking for miles, and you're just like, finally. So when your thoughts drift, when you really let go, I feel like a huge part of you is craving that sense of completion, that feeling of having truly finished something important. You're probably the type of person who really values closure, Like, you can't just leave things hanging. You need to tie up those loose ends. Maybe you've been feeling stuck lately, like you're constantly juggling a million different things. and nothing ever seems to truly get done, you know. So your mind is naturally drawn to the idea of finishing, of reaching that point where you can finally say, okay, that's it. I'm done. I can move on. It's almost like your soul is whispering, hey, remember what it feels like to be free. Remember what it feels like to have accomplished something amazing. Because you deserve that. You really do. I also feel like the world here is telling me that you're ready for a new adventure. But you can't really start it until you've wrapped up whatever you're currently working on. It's like you're standing at the starting line, but you're still holding onto all this baggage from the previous race. You know, you need to drop the baggage, take a deep breath, and get ready to sprint towards something new. And I think, deep down, you know what that something new is, but you're just not quite there yet. You're still in the process of tying up those loose ends. And it's interesting because, with the Peridot palm stone, it's all about that flow. And sometimes we resist the flow because we're afraid to let go. We're afraid to finish things because we don't know what's next, you know. But the world is saying, trust the process. Trust that something amazing is waiting for you on the other side. Just let go and let the flow take you where you need to go. I think that's so important for you to remember right now. You're on the verge of something incredible, but you have to allow yourself to actually finish what you've started. Okay, so think about it this way. What's that one project, that one task, that one relationship, even, that you've been putting off, that you know you need to address in order to move forward? Is it a difficult conversation you've been avoiding? Is it a creative endeavor you've been too scared to start? Is it a toxic situation you know you need to leave? Whatever it is, the world is urging you to take action, to finally bring it to a close. And it doesn't have to be perfect, you know. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be willing to take that first step to say, okay, I'm ready to finish this. And once you do, oh my gosh, the relief you'll feel will be immense. It'll be like a weight lifted off your shoulders, like a breath of fresh air, like the sun shining down on you, which is our next card. See how beautifully these cards are already connecting. I love it. So the world is about finishing. It's about completion. It's about freedom. And it's about recognizing the cycles in your life. Sometimes we get so caught up in the day-to-day that we forget that everything is cyclical, you know. Seasons change, relationships evolve, jobs come and go. And the world is reminding you that you're at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. So embrace it. Embrace the change, embrace the unknown, and trust that everything is happening exactly as it should be. And the thing is, when you resist the cycle, when you try to hold on to something that's already ending, you create so much unnecessary stress and anxiety for yourself, you know. It's like trying to hold onto sand. The harder you squeeze, the more it slips through your fingers. So the key is to surrender, to let go, to allow the cycle to complete itself naturally. And when you do, you open yourself up to so much more joy and abundance. Think about it this way. When you clean out your closet, you create space for new clothes, right? When you forgive someone, you create space for a deeper, more meaningful connection. And when you finish a project, you create space for new opportunities and experiences to come into your life. The world is all about creating that space, about making room for the new. And I feel like, for some of you, this might involve letting go of old beliefs or limiting patterns that no longer serve you. Maybe you've been holding onto a negative self-image, or maybe you've been stuck in a victim mentality, or maybe you've been allowing fear to control your decisions. Whatever it is, the world is challenging you to release those old stories and embrace a new, more empowered version of yourself. Because you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be free, and you deserve to live a life that is aligned with your highest potential. But you can't do that if you're constantly dragging around all this old baggage, you know. So it's time to lighten your load, to release what no longer serves you, and to step into your power. And that's such a big part of what I see for you. The world, it's also about travel. Literally seeing the world. So maybe when your thoughts drift, you're dreaming of a vacation, a long, overdue trip. You are fantasizing about packing your bags and just going somewhere new and exciting, somewhere that will inspire you and challenge you and open your mind to new possibilities. Maybe it's a solo trip, a chance to reconnect with yourself and discover who you truly are. Or maybe it's a trip with loved ones, a chance to create lasting memories and strengthen your bonds. Whatever it is, the world is reminding you that life is an adventure, and you should never stop exploring. You should never stop learning. You should never stop growing. And sometimes, the best way to do that is to step outside of your comfort zone and experience something new. This could be physical or metaphorical, but either way, it will give you a new perspective. And I think that's so important for you right now, because I feel like you've been playing it safe lately. You know, you've been sticking to what's familiar and comfortable, and you've been afraid to take risks. But the world is urging you to break free from those limitations and to embrace the unknown. Because that's where the magic happens. That's where you discover your true potential. And that's where you find the most joy and fulfillment in life. And you are so capable, my friend. You have so much magic inside of you. Okay, so we've got the world, representing completion, freedom, and the end of a cycle. We know it's time to let go of what no longer serves us and embrace new adventures. And oh my gosh, what comes after that? The sun. Oh, the sun, you beautiful, radiant card. Honestly, after all that hard work, after all that releasing, after all that finishing, the sun is like a giant reward. It's pure joy, pure happiness, pure optimism. It's that feeling of warmth spreading through your entire being, that feeling of everything being right in the world. So when your thoughts drift, when you really let go, I feel like a huge part of you is craving that sense of joy, that feeling of pure, unadulterated happiness. You want to feel good, you want to laugh, you want to bask in the sunshine, both literally and figuratively. You probably just want to kick back and relax after all the hard work, and you deserve it. Oh my gosh, you so deserve it. And the sun is not just about fleeting moments of happiness. It's about a deep, abiding sense of joy that permeates your entire life. It's about finding the good in every situation, about appreciating the simple things, about being grateful for all the blessings in your life. It's about seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, not in a naive way, but in a way that allows you to appreciate the beauty and wonder that surrounds you. You want to have some fun, and you want to soak up the sun, and you want to enjoy your life. Maybe you've been feeling down lately, like you've been focusing on the negative aspects of your life. Or maybe you've been allowing stress and anxiety to consume you. The sun is here to remind you that there is still so much good in the world, so much to be grateful for, so much to celebrate. And it's time to shift your focus, to start looking for the positive, and to allow yourself to feel that joy. Because it's there. It's always there, waiting for you to tap into it. And it's interesting because the sun often represents inner child work, you know. It's about reconnecting with that playful, innocent part of yourself that knows how to have fun and doesn't take life too seriously. It's about allowing yourself to be silly, to be carefree, to just let go and enjoy the moment. When you let your mind wander, you really just want to have fun like a kid again. Remember what it was like to just play, to explore, to create, without worrying about what anyone else thinks. The sun is inviting you to tap back into that energy. Think about what used to bring you joy as a child. Was it playing outside? Was it drawing or painting? Was it singing or dancing? Was it spending time with animals? Whatever it was, the sun is encouraging you to incorporate more of that into your life now. Because that inner child is still there, waiting to be awakened. And when you do, oh my gosh, you'll feel a surge of energy and vitality that you haven't felt in years. So find ways to reconnect with your inner child. Go outside and play in the sunshine. Draw a picture, even if you're not an artist. Sing your favorite song at the top of your lungs. Dance around your living room. Whatever makes you feel good, do it. Because the sun is all about embracing that childlike joy and allowing it to radiate from within. You deserve this. You deserve to feel this good. You deserve to have fun. And the thing about the sun is, it's contagious, you know. When you're happy, you attract other happy people into your life. When you're optimistic, you inspire others to be optimistic. And when you're grateful, you create a ripple effect of gratitude that spreads throughout your entire community. The sun is not just about personal joy. It's about sharing that joy with the world. So, don't be afraid to shine your light, to be your authentic self, to let your joy radiate for all to see. Because the world needs your light, it needs your joy. It needs your unique gifts and talents. You have so much to offer, and it's time to share it with the world. Wow, this is just making me so excited for you. I also feel like the sun is highlighting your creativity. It's like once you've cleared away all the clutter and negativity from your life, you create space for your creative energy to flow freely. The sun is all about inspiration, about new ideas, about expressing yourself in unique and meaningful ways. And it's not just about artistic creativity. It's about being creative in all aspects of your life. Maybe you're a creative problem solver at work. Maybe you're a creative cook in the kitchen. Maybe you're a creative parent who comes up with fun and engaging activities for your kids. Whatever it is, the sun is encouraging you to embrace your creativity and to use it to make the world a better place. Think about what you're passionate about. What do you love to do? What makes you feel alive? What are you naturally good at? Those are all clues to your creative potential. And the sun is urging you to explore those passions, to develop those talents, and to share them with the world. Because when you're doing what you love, you're not just making yourself happy, you're also inspiring others to pursue their passions. You're creating a ripple effect of creativity that spreads throughout your entire community. The sun is all about igniting that spark of creativity within yourself and within others. It really will inspire you to do great things. Maybe you've been wanting to start a new hobby, or maybe you've been dreaming of launching your own business, or maybe you've been wanting to write a book, but you've been too scared to take the leap. The sun is here to tell you that it's time to go for it. It's time to pursue your dreams, to take risks, and to believe in yourself. Because you are capable of anything you set your mind to. And the sun is not just about achieving your goals. It's about enjoying the journey along the way. It's about celebrating your successes, no matter how small. It's about learning from your failures and using them as opportunities for growth. It's about appreciating the process and trusting that everything is happening exactly as it should be. You really can do it all. I have so much faith in you. And I feel like, for some of you, the sun might be pointing to a new relationship or a deepening of an existing relationship. It's about finding joy and happiness in your connections with others, about sharing your life with someone who truly sees you and appreciates you for who you are. It's about building relationships that are based on love, trust, and mutual respect. Maybe you've been feeling lonely lately, or maybe you've been struggling to find your soulmate. The sun is here to tell you that you are worthy of love. You are deserving of happiness, and you will find the connections you're looking for. Just be open to receiving love, be authentic in your interactions, and trust that the universe will bring the right people into your life. You know, and it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It could be a new friendship, or a stronger bond with a family member, or a deeper connection with a community group. The sun is all about finding joy and fulfillment in your relationships, whatever form they may take. It is so much more about your personal connections than you give it credit for. You'll see. Okay, so we've got the world representing completion and freedom. And then we've got the sun representing joy, happiness, and creativity. And now, what's What's the next step? What happens when you're feeling free and joyful and creative? Well, you take action. You start something new. You embrace your passions. And that's where the Ace of Wands comes in. Oh, the Ace of Wands is such a powerful card. It's all about new beginnings, new ideas, new energy, new passion. It's that spark of inspiration that ignites your soul and motivates you to take action. It's the feeling of excitement and anticipation that comes with starting a new project or embarking on a new adventure. It's raw potential just waiting to be unleashed. So when your thoughts drift, when you really let go, I feel like a huge part of you is craving that sense of newness, that feeling of possibility, that desire to create something amazing. You want to feel inspired, you want to feel energized, and you want to feel like you're making a difference in the world. And the Ace of Wands is here to tell you that you absolutely can. Maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut lately, like you've been doing the same old thing day after day, and you're just craving something new and exciting. The Ace of Wands is here to shake things up, to jolt you out of your complacency, and to remind you that you are capable of so much more than you think. This could be the beginning of a very big change for you if you embrace it. And it's not just about big, life-altering changes. It can be about small, everyday things. Maybe you decide to try a new recipe, or take a different route to work, or strike up a conversation with a stranger. The Ace of Wands is all about embracing new experiences, no matter how small, and allowing them to open you up to new possibilities. Think about what you've been wanting to try. What's that one thing you've been putting off that you know would bring you joy and fulfillment, but you've been too scared to do? Is it learning a new language? Is it taking a dance class? Is it starting a blog? Whatever it is, the Ace of Wands is urging you to take that first step, to just go for it and see what happens. Because the thing about the Ace of Wands is, it's not about knowing exactly where you're going or how you're going to get there. It's about having the courage to start, to trust your intuition, and to allow the universe to guide you along the way. It's about embracing the unknown and trusting that everything will work out for the best. And I feel like, for some of you, the Ace of Wands might be pointing to a new career path, or a new business venture, or a new creative project. It's about finding something that you're truly passionate about, something that aligns with your values, and something that allows you to use your unique gifts and talents to make a difference in the world. This is such an exciting chance. I feel like it will really open up a new world for you. Maybe you've been feeling unfulfilled in your current job, or maybe you've been dreaming of starting your own business, but you've been too scared to take the leap. The Ace of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to take a risk, to believe in yourself, and to pursue your dreams. Because you are capable of creating a life that is both fulfilling and financially rewarding. The only limit is yourself. I truly believe that. And it's not just about making money. It's about making a difference. It's about using your skills and talents to create something that benefits others, something that makes the world a better place. The Ace of Wands is all about aligning your work with your purpose and using your passion to create positive change. So, think about what you're good at. What do you love to do? What problems do you want to solve? Those are all clues to your ideal career path or business venture. And the Ace of Wands is urging you to explore those possibilities, to research your options, and to take action towards creating a life that is aligned with your highest potential. Maybe you need to take a class, or attend a workshop, or network with people in your industry. Whatever it is, the Ace of Wands is encouraging you to invest in yourself, to develop your skills, and to build the foundation for a successful and fulfilling career. It's all about working hard. And the thing about the Ace of Wands is, it's not just about the end result. It's about the journey. It's about the process of learning and growing and evolving along the way. It's about the challenges you overcome, the lessons you learn, and the people you meet. The Ace of Wands is all about embracing the adventure and trusting that everything is happening exactly as it should be. This adventure could be anything, and it will be so amazing. And I feel like, for some of you, the Ace of Wands might be pointing to a new relationship or a new level of intimacy in an existing relationship. It's about finding someone who shares your passions, who supports your dreams, and who inspires you to be your best self. It's about building a relationship that is based on mutual respect, trust, and a shared sense of purpose. Maybe you've been feeling lonely lately, or maybe you've been struggling to find a partner who truly understands you. The Ace of Wands is here to tell you that you are worthy of love. You are deserving of a fulfilling relationship, and you will find the connection you're looking for. Just be open to new possibilities, be authentic in your interactions, and trust that the universe will bring the right person into your life. Just be yourself and be open. And it's not just about romantic relationships. It could be a new friendship, or a stronger bond with a family member, or a deeper connection with a mentor or a colleague. The Ace of Wands is all about finding people who inspire you, who challenge you, and who support you in your journey. It's about building a community of like-minded individuals who share your passions and values. Remember that there is a whole group of people out there who would love to connect with you. Don't be afraid to let them in. And so, we have the world, the sun, and the Ace of Wands. A cycle of completion, joy, and new beginnings. When you let your mind wander, you're craving that sense of accomplishment, that freedom that comes with finishing something big. And then, you're craving the joy and happiness that follows, the warmth and optimism of the sun. And finally, you're craving that spark of inspiration, that new energy, that desire to create something amazing. So, my friend, embrace the journey, trust the process, and know that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. This is your time to shine. This is your time to create. This is your time to live your best life. I am so excited for you. Okay. So we have the World, the Sun, Ace of Wands, and now the Page of Cups. Oh, wow. Okay, this is really interesting. So, after all that completion, joy, and new beginnings, now we have this gentle energy. The Page of Cups is so sweet. It's like a little breath of fresh air, a gentle breeze after a storm. So what does this mean for your deepest thoughts, your dreams in motion? Well, first of all, the Page of Cups is all about emotions, right? It's about intuition, about creativity, about going with the flow. It's a water card, so it's all about feelings and dreams and the subconscious. So, when you let your mind wander, it makes sense that it would drift into these emotional spaces. It's like your heart is calling out for something. I think, because of where it falls in the spread, this Page of Cups is saying that a lot of your thoughts are focused on your emotional well-being. Like, what makes you feel good? What makes you feel loved? What makes you feel supported? Are you feeling creatively fulfilled? Are you expressing your emotions in a healthy way? Are you listening to your intuition? These are the kinds of questions that might be floating around in your subconscious when you let go and just dream. I think it is worth it to really consider. The Page of Cups is also a messenger, right? It's bringing you a message from your heart, from your soul. And that message might be something like, hey, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to feel your feelings. It's okay to express yourself. Maybe you've been holding back lately, Maybe you've been afraid to show your true colors, afraid to be seen as too sensitive or too emotional. But the Page of Cups is saying that it's safe to let go of those fears. It's safe to be yourself, to be authentic, to be vulnerable. Because that's where the real connection happens. That's where the real magic happens. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, the Page of Cups is not just about feeling your feelings. It's about expressing them in a creative way. It's about finding healthy outlets for your emotions, whether that's through art, music, writing, dance, or whatever else lights you up. It's about using your emotions as fuel for your creativity, as inspiration for your art. And it's also about being open to receiving inspiration from the world around you, from the people you meet, from the experiences you have. So, think about it this way. What are some creative ways that you can express your emotions? Are you someone who likes to write in a journal? Are you someone who likes to paint or draw? Are you someone who likes to sing or play an instrument? Are you someone who likes to dance or move your body? Whatever it is, find a way to tap into that creative energy and use it to express your emotions. You'll be so glad you did, because it's such a healing and cathartic process, It's like letting all that pent-up energy flow out of you and into something beautiful. And it's interesting, because the Page of Cups often represents new beginnings in the realm of emotions, right? It's like a fresh start, a clean slate. Maybe you've been through some tough times lately. Maybe you've been dealing with some difficult emotions. But the Page of Cups is saying that it's time to let go of the past and embrace a new future. It's time to forgive yourself, to forgive others, and to move on with a lighter heart. You absolutely deserve that fresh start, so believe in yourself. This could also be the beginning of a new relationship, or a deepening of an existing relationship. It's about opening your heart to love, to connection, to intimacy. It's about being willing to be vulnerable and to trust another person with your feelings. And it's also about being willing to receive love and support from others. Sometimes we're so used to giving, to taking care of others, that we forget how to receive, But the Page of Cups is reminding you that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to lean on others. And it's okay to receive love and support. You don't have to do it all alone. I promise you there are people who care. And the thing is, the Page of Cups is not just about romantic love. It's about all kinds of love. It's about the love you have for your family, for your friends, for your pets, for yourself. It's about appreciating the connections you have with the people in your life and nurturing those relationships. It's about being present with the people you care about and showing them how much you appreciate them. Because love is what makes life worth living, right? It's what gives us meaning. It's what gives us purpose. And it's what brings us the most joy. So, think about the people in your life who make you feel loved and supported. Who are the people you can turn to when you're feeling down? Who are the people who always make you laugh? Who are the people who believe in you, even when you don't believe in yourself? Those are the people you want to surround yourself with. Those are the people you want to invest in. Because those are the people who will lift you up, who will inspire you, and who will help you to become the best version of yourself. And it's also important to remember that you need to love yourself first, You can't expect others to love you if you don't love yourself. So, take some time to focus on your own well-being, on your own happiness. Do things that make you feel good, that make you feel alive, that make you feel like you're worth something. Because you are worth something. You are valuable, you are important, and you are loved. Maybe you need to start practicing self-care, Maybe you need to start taking bubble baths, or going for walks in nature, or reading a good book, or meditating, or whatever else helps you to relax and recharge. Maybe you need to start setting boundaries with people who drain your energy, or who make you feel bad about yourself. Maybe you need to start saying no to things that don't align with your values, or that don't bring you joy. Whatever it is, prioritize your own well-being and make sure you're taking care of yourself. And it's interesting, because the Page of Cups often represents innocence and naivety, right? It's like a fresh, young energy that hasn't been tainted by the world yet. Maybe you've been feeling cynical lately, like you've lost your faith in humanity. Or maybe you've been feeling jaded by your past experiences. But the Page of Cups is inviting you to reconnect with that sense of innocence, that sense of wonder, that sense of possibility. It's inviting you to see the world through the eyes of a child again, to appreciate the simple things, and to believe in the power of love and kindness. So really try to find that spark. Think about what it was like to be a child. What did you love to do? What made you happy? What did you believe in? Those are all clues to your inner child, to that innocent, playful part of yourself that still exists within you. And the Page of Cups is encouraging you to tap back into that energy, to embrace your inner child, and to allow yourself to be silly, to be carefree, and to just have fun. Go outside and play in the sunshine. Draw a picture, even if you're not an artist. Sing your favorite song at the top of your lungs. Dance around your living room. Whatever makes you feel good, do it. Because that's what the Page of Cups is all about, embracing that childlike joy and allowing it to radiate from within. Let yourself enjoy it. And I feel like, for some of you, the Page of Cups might be pointing to a specific person in your life, someone who embodies that innocent, playful energy. Maybe it's a child, or a younger sibling, or a friend who always makes you laugh. Or maybe it's someone new who's just entered your life and who's bringing a fresh perspective and a sense of wonder. Whoever it is, pay attention to that person and see what you can learn from them, because they might be holding a key to your own happiness and fulfillment. Or maybe this Page of Cups is actually about you being that person for someone else. You know, maybe you're the one who's bringing the joy and the laughter and the sense of wonder into someone else's life. If so, embrace that role and allow yourself to shine your light, because you have so much to offer the world, and you have the power to make a real difference in people's lives. And the thing is, the Page of Cups is not just about being happy. It's about being emotionally intelligent. It's about understanding your own emotions and the emotions of others. It's about being able to communicate your feelings effectively and to empathize with the feelings of others. It's about building strong, healthy relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. So, think about your own emotional intelligence. Are you someone who's good at identifying your emotions? Are you someone who's good at managing your emotions? Are you someone who's good at understanding the emotions of others? If not, that's okay. It's something you can learn and develop over time. There are so many resources available to help you improve your emotional intelligence, whether it's books, courses, workshops, or therapy. The important thing is to be willing to learn and to grow. And it's also important to remember that everyone experiences emotions differently. You know, what might be a small thing for one person might be a big thing for another person. What might be a happy experience for one person might be a sad experience for another person. So, it's important to be respectful of other people's feelings and to avoid judging them or minimizing their experiences. Everyone is valid in what they feel. Instead, try to listen to them, to understand them, and to offer them support. Because that's what emotional intelligence is all about, creating a safe and supportive environment where everyone feels comfortable expressing their feelings. And that's how you build strong, healthy relationships. So, with all of that in mind, and considering our previous cards, the World, the Sun, and the Ace of Wands, it seems like your deepest thoughts really are drifting towards new relationships, new creative endeavors, and a new sense of emotional fulfillment. You're finishing up a cycle, feeling the joy and freedom that comes with it, and now you're ready to start something new, something that aligns with your heart and your soul. But what does that actually look like, you know? What kind of new relationships are you craving? What kind of creative endeavors are calling to you? And what does emotional fulfillment even mean to you? I think when you let your mind wander, you might be picturing yourself surrounded by people who love and support you unconditionally. People who get you, who understand you, who appreciate you for who you are. People who make you laugh, who inspire you, and who challenge you to grow. People who are there for you through thick and thin, who celebrate your successes, and who comfort you in your sorrows. Maybe you're craving a romantic partner who is your soulmate, someone who you can share your life with, someone who you can build a future with, someone who you can grow old with, someone who is kind, compassionate, and understanding, someone who is loyal, trustworthy, and supportive, someone who is passionate, adventurous, and fun-loving, someone who is your best friend, your lover, and your confidant. Or maybe you're craving deeper connections with your family members, with your friends, with your community. Maybe you want to feel more connected to the people in your life, to share more experiences with them, to create more memories with them. Maybe you want to feel like you belong, like you're part of something bigger than yourself. It is a normal human desire, so don't feel guilty. And I think when you let your mind wander, you might also be picturing yourself engaged in creative activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. Activities that allow you to express yourself, to explore your passions, and to make a difference in the world. Activities that make you feel alive, that make you feel inspired, and that make you feel like you're using your gifts and talents to their fullest potential. Maybe you're craving a career that is both fulfilling and financially rewarding, a career that aligns with your values, a career that allows you to use your skills and talents to make a positive impact on society, a career that challenges you to grow, a career that inspires you to learn, and a career that makes you feel like you're making a real difference in the world. You really could achieve that. Or maybe you're craving a hobby that allows you to express your creativity, to explore your passions, and to relax and recharge. A hobby that brings you joy, a hobby that makes you feel good about yourself, and a hobby that allows you to connect with others who share your interests. Maybe you've been wanting to start painting, or writing, or playing music, or dancing, or gardening, or cooking, or whatever else lights you up. Now is the time to go for it. Now is the time to explore your creative potential and to discover what brings you the most joy. And I think when you let your mind wander, you might also be picturing yourself living a life that is aligned with your values, a life that is filled with purpose, and a life that brings you a deep sense of inner peace. A life that is free from stress, anxiety, and negativity. A life that is filled with love, joy, and gratitude. A life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. You can have all of that, and you deserve it. Maybe you're craving a life that is more aligned with your spiritual beliefs, a life that is more connected to nature, a life that is more focused on helping others, a life that is more simple, a life that is more sustainable, and a life that is more intentional. Maybe you've been wanting to simplify your life, to declutter your home, to reduce your consumption, to spend more time in nature, to volunteer your time, or to connect with your spiritual side. Now is the time to do it. Now is the time to create a life that is aligned with your values, and that brings you a deep sense of inner peace. And so, with all of this in mind, what does emotional fulfillment actually mean to you? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? What does it taste like? What does it smell like? I think, for some of you, emotional fulfillment might mean feeling loved and accepted for who you are, flaws and all. It might mean feeling like you belong, like you're part of something bigger than yourself. It might mean feeling like you're making a difference in the world, like you're using your gifts and talents to help others. It might mean feeling like you're living a life that is aligned with your values, a life that is filled with purpose, and a life that brings you a deep sense of inner peace. And I think, for others of you, emotional fulfillment might mean feeling free from stress, anxiety, and negativity. It might mean feeling like you're in control of your own life, like you're making your own choices, and like you're living your life on your own terms. It might mean feeling like you're living a life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. It might mean feeling like you're living a life that is filled with love, joy, and gratitude. Whatever it means to you, it's important to define it for yourself. You know, it's important to understand what you need in order to feel emotionally fulfilled, and to start taking steps towards creating that life for yourself. Because you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be fulfilled, and you deserve to live a life that is aligned with your heart and your soul. I think really the most important thing here is not to block yourself from that love, you know. With the Emperor in reverse, I think it's important to set boundaries with people, but especially to not put up walls to shut people out entirely. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, to share your feelings, to ask for help, because that's how you connect with others. That's how you build strong relationships, and that's how you create a life that is filled with love and support. It is so important to be able to connect with others. And oh my gosh, I'm just realizing something. This Page of Cups, it's not just about receiving love. It's also about giving love. It's about being a source of comfort, support, and inspiration for others. It's about using your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world. It's about spreading joy, spreading kindness, and spreading love wherever you go. and I know you have so much love to give. So think about how you can be a page of cups for others, you know. How can you be a source of comfort and support for your friends and family? How can you use your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on your community? How can you spread joy, spread kindness, and spread love in the world? Because when you give love, you receive love in return, and that's how you create a life that is truly fulfilling. So, to bring it all together, your deepest thoughts, when you really let go, are drifting towards new relationships, new creative endeavors, and a new sense of emotional fulfillment. You're finishing up a cycle, feeling the joy and freedom that comes with it. And now you're ready to start something new, something that aligns with your heart and your soul. And you're craving a life that is filled with love, joy, and purpose. A life that is authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. You're craving connections with people who love and support you unconditionally. People who get you, who understand you, and who appreciate you for who you are. You're craving creative outlets that allow you to express yourself, to explore your passions, and to make a difference in the world. You're also craving a sense of inner peace, a sense of calm, and a sense of well-being. You want to feel good about yourself. You want to feel good about your life. And you want to feel good about the world. And you absolutely can. You have the power to create the life you want, the life you deserve, and the life that is aligned with your heart and your soul. I know you do. You've got to let go of the Emperor in reverse so that you don't block these blessings coming your way. And that brings me to the next card, because it's almost like you need something to inspire you so you don't backslide into that old pattern. And that brings me to the next card, because it's almost like you need something to inspire you so you don't backslide into that old pattern. And wow, okay. So now we have the devil, and it's like, oh no, it's definitely a lot, right? Like, whoa, okay, from like pure sunshine and rainbows to like the shadow side of the mountain. But listen, don't freak out. Don't freak out, okay? I know, it looks scary. But the devil isn't necessarily a bad card. It's more like a wake-up call, a reality check. It's about the things that are holding you back, the chains that you've put on yourself, even the illusions that are keeping you stuck. So, with all this talk about, like, new beginnings and emotional fulfillment, the devil is showing up to say, hey, hold on a second. Don't forget about those darker aspects of yourself. Don't forget about those old patterns, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments. It's the kind of card that comes up and is like, remember me. I think, because we've seen this beautiful journey so far, the devil is almost like a test, you know. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've come this far, but are you really ready to move forward? Are you ready to face your demons? Are you ready to break free from these chains that have been holding you back for so long? This is something to keep in mind. The thing about the devil is that it often represents our shadow self, right? It's those parts of ourselves that we don't want to acknowledge, those desires that we're ashamed of, those patterns of behavior that we know are unhealthy. but we can't seem to break free from. It can be anything from like an addiction to, something like sugar or social media, to a toxic relationship, to a negative self-image. It's all the stuff we try to hide from ourselves and from others, but it's still there, lurking in the shadows, influencing our thoughts and actions. Really think about what that could be. And it's interesting because, with the Peridot palm stone being all about flow, the devil is like the opposite of that. It's like a dam that's blocking the flow of energy, preventing you from moving forward. It's like you're trying to swim upstream, but you're constantly being pulled back by these heavy chains. You feel like you just can't get ahead. I think there might be a way to address that specifically. I also think the devil can represent those limiting beliefs that we've internalized over the years. Those negative messages that we've heard from our parents, from our teachers, from society, that have shaped our perception of ourselves and of the world. Things like, you're not good enough, or you're not worthy of love, or you'll never be successful. These beliefs become so ingrained in our subconscious that we don't even realize they're there, but they're constantly sabotaging our efforts and preventing us from reaching our full potential. It's important to try and uproot those old messages. Maybe you've been telling yourself for years that you're not creative, or that you're not smart, or that you're not capable of achieving your dreams. The devil is showing up to challenge those beliefs and to remind you that they're not true. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. You just have to break free from those limiting patterns and start believing in yourself. You are worthy of love, success, and happiness. It really is all about the attitude. I feel like, because we've seen the sun, it's so important to look at how the devil can be this block to that pure joy and happiness. It's like you're standing in the sunshine, but you're casting a long shadow over yourself, preventing you from fully embracing that warmth and light. It's interesting to consider. And I also think the devil can represent those unhealthy attachments that we form with people, with things, with situations. It's like we become so attached to something that we can't imagine life without it, even if it's causing us pain and suffering. Maybe you're in a toxic relationship, but you're afraid to leave because you're afraid of being alone. Or maybe you're clinging to a job that you hate because you're afraid of losing your security. The devil is showing up to challenge those attachments and to remind you that you're stronger than you think. You are capable of surviving and thriving on your own. You don't need to rely on anyone or anything else for your happiness and well-being. You have the power to create your own reality. Oh my gosh, you can. The devil is also about fear, right? It's about all those anxieties and insecurities that keep us stuck in our comfort zone, preventing us from taking risks and pursuing our dreams. Maybe you're afraid of failure, or afraid of rejection, or afraid of what other people will think. The devil is showing up to challenge those fears and to remind you that they're just illusions. They're not real. They're just stories that you're telling yourself. You have the power to rewrite those stories and to create a new narrative for your life. And it is so worth doing. Think about what you're most afraid of. What's that one thing that you've been avoiding because you're too scared to face it? The devil is urging you to confront that fear head-on and to prove to yourself that you're stronger than you think. Because once you overcome that fear, you'll feel like you can conquer anything. I really, truly believe in you. I almost feel like, because we've seen the Ace of Wands, the devil could be about that fear of new beginnings, you know. Like you're excited to start something new, but you're also terrified of the unknown. You're afraid of leaving your comfort zone and venturing into uncharted territory. The devil is showing up to challenge that fear and to remind you that growth happens outside of your comfort zone. You have to be willing to take risks, to step into the unknown, and to trust that everything will work out for the best. And I promise it will. And it's interesting because the devil can also represent the illusion of control, right? It's like we think we're in charge, but we're actually being controlled by our own fears and desires. We're so focused on trying to control everything around us that we forget to let go and trust the flow of life. It's a balance, definitely. Maybe you're a perfectionist and you're constantly trying to control every detail of your life. The devil is showing up to challenge that need for control and to remind you that you can't control everything. Sometimes you have to let go and trust that the universe has your back. Sometimes you have to surrender to the flow and allow things to unfold naturally. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. Or maybe you're a people pleaser and you're constantly trying to control other people's opinions of you. The devil is showing up to challenge that need for approval and to remind you that you can't please everyone. You have to be true to yourself, even if it means disappointing others. You have to prioritize your own needs and desires, even if it means going against the grain. Because at the end of the day, the only person you have to please is yourself. Try to keep that in mind. I also feel like the devil can represent a lack of self-love, right? It's like we're so busy focusing on our flaws and imperfections that we forget to appreciate all the wonderful things about ourselves. We're constantly comparing ourselves to others, and we're always coming up short. This can be so damaging. Maybe you're constantly criticizing yourself, telling yourself that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love, that you're not capable of achieving your dreams. The devil is showing up to challenge those negative self-beliefs and to remind you that you are worthy of love, success, and happiness. You are perfect just the way you are. You don't need to change anything about yourself in order to be loved and accepted. You just have to start loving and accepting yourself. And that's really the key. I think what's interesting here is to consider that the devil can be about being chained to the past, you know. Like, you're so focused on your past mistakes and regrets that you can't move forward. You're constantly replaying those old memories in your head, and you're allowing them to define who you are. I see that a lot. Maybe you're holding onto a grudge, or maybe you're still blaming yourself for something that happened years ago. The devil is showing up to challenge that attachment to the past and to remind you that you can't change what happened. All you can do is learn from it and move on. You have to forgive yourself. You have to forgive others. And you have to release those old wounds so that you can finally heal and move forward. And you will feel so much better. So, how do you break free from these chains? How do you overcome these fears and limiting beliefs? How do you embrace your shadow self and integrate it into your whole being? Well, the first step is awareness, right? You have to recognize what's holding you back. You have to identify those patterns of behavior, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments that are preventing you from reaching your full potential. This may be a hard look in the mirror. Think about what triggers you. What situations or people tend to bring out the worst in you? What are your go-to coping mechanisms when you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed? These are all clues to your shadow self. These are all opportunities for growth. It can be hard to do alone, too. I also think it's important to practice self-compassion, right? You have to be kind and gentle with yourself, especially when you're struggling. You have to remember that you're human and you're going to make mistakes. You're not perfect, and that's okay. You just have to learn from those mistakes and keep moving forward. I believe in you. Don't beat yourself up for your flaws and imperfections. Instead, embrace them as part of what makes you unique and special. Love yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. Because when you love yourself, you're more likely to make healthy choices, to set boundaries, and to prioritize your own well-being. And that's really what it's all about, right? And I feel like it's important to set boundaries, right? You have to protect yourself from toxic people and situations. You have to say no to things that don't align with your values or that drain your energy. You have to create space in your life for things that bring you joy and fulfillment. Setting boundaries is not selfish, it's self-care. It's about honoring your own needs and desires and creating a life that is aligned with your highest potential. Remember, you get to say no. And you need to challenge your limiting beliefs, right? You have to question those negative messages that you've been telling yourself for years. Are they really true? Or are they just stories that you've internalized? You have the power to rewrite those stories and to create a new narrative for your life. You can be whoever you want to be. Replace those negative self-beliefs with positive affirmations. Tell yourself every day that you are worthy of love, success, and happiness. Tell yourself that you are capable of achieving your dreams. Tell yourself that you are strong, resilient, and powerful. The more you repeat these affirmations, the more you'll start to believe them. This is a game changer, honestly. I also feel like you need to embrace your fears, right? You have to step outside of your comfort zone and take risks. You have to confront those anxieties that are holding you back. Because once you overcome those fears, you'll feel like you can conquer anything. You are way stronger than you give yourself credit for. Start small. Take baby steps. Don't try to do too much too soon. Just pick one thing that you're afraid of and commit to facing it head on. Maybe it's public speaking, or maybe it's asking someone out on a date, or maybe it's starting your own business. Whatever it is, just do it. And when you do, you'll realize that it wasn't as scary as you thought it would be. You'll feel a sense of accomplishment and empowerment that will inspire you to keep pushing yourself further. You can do it. I almost feel like, because we've seen the Page of Cups, it's important to use your creativity to express your shadow self. You know, like, instead of suppressing those darker aspects of yourself, find healthy ways to express them. Write about them in a journal, paint them on a canvas, dance them out in your living room. Use your creativity to transform those negative emotions into something beautiful and meaningful. It is like therapy. I think it's important to seek support, right? You don't have to do this alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, your coach, your support group. Talk about what you're going through. Share your struggles and your triumphs. Lean on others for support and guidance. Because when you surround yourself with people who love and support you, you're more likely to overcome your challenges and achieve your goals. There are people who care about you. And it's also important to celebrate your progress, right? Acknowledge how far you've come. Celebrate your successes, no matter how small. Reward yourself for your hard work and dedication. Because when you celebrate your progress, you're reinforcing those positive behaviors and creating momentum for continued growth. It is so important to remember how far you've come. Don't get discouraged if you slip up or if you have a setback. Just learn from it and keep moving forward. The journey of self-discovery is not always easy, but it's always worth it. You deserve to be happy, you deserve to be fulfilled, and you deserve to live a life that is aligned with your highest potential. Oh my gosh, yes. It's like the devil is showing up to say, hey, don't get too caught up in the sunshine and rainbows. Don't forget that there's also a shadow side to everything. Don't forget to acknowledge those darker aspects of yourself and to integrate them into your whole being. And it's also about recognizing those patterns of behavior, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments that are holding you back and committing to breaking free from them. But I know that you are capable of doing it. And the thing is, the devil is not a permanent state, right? It's not a life sentence. It's just a temporary challenge that you have to overcome. You have the power to break free from those chains, to embrace your shadow self, and to create a life that is aligned with your highest potential. And I believe in you. I really do. I almost feel like the key here is awareness. The devil thrives in the shadows, in the unconscious. So the more aware you are of your own patterns and triggers, the less power the devil has over you. It's like shining a light into the darkness, you know. So think about what areas of your life feel the most constricted. Where do you feel the least free? What habits or relationships feel more like obligations than genuine sources of joy? These are the areas where the devil might be at play. These are the areas where you need to shine that light of awareness. And remember, the devil isn't about self-blame. It's not about beating yourself up for your imperfections. It's about radical honesty. It's about saying, okay, this is where I'm at. This is what I'm struggling with. Now, what can I do about it? I think the real key here is to have an open and honest conversation with yourself about your limitations and your patterns. And that's where the Peridot palm stone comes in again, right? It's about flow. It's about releasing those blockages and allowing yourself to move forward. The devil is showing you where those blockages are so you can start to address them. It's also about recognizing that sometimes those chains are comfortable, you know. They're familiar. They're what you're used to. Breaking free can be scary because it means stepping into the unknown. It means challenging your own beliefs about yourself and about the world. But it's also incredibly liberating. It's like taking off a heavy coat after walking in the desert. So the question is, are you ready to take off that coat? Are you ready to step into that freedom? The devil is challenging you to ask yourself those questions and to be honest with yourself about what you really want. This will be great. Ultimately, the devil is a card about choice, right? It's about recognizing that you always have the power to choose. You can choose to stay in those chains, or you can choose to break free. You can choose to let your fears control you, or you can choose to face them head on. You can choose to believe those limiting beliefs, or you can choose to rewrite your own story. The power is always in your hands. Just remember that you are in control. And remember what we talked about with the Page of Cups. You're craving emotional fulfillment, right? You're craving deeper connections with others. But the devil can block those connections if you're not careful. If you're trapped in those patterns of fear and self-sabotage, it's hard to open yourself up to love and connection. It's hard to be vulnerable. So breaking free from the devil is essential if you want to create those meaningful relationships that you're craving. Think about it this way. If you're constantly wearing a mask, if you're constantly trying to be someone you're not, it's hard for people to truly see you. It's hard for them to connect with the real you. So breaking free from the devil means taking off that mask and showing the world who you really are, flaws and all. And that's when the real magic happens. That's when you attract people who love and accept you for who you are, not for who you pretend to be. And that's such a beautiful thing. Wow, this reading is just getting so deep. It's so interesting to see how these cards are all connected, how they're all building on each other. It's like we're peeling back the layers of an onion, revealing more and more about your deepest thoughts and desires. I think it all can make sense. So, with the world representing completion, the sun representing joy, the Ace of Wands representing new beginnings, and the Page of Cups representing emotional connection, the devil is showing up to say, okay, you're on this amazing path, but watch out for these traps along the way. Don't forget about those darker aspects of yourself. Don't forget about those old patterns, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments. Because truly, only you can help yourself. And the thing is, the devil isn't there to scare you. It's there to empower you. It's there to remind you that you are stronger than you think. You have the power to overcome any challenge, to break free from any chain, and to create a life that is aligned with your highest potential. I know that you do. I have a lot of faith in you. I am so interested to see what will come next. What is going to help you further break free from these chains? What is going to further inspire and motivate you? I feel like it's going to be something really powerful. Okay, wow, that's really interesting. And yeah, I'm super curious to see what card will help them finally break free from these limitations. So now we have Justice. Wow. Okay, so it is interesting because with all of the previous cards, and especially with the whole Devil card of being chained and stuck, Justice is showing that there's a real need for balance. Like it's not about retribution, but about seeing things clearly. With all that stuck energy of the Devil and those old chains, Justice is saying like, okay, what's really fair here? And that could be like, what's fair to you, you know? It's almost like there is a need to stand up for yourself, but maybe in a very calm way. I think for some of you, because this is about their deepest thoughts, maybe they're dwelling on situations where they feel like they were wronged. Or maybe situations where they feel like they didn't stand up for themselves, you know. Justice isn't just about the legal system. It's about what's fair and right on a personal level. What is fair to you, you know? Think about that. Were you treated fairly in the past? Are you being fair to yourself now? Are you holding onto any resentment or anger about past injustices? Are you judging yourself too harshly? These are the kinds of questions that might be swirling around in their mind when they really let go and drift. It is something to keep in mind. Also, you know, because we had the Devil before, and that was all about those chains and the things holding you back. I think Justice is showing that some of those chains might be related to feeling like you've been treated unfairly, you know, or like you haven't received what you deserve. Maybe it's a situation at work where you feel like you're not being paid enough, or you're not being recognized for your contributions. Or maybe it's a situation in a relationship where you feel like you're giving more than you're receiving. Or maybe it's even just a general feeling that life hasn't been fair to you, you know. It's like, why me? Why did this happen to me? I feel like that's very real. I think it's about realizing that you can't control what happened in the past, but you can control how you react to it, and you can control how you move forward. And Justice is about taking that control back, and about creating a sense of fairness and balance in your own life. That balance is so key. And you know, because we had the Page of Cups with all those emotions, I think Justice is saying that it's really important to process those feelings in a healthy way. I think with all that emotion, it could be easy to be caught up in what has happened. It is so important to keep in mind what could be. You know, It's okay to feel angry or sad or hurt about what happened, but don't let those emotions consume you. Don't let them turn into resentment or bitterness. Instead, use them as fuel to create positive change in your life. Use them as motivation to stand up for yourself and to fight for what you believe in. Because justice isn't just about being fair to yourself. It's about being fair to others, too. You know, and that's a really important distinction. You're a great person. This is not to say there's any ill will. And I think, you know, with the sun being there, shining so brightly, it's so important to remember that justice isn't about revenge. It's about balance. So it's not about trying to get even with someone who wronged you. It's about creating a situation where everyone is treated fairly and where everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. It's about finding that middle ground where you can stand up for yourself without tearing someone else down. I think that's so important and really difficult. It's about being assertive, but not aggressive. It's about being confident, but not arrogant. It's about standing your ground, but also being willing to compromise. Wow, okay, so yeah. Okay, I also think, because we've got the Ace of Wands there, it's about taking action. It's not enough to just think about what's fair and right. You actually have to do something about it. So if you're in a situation where you're not being treated fairly, what steps can you take to change that? Can you talk to your boss? Can you seek legal advice? Can you set some boundaries in your relationships? Can you start saying no to things that don't serve you? Justice is about being proactive and taking responsibility for your own life. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create change, and you have the right to stand up for yourself. You can do it. And you know, because the world was there, it's a cycle. If you stand up for yourself, you can then finish that cycle in a healthy way. If you don't, then you're just going to keep repeating the same patterns over and over again. This is an opportunity to break free from those old patterns and to create a new chapter in your life. It is really exciting. It's almost like the World card is saying, okay, you've learned your lesson. Now it's time to put it into practice. Like you finished that cycle of being treated unfairly, and now you're ready to start a new cycle of standing up for yourself and creating a more balanced and fulfilling life. Okay, I think that is such a theme. Also, with the crystal being about flow, this is saying, okay, how do you create flow when you're trying to be just and fair? Like, how do you make sure that you're not blocking that flow, you know? How do you keep things moving forward? I think it's about not getting too caught up in the details and not getting too attached to the outcome. It's about trusting that the universe will bring you what you need and that everything will work out for the best, even if it doesn't look like it at first. It's about surrendering to the flow and allowing things to unfold naturally. I truly believe that. Oh wow, this is also interesting. So the Peridot palm stone is about releasing blockages, but justice is all about weighing things right. It's like you have to release those blockages, but you also have to be really clear about what's fair and what's not. So it's about balancing the need to let go with the need to stand up for yourself. That's really the heart of the matter. If you let everything go, then you are enabling the other person, and you're not being fair to yourself. But if you hold on too tight, then you're blocking the flow of energy, and you're not allowing things to evolve. Wow, okay, that's like the key right there. Okay, I think maybe some of you are in situations where you're being too passive, and you're allowing other people to take advantage of you. You're so afraid of conflict that you're willing to sacrifice your own needs and desires. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to stand up for yourself. It's time to start saying no. It's time to start setting boundaries. You are valid and worthy. Or maybe some of you are being too aggressive, and you're trying to control everything and everyone around you. You're so afraid of being hurt that you're pushing people away. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to soften. It's time to be more compassionate. It's time to let go of some of that control. It is key to keep that in mind. And I feel like, for some of you, it's about finding that balance in your relationships. Maybe you're in a relationship where you're constantly giving and giving, and you're not getting anything in return. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to reevaluate that relationship. Is it really fair to you? Are you being appreciated for what you bring to the table? It's so important to think about that. Or maybe you're in a relationship where you're constantly taking, and you're not giving anything in return. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to step up. It's time to be more generous. It's time to start contributing more to that relationship. I also feel like, for some of you, it's about finding that balance in your career. Maybe you're in a job where you're being overworked and underpaid. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to ask for a raise. It's time to look for a new job. It's time to start valuing your own skills and talents. Think about it. Or maybe you're in a job where you're not being challenged enough, and you're not using your full potential. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to take on more responsibility. It's time to look for new opportunities. It's time to start pushing yourself to grow. I feel like it is about taking initiative. It's interesting because justice can also be about legal matters, right? So, maybe some of you are dealing with a legal dispute, or a contract negotiation, or some other kind of legal issue. Justice is showing up to say, be fair, be honest, be transparent. Follow the letter of the law, but also follow your own moral compass. Because at the end of the day, it's about doing what's right, not just what's legal. It's important to have a level head here. And if you're on the receiving end of legal action, justice is showing up to say, don't be afraid to fight for what you believe in. Don't back down if you know you're in the right. Seek legal advice, gather your evidence, and prepare to make your case. Because justice will prevail in the end, I am sure. You just need to stand up for yourself and be ready. But you know, even if you win the legal battle, it's important to remember that it's not always about winning. It's about finding a fair and just resolution. It's about creating a situation where everyone can move forward with dignity and respect. It's about healing the wounds and building bridges, not burning them. I really do feel that. It's almost like the Justice card here is about taking responsibility for your own actions and for your own life. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own reality, and you have the right to stand up for yourself and to fight for what you believe in. I think really the best way to think of it is, it's about balance and creating a life that is balanced for you. I feel like some of you might be having a hard time letting go of the past. You're holding on to old grudges, old resentments, old hurts. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to forgive. It's time to release. It's time to move on. You can't change what happened in the past, but you can change how you react to it. You can choose to hold on to that pain, or you can choose to let it go and create a new future for yourself. And you deserve that future, my friend. Also, it's about being honest with yourself and with others. You're not always perfect. You're going to make mistakes. But it's important to own up to those mistakes and to take responsibility for your actions. Because when you're honest with yourself, you can start to heal and grow and evolve. Also, you can make stronger bonds with those around you and be known for your honesty. I truly think this will work out in your favor. And justice can be about facing the consequences of your actions. If you've done something wrong, you have to be willing to accept the consequences, even if they're not pleasant. Because that's how you learn and grow and become a better person. I think that's true growth. I think it's about listening to your intuition and following your own moral compass. You know what's right and what's wrong. You have a strong sense of justice within you. So, trust that inner voice and let it guide you in your decisions. Because when you follow your own moral compass, you'll always be on the right path. I really feel like it's a reminder to not let people take advantage of you. You really have to stand up for what you believe in. And also with all those cards before it, it's like, this is about new love. And maybe, for you, some of you are dwelling on past relationships where you felt like you were wronged or not treated fairly. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to release that baggage. It's time to move on and open yourself up to new love. I feel like some of you might even be holding on to anger or resentment towards a past partner, and that's preventing you from moving on. You need to forgive them, not necessarily for their sake, but for your own sake. Because when you're holding on to that anger, you're only hurting yourself. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. You have to release that toxicity so you can create space for new love to enter your life. This is so key. And I think it's about setting healthy boundaries in your relationships. You need to be clear about what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept. You need to communicate your needs and desires clearly and assertively. And you need to be willing to walk away from relationships that don't serve you. Because you deserve to be with someone who values you, respects you, and treats you fairly. And that's what it's all about. I feel like it's about being willing to compromise and to meet your partner halfway. Relationships are not always going to be 50-50, but they should be balanced. There should be a give and take, a mutual respect, and a willingness to work together to resolve conflict. If you're constantly giving and your partner is constantly taking, or vice versa, that's not a healthy relationship. You need to find a way to create more balance, and that's what justice is all about. I do feel like some of you might be in a situation where you're being too critical of your partner, or your partner is being too critical of you. You're constantly nitpicking each other's flaws and making each other feel bad about yourselves. Justice is showing up to say, it's time to be more compassionate. It's time to be more accepting. It's time to focus on each other's strengths instead of each other's weaknesses. No one is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes. You need to be willing to forgive each other and to support each other through the tough times. Because that's what love is all about, right? It's about accepting each other for who you are, flaws and all. And it's about supporting each other's growth and evolution. Oh my gosh, it's making me so excited for your new life, new relationships. Okay, so justice is all about fairness, balance, and accountability. But how does it relate to the devil that we just saw? Well, I think justice is showing you the way out of the devil's trap. The devil is all about those chains that are holding you back, those limiting beliefs that are keeping you stuck, those unhealthy attachments that are preventing you from moving forward. Justice is showing you how to break free from those chains by taking responsibility for your own actions, by being honest with yourself and with others, by setting healthy boundaries, and by following your own moral compass. It will be great. It's almost like the devil is saying, you're trapped, you can't escape. But justice is saying, yes, you can. You have the power to break free. You just need to be fair, be honest, and be accountable. And I really do believe that. It's like the devil is about the illusion of control, right? It's about thinking that you can control everything and everyone around you, and that's what's keeping you stuck. Justice is about recognizing that you can't control everything, but you can control how you react to it. You can't control what other people do, but you can control how you respond to it. You can't control the past, but you can control the future. It's all about you. Okay, wow, with the world, the sun, the Ace of Wands and Page of Cups, and with the devil holding you back, it could be hard to stay hopeful. With justice, it could be like, how could I ever start a new cycle? How could I ever feel happy? How could I ever experience love? Justice is all about answering those questions and finding a way to be fair with yourself. It will be about recognizing how much those unfair situations have held you back and committing to no longer falling for them. You are so worthy and deserve to feel free and happy. And the devil might be whispering in your ear, telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love, that you're not capable of achieving your dreams. Justice is showing up to say, that's not true. You are good enough. You are worthy of love. You are capable of achieving your dreams. You just need to believe in yourself. I really believe in you too. And so, I'm really interested to see how the very last card we are going to pull will help with that. What will give them the ultimate freedom? And so, I'm really interested to see how the very last card we're going to pull will help with that. What will give them the ultimate freedom? Okay. And for our final card we have the Page of Pentacles. Okay, wow, the Page of Pentacles. So, what's so interesting about this Page of Pentacles is it's such a contrast to everything we've seen so far, right? Because we had all this, like big energy with the world and the sun and the Ace of Wands. And then we had this like emotional energy with the Page of Cups. And then this, like heavy energy with the Devil. Then trying to balance things with justice. And now, the Page of Pentacles is such a gentle, grounded energy, you know. It's like, after all that craziness, this page is like, okay, let's just take a deep breath and get back to basics. I love that. It's like we needed this. Okay, and you know, I think for you, with your deepest thoughts, it really is about getting back to the basics. It will be something truly wonderful for you. And you know, the Page of Pentacles is all about new beginnings in the material world, right? It's about new opportunities, new projects, new skills. It's about being open to learning and growing and developing your potential. It's such a lovely opportunity to be had. So, like, what does that mean in terms of your deepest thoughts? Well, I think it means that when you really let go and just dream, you're craving that sense of stability and security, you know. You're craving that feeling of being grounded and connected to the earth. You're craving that sense of purpose and direction, that feeling that you're building something real and lasting. It's interesting to think about. I think it could also mean maybe you're thinking about going back to school, or taking a course, or learning a new skill, you know. Something practical that can help you improve your career prospects or your financial situation. It is a smart thing to consider. Maybe you're thinking about starting a new business, or investing in a new project, or buying a new home. Something that can provide you with a sense of security and stability for the future. So really take the time to consider that. I feel like the Peridot palm stone is all about flow and abundance, and the Page of Pentacles is about creating that abundance in the real world, you know. It's about taking practical steps to manifest your dreams and create a life that is both fulfilling and prosperous. I think with the Page of Pentacles, it's like you need a plan to follow up all the big feelings we've seen previously. And you need to think about the logistics of being able to implement and realize all of these important dreams. You are so close. So think about what that looks like for you. What steps can you take to bring your dreams into reality and create a life that is both grounded and abundant, so that your feelings are grounded too? It all goes hand in hand. It is about grounding those dreams and turning them into something tangible. Think about that feeling when you're working with your hands, when you're creating something real and lasting. How great does that feel? And that's what the Page of Pentacles is all about. So, it's about finding ways to bring that feeling into your life and to create a sense of stability and security for yourself. I feel like some of you may be craving a simpler life, a life that is less focused on material possessions and more focused on experiences and relationships. A life that is more connected to nature and to the earth. The Page of Pentacles can represent that desire to simplify and to get back to basics. And it is such an attainable goal. I think about the trend of tiny houses, You see that a lot. That's such a great example of the Page of Pentacles energy. It's about creating a life that is sustainable and fulfilling without all the excess baggage. Or I think about starting a garden, It's about connecting with the earth and growing your own food. It's about nourishing yourself and your family in a way that is both healthy and sustainable. Maybe you're wanting to get into baking your own bread or canning your own food. Or maybe you're wanting to learn how to sew or knit or crochet. These are all ways to connect with that Page of Pentacles energy and to create a life that is more grounded and fulfilling. Oh wow, yeah. This also makes me think about maybe you're thinking about starting a new exercise routine or a new diet or a new self-care practice. The Page of Pentacles is all about taking care of your body and your mind and creating habits that support your overall health and well-being. Those things are investments in yourself that are so worthwhile. It's about nourishing yourself from the inside out and creating a foundation of health and vitality. I really feel like it is all about putting in the time and effort so that you feel really secure in your mind. I feel like with everything that's happened lately, that is so necessary. And I think for some of you, this Page of Pentacles may be speaking to a new career opportunity, a chance to use your skills and talents in a way that is both fulfilling and financially rewarding, a chance to build something that is lasting, a chance to invest in a business that is sustainable. The key here is to be patient and persistent, It takes time to build something solid and lasting. You can't expect to get rich overnight, but if you're willing to put in the work, you can create a career that is both meaningful and prosperous. You are so capable of that. You can truly do it. And it's interesting, because we had the Justice card. So it really does make me think the new business is one that values justice and fairness. Or that the new job you're going to get, or are hoping to get, is going to treat you in a way that is just and fair, unlike how they treated you at your last job, because you're not going to settle for that anymore. And if that's the way you're feeling and thinking, then good for you. You should not have to put up with that, and it's great that you're realizing it now. I feel like you are moving onward and upward, and I think you're really starting to understand and realize that you are in charge of your own destiny, and it is something to really take to heart. And that's what the Page of Pentacles is about, too. It's about understanding that you have the power to create your own reality. You are not a victim of circumstance, but you are the master of your own fate. Because the thing is, I almost feel like, with all of this happening, it is all about you. It's not about anyone else, and it's important to keep that in mind. And the Page of Pentacles is emphasizing that, so that you can make the right choices to keep yourself in this forward motion. It is something that you truly deserve. I know that it can be hard, but I know that you are capable of really achieving that. The more you start to realize that the more amazing things will start to fall into place, and it will be something really powerful to have that knowledge. You just have to stay strong. I also almost feel like you need to think about what brings you that feeling. What things can you do that make you feel happy and motivated and good about yourself? Because that's also another super important piece that I feel like will help you continue going forward. You should just really try to focus on yourself and really focus on what makes you happy. And also, what are your dreams? Like, what do you want to accomplish? The Page of Pentacles is also a reminder that small steps every day are the most important. What happens is we can get really caught up in the big picture and then get overwhelmed and then feel like we can't get anything done. But if you just focus on small things that make you feel good, and also on the small steps toward that big dream you have, then I feel like that will ultimately help you to achieve those bigger goals in the future. I really believe that. The Page of Pentacles is also a reminder that small steps every day are the most important. It's like that saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's how you achieve anything, and it's something that's very important to keep in mind. And so it's very important for you to also think about what things you can do to really treat yourself, and what things can you do to just, even if you're struggling, to keep that feeling of just confidence and purpose. Because those things are very important, especially with the Page of Pentacles here. You need to nurture those feelings of hope and really work towards them. It will truly be worth it. You'll see. I also feel like, for some of you, this might mean going back to school, or taking a course, or learning a new skill. Something that you've been putting off for a long time, but would be good for you. This can be a great time to invest in yourself and to develop your potential. It is a new beginning for you. And it also makes me think about all the creative potential that we saw with the sun. I feel like you can do that and be an artist or an entrepreneur or whatever it is you want to do. The only thing that's been holding you back is all of the stuff we have talked about, all of those limiting beliefs, and so on. The devil has really been holding you back. But you're not going to let that hold you back anymore. And by moving forward and by working to release all of that, you really are just creating so much space to become who you have always wanted to be. The only thing that's been holding you back has been yourself. I truly mean that. And the Justice card, too. The biggest thing is about moving past feeling like you're not worthy and realizing all that you are worthy of. You can be that person you've always dreamed of being. You can have that life that you've always dreamed of having. You can really be that confident, happy, successful, creative person. You've got to work to release all of those things that have been holding you back so that you can have that reality. It is within your reach, and you are capable of doing it. You really are. The key is to just believe in yourself and to know that you deserve it. Once you really truly know that and really truly believe that, then everything will start to fall into place. That's the key right there. It is also good to think about what are you most afraid of, because it makes me think that is the real thing holding you back from realizing it. It could be a new relationship, or a new job, or even something else. You're afraid of getting hurt again, or failing, or whatever. You know. But the thing is, you have to be willing to take risks and to put yourself out there if you want to create the life that you want. You can't let fear hold you back anymore. You've got to push through it. You've got to face your fears. And you've got to realize that you are stronger than you think. And you can do it. I really feel like the Page of Pentacles is about taking a risk. If there's something you've been really putting off doing, and you're not sure if you're capable or not, or if it'll succeed or not, then go for it. I really do think you're putting too much pressure on yourself to succeed. Realize you are a beginner, and you can start with smaller steps and learn along the way. So be willing to take that risk and really try. If you don't like it, then you can learn from that and keep moving forward. So with the Page of Pentacles, this is a new beginning. You're learning a new skill. You're learning a new way of thinking. You're learning a new way of approaching life. And it's all really about taking those small steps towards your goals. It is also making me think about how important it is to create a routine for yourself, and how important it is to really keep a schedule so that you feel more on top of things. Make sure you are getting enough sleep, that you are making time for things that help you feel good. It is so important to remember. You have to be kind to yourself. I also feel like it's interesting to think about because, with the devil, right? It's all about those unhealthy attachments, those things that are holding you back. And the Page of Pentacles is like the antidote to that. It's about creating healthy habits, about building a solid foundation for your life, about focusing on what's real and what's lasting. So how can you use this Page of Pentacles energy to break free from those chains and to create a life that is more aligned with your values? I think it's so key to consider, because it's almost like the devil is saying, you're stuck in this pattern, you can't escape. But the Page of Pentacles is saying, yes, you can. You just need to take practical steps to create a new reality for yourself. It's all about having a plan and staying committed to it. That's what will make it so amazing, you know. It is like it's not enough to just dream about a better future. You have to actually do something to create it. It's what you have to expect. You have to set goals. You have to create a plan. And you have to take action every day to move closer to your dreams. that's what the Page of Pentacles is all about. Oh wow, and it just made me think that it is all of those little steps. And because of the other cards, the World and Justice, and even the Sun, those steps need to align with the kind of world you want to create and how you want to feel, and if it's fair. Make sure those align, and then you are unstoppable. But this card pull reminds me that even those amazing things still need to be in small, attainable steps. Because the thing is, it's easy to get caught up in the big picture, right? It's easy to feel overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of your goals. But the Page of Pentacles is reminding you to focus on the small things, on the daily habits, on the practical steps that will eventually lead you to where you want to be. And it's about celebrating those small victories along the way, about acknowledging your progress, about giving yourself credit for how far you've come. It really is about the whole journey here and not just the destination. The joy is in the ride. I know you can do it. I feel like it's also a reminder that it's okay to start small, you know. You don't have to have all the answers right away. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be willing to learn and grow and to take those small steps forward. It's something that you really need to keep in mind. I'm telling you, I do really think that if you make sure to check in with yourself and that you aren't too hard on yourself, then you will be more likely to keep moving forward. And what is amazing, too, is that because it is a pentacle, and pentacles are about the physical world, the world that we touch and see and feel, with you taking these practical steps, you're going to start to see and realize that it's working, and then it's going to motivate you to keep working on yourself. So this is all really awesome, and it is totally possible for you. And so, how does this all tie together? Well, we started with the world, that sense of completion. Then we moved into the Sun, that joy and happiness. Then we had the Ace of Wands, with those new beginnings. Then we felt that Page of Cups, to connect emotionally, and Justice and Devil. The Page of Pentacles is all about grounding all of that and making it real. It's about creating a life that is both fulfilling and prosperous, a life that is aligned with your values, and a life that is sustainable for the long term. I'm telling you, the more you embrace this Page of Pentacles energy, the more you'll realize how much power you truly have to create your own destiny. It's all in your hands. You can do it. And what's so amazing about this is it's like, after all that work we did with the Devil card, right? You're finally creating that clear pathway. But in order to do that, you have to keep pushing with that Peridot palm stone energy. Keep going forward. Keep releasing the blockages. Now is the time. I know you can do it. The Page of Pentacles is also saying you are going to get so many blessings and so many wonderful rewards along the way. It is all really working out in your favor. You will have your dream job. You can be that creative person. And it is important to have these goals. Otherwise, you are likely to fall back into the darkness. The most important thing to do now is think about that plan and figure it all out. I'm so excited also feel like I want to look to how to keep that all flowing. Now that you have the plan, it's important to think of where this could get blocked. I think that there are ways we can further ensure that this stays on track and that there will be nothing stopping you from going on your path. Okay, so wow. That was a lot, right? I mean, we really went deep there, diving into your deepest thoughts and uncovering all sorts of hidden treasures. And a few tricky spots along the way. But that's okay. That's what these readings are all about, right? It is key to keep in mind. It's about gaining clarity, about understanding yourself better, and about empowering yourself to create the life you want. And I really think it's a beautiful thing. I am very excited for what is in store for you and your path. I'm sure that great things will be coming your way. You are just so deserving of those amazing moments. So let's just kind of recap everything real quick. Okay. We started with the world, which was all about completion and freedom, about finishing that cycle and stepping into a new chapter. You are amazing, remember that. And then we had the sun, that radiant joy and happiness, that reminder that you deserve to feel good and to embrace all the good things in your life. Also remember that. And then we had the Ace of Wands, that spark of inspiration, that new energy, that call to action to pursue your passions and create something amazing. And then we had the Page of Cups, that emotional connection, that reminder to open your heart to love and to connect with others on a deeper level. And it makes me so emotional. I'm such a crier. And then, oh boy, then we had the Devil, right? That shadow self, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments that were holding you back. The things that we need to work on. But it's okay, because we also had justice, right? That reminder to be fair, to be honest, to be accountable, and to stand up for what you believe in, but more importantly, be fair to yourself, and know when you're not prioritizing yourself. What is fair to you? All of it. And finally, we have the Page of Pentacles, which is so perfect, right? It's all about grounding those dreams, about taking practical steps, and about building a solid foundation for your future. So, what do you do with all of that, right? It's a lot of information to process. How do you integrate all of these energies into your daily life? What do you start? Well, first of all, I think it's important to remember that this is a journey, right? It's not a destination. It's not like you're going to suddenly wake up one day and everything is going to be perfect. That is never how it works, right? It's about taking small steps every day to move closer to your goals. It's about being patient with yourself, about being kind to yourself, and about celebrating your progress along the way. Always remember to reward yourself. You are working so hard to get there that you absolutely deserve that. And I think it's also important to remember that this is your journey, right? It's not about comparing yourself to others. It's about creating a life that is authentic to you, a life that is aligned with your values, and a life that brings you joy and fulfillment. The most important thing is that this is for you. Think about yourself. What kind of life do you want? So, let's break it down a little bit, okay? Let's talk about how you can integrate the energy of each card into your daily life, starting with the world. The world, like we said, is all about completion, right? So, how can you bring that energy into your daily life? Well, I think it's about identifying those areas where you feel like you need closure, those things that you've been putting off, those loose ends that you need to tie up. And it doesn't have to be anything big or dramatic, you know. It can be something as simple as cleaning out your closet or finishing a book you started months ago, or sending that email you've been meaning to send. It's about taking action and bringing those things to a close so that you can create space for something new. I really think it is worth it to declutter. It can really help move things forward. It also makes me think it could be helpful to just finish a task, even just one. It really could be worth it and help bring some movement into your life. Small steps, right? You got this. And then we have the sun, that radiant joy and happiness. Oh, I love the sun. And how do you bring that energy into your daily life? Well, I think it's about finding those things that bring you joy and making time for them, even if it's just for a few minutes each day. It can be something as simple as listening to your favorite song, or spending time in nature, or laughing with a friend. It's about consciously choosing to focus on the positive and to cultivate gratitude for all the good things in your life. What brings you the most joy? Are you making time for that in your day-to-day? I think really trying to incorporate that could be helpful. Even if you're just watching your favorite TV show, it could be really good to help motivate you and bring you happiness. It makes me so happy thinking about you finding that joy. And what about a comfort food? What do you love to eat? It could be a good day to have that. Think of it like that. Think of small steps. You can do this. And then we have the Ace of Wands, that spark of inspiration, that new energy. Ooh, how do you bring that into your daily life? Well, I think it's about being open to new experiences, about trying new things, about stepping outside of your comfort zone. It can be something as simple as taking a different route to work, or trying a new restaurant, or striking up a conversation with a stranger. It's about being curious and adventurous, and allowing yourself to be inspired by the world around you. That could be anything from trying a new food to learning a new skill or language, or even reaching out to a new friend. Anything at all. What do you want to try today? And then we have the Page of Cups, that emotional connection. How can you bring that energy into your daily life? Well, I think it's about being present with the people you care about listening to them, about supporting them, about showing them that you love them. It can be something as simple as sending a text to a friend, or giving your partner a hug, or writing a letter to your parents. It's about nurturing those relationships and creating a sense of connection and belonging. Maybe you can call someone you haven't spoken to in a while, or send flowers, or even write a letter. Think about who makes you feel good and what you can do to make them feel good. And then we have the devil, right? Oh boy, How do you deal with the devil in your daily life? Well, I think it's about being aware of those negative patterns, those limiting beliefs, those unhealthy attachments that are holding you back. It's about recognizing when you're falling into those traps and consciously choosing to break free. It can be something as simple as saying no to something you don't want to do, or setting a boundary with someone who's draining your energy, or challenging a negative thought that's popping into your head. It's about taking control of your own mind and your own life. I think it could be worth setting a timer or alarm in your phone every day to remind you of these things, or even put a sticky note somewhere that it can remind you. It really could be worth it, because sometimes the devil takes over and we don't even realize it. So keep that in mind. I think it'll be helpful. And then, with the Peridot palm stone, it's all about flow. So how can you use that to help with the devil? Well, I think it's about recognizing when you're resisting the flow and consciously choosing to let go. It's about surrendering to the present moment, about trusting that everything is happening exactly as it should be, and about allowing yourself to be guided by your intuition. What can you do to make your life feel more smooth? Is it about releasing obligations or forgiving others? Think about it. And then we have justice, right? That fairness, that honesty, that accountability. How do you bring that into your daily life? Well, I think it's about treating yourself and others with respect, about being honest in your interactions, about taking responsibility for your actions, and about standing up for what you believe in. It can be something as simple as keeping your promises, or admitting when you're wrong, or speaking up when you see someone being treated unfairly. It's about living with integrity and aligning your actions with your values. The biggest thing here is to be fair to yourself. Are you working too hard? Are you not valuing yourself? Think of that, and think of how it can align. Try to make sure that what you're doing matches what you think you should be doing. You deserve to feel good about the things you are doing, but it needs to feel justified. And finally, we have the Page of Pentacles, that grounding, that practicality, that foundation for the future. How do you bring that into your daily life? Well, I think it's about taking those small steps, about setting those goals, about creating that plan, and about working towards your dreams every day. It can be something as simple as saving a little bit of money, or learning a new skill, or starting a new project. It's about investing in yourself and building a life that is both fulfilling and sustainable. Always check in with yourself. Are you being realistic about what you're planning? That is key. You don't want to let the devil back in, so think about how these things can connect. That could be anything from making a list to actually taking an action. Take it to the physical realm. What can you hold? And, I think it's also important to remember that it's okay to ask for help. You don't have to do all of this alone. Reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, your coach, your mentor, whoever you trust and feel comfortable with. Let them support you. Let them guide you. Let them help you create the life you want. Because you are not alone, and you don't have to go through this by yourself. Also, think about how the devil and the Page of Pentacles connect here. I feel like the best way to counter the devil is to replace it with a healthy habit from the Page of Pentacles. So instead of turning to a bad habit, try turning to a good one that makes you feel more secure, stable, and aligned with your values. I think if you do that, you will see some positive changes in your life. You are amazing. Now think about how you can check in on your justice and then take action. It's important to think about what is not serving you in your life, especially after realizing those thoughts, then move on. Think about what actions can I take that will help serve me. Think about the physical. It is within your reach. So let's do this together. And let's go on this journey together. This is your journey, and only you can take the steps. But I'm here to help you and guide you. The Peridot palm stone is a beautiful stone, and it's all about flow, right? It's about abundance. It's about letting go of what no longer serves you, and it's about trusting that the universe has your back. So, as you move forward on this journey, remember to hold that stone close, to connect with its energy, and to allow it to guide you. Let that stone serve as a reminder that you are strong, that you are capable, and that you are worthy of all the good things in life. I am sure that that is true. And I really think it is so important to start really embracing every little thing in your life, you know. So start making sure that you are reminding yourself about it, and that you are really taking the time to really feel the physical nature of it, and to use that energy from the crystal to help pull you out of that. What is more important is thinking about why you are doing what you are doing. And I think it all works together really well to help bring you to that place. I am sure that that will be worth it, and you are more than capable of that. Okay, so I know that was a lot, but I really wanted to give you some practical tools that you can use to integrate all of these energies into your daily life. Because it's one thing to have a reading. It's another thing to actually apply it and create real change in your life. And I know you can do it. I have so much faith in you. So, what now? I will say it again. Now is the time to start dreaming, to realize those little steps and take them. All the things that make you who you are. Take everything that you are and put it all together. You can do this. So, with all of that being said, I'm going to go ahead and finish off this reading with some final guidance for you. Okay. I know you can do it. I know that there are great things in store for you. I just feel so excited thinking about what is going to happen for you, and I am really cheering you on and know that it can all be possible. And I know that now is the time. I feel that really strongly. So listen to this last guidance, okay? We're gonna go ahead and finish off this reading. It is going to be just so great, and I'm really ready to finish this off so that you can really start your path. So to start, we have believe in magic. I think it is so important to believe in magic here. Magic is all around us. See the world with wonder and innocence and expect miracles. Because magic is real. It is more than just a kid's thing. or even something that's just not real. It's just something that really exists and really happens every day. So open your eyes to that and really try to start realizing that more in your life. Magic is a form of manifestation because believing is seeing, and that can change things for you. Like believing you're a good artist can help you become a good artist. What do you want to believe about yourself? Maybe you can start there. This is really what will help guide you and give you what you need to succeed in your life. We also have release control. That's a big thing too. So as we were talking about a few minutes ago, it's so important to let go of control because it is a false thing. You are not in control, and you can't control other people. I am serious about that. You can only be in control of yourself. That doesn't mean you give up and don't stand up for things. It means that you trust your feelings and yourself, and you take the steps you need to take for yourself. I really think it will go over well for you, and I really do feel this to be so true. So as it says here, allow circumstances to unfold in their own time. Have faith in yourself, trust yourself, and follow the flow. Because you know what you need to do. You know what makes you happy. And it really comes down to that belief that it can happen. You know, it's like we were saying with the devil, that you don't have to have all the answers, and you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be willing to take risks, to step into the unknown, and to trust that everything will work out for the best. And you really can. Now is the time. I think that those are some really great thoughts to keep in mind, and it can do you really good. You can learn so much from this and just make your life better. Oh my gosh, my friend, I am so excited for you. I really am. I feel like you are on the verge of something truly amazing. You have so much potential, so much talent, so much love to give. And now is the time to unleash it all and create the life you've always dreamed of. It's within reach. I feel like it is almost here. Just remember to trust the process, to be patient with yourself, to be kind to yourself, and to never give up on your dreams. Because you are worthy of love, you are worthy of success, and you are worthy of happiness. It is okay to be you. Hi, you guys. Ruby Dragon. That's such a powerful image, isn't it? And it means nurturing, which is so beautiful. This whole reading is about fiery devotions, what passions ignite their deepest thoughts. So we're looking at what really, truly makes them tick, what sets their soul on fire, and how that connects to taking care of themselves and others, you know. Okay, so the cards we have are the Star, Death, and the Empress. Wow, that's like a really intense and beautiful combination. It feels like a journey, right? Like a journey from maybe feeling a little lost or hopeless towards complete transformation and stepping into your power. But let's dive in, because there's so much more here than meets the eye. I can already feel it. Let's start with the Star. Ah, the Star. This card is all about hope, healing, and inspiration. After a dark night, the Star appears, promising brighter days ahead. You know, it's that feeling of finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. When the Star shows up, It's like the universe is reminding you that even in the darkest of times, there's always a reason to believe, always a reason to keep going. It's about having faith, even when you can't see the path ahead. It's that little spark of hope that keeps you going, keeps you dreaming. And in terms of their deepest thoughts, this card says they are dreaming big, like huge. They are thinking about their future, their hopes, their wishes. They are really allowing themselves to imagine the best possible outcome, not settling for less, not being afraid to reach for the stars, literally. They are thinking about what truly makes them happy, what truly fulfills them. Maybe they've been through a tough time. Maybe they've been feeling lost or discouraged. But the star is here to say, hey, it's okay. You're not alone. There is hope. There is healing. And you are capable of amazing things. It's like a cosmic reminder that you are connected to something bigger than yourself, that you are part of a universal plan. And what's really cool is that this isn't just about wishful thinking. It's about actively aligning yourself with your dreams. It's about taking steps, no matter how small, towards making those dreams a reality. It's about believing in yourself, even when nobody else does. Think of it like this. They might be lying awake at night, not with anxiety, but with excitement. They are thinking about a project they want to start, a relationship they want to nurture, a goal they want to achieve. And they are not just thinking about it in a vague, someday kind of way. They are actually envisioning it, feeling it, believing it. They are putting that energy out into the universe, and the universe is responding. The star also represents a connection to your intuition, right? It's about listening to that inner voice, that gut feeling that guides you towards your true path. It's about trusting yourself, even when things don't make sense. This person, the person you're thinking about, they are listening to their intuition. They are paying attention to the signs and synchronicities that are showing up in their life. It's almost like they have a secret language with the universe, and they are finally starting to understand what it's saying. And that's incredibly powerful, because when you are aligned with your intuition, you are aligned with your true purpose. You are no longer just drifting along. You are moving with intention and clarity. The star also speaks of healing, and I think that's a really important aspect of this card, especially in the context of their deepest thoughts. Maybe they are thinking about past hurts, past traumas, past disappointments, but they are not dwelling on them. They are not letting them define them. Instead, they are using those experiences as fuel for their growth. They are turning their pain into power. They are realizing that those wounds, those scars, are actually beautiful. They are proof that they have survived, that they have overcome challenges, that they are stronger than they ever thought possible. And they are letting go of the need to be perfect, the need to have it all figured out. They are embracing their imperfections, their vulnerabilities, their humanness. It's like they are giving themselves permission to be real, to be authentic, to be themselves. And that is incredibly liberating, because when you are not trying to be someone else, you are free to be who who you truly are. And that is where your power lies. Maybe they are thinking about forgiving someone who has hurt them. Or maybe they are thinking about forgiving themselves. Maybe they are thinking about letting go of a grudge or letting go of a resentment. Whatever it is, they are releasing that negativity. They are clearing that space so that they can fill it with love, with joy, with peace. And that's where the fiery devotions part comes in, right? What are they truly passionate about? What sets their soul on fire? What makes them feel alive? They are thinking about those things, and they are allowing themselves to fully embrace them. They are not holding back. They are not playing it safe. They are going all in. Maybe they are thinking about their art, their music, their writing, their dancing, their gardening, whatever it is that brings them joy. They are thinking about how they can share that with the world, how they can use their gifts to make a difference, how they can inspire others. Or maybe they are thinking about their loved ones, their family, their friends, their partners. They are thinking about how they can show them more love, more appreciation, more support. They are thinking about how they can create deeper connections, more meaningful relationships. Or maybe they are thinking about their spiritual path, their connection to the divine, their purpose in life. They are thinking about how they can grow, how they can evolve, how they can become the best version of themselves. They are seeking answers. They are asking questions. They are exploring new possibilities. The star is also about community, about connecting with like-minded people who share your passions and your values. Maybe they are thinking about joining a group, attending a workshop, volunteering for a cause. They are looking for ways to connect with others who understand them, who support them, who inspire them. It's like they are building a tribe, a network of people who believe in them and who they believe in. And that's incredibly important because we are not meant to do this alone. We need each other. We need support. We need encouragement. Okay, so that's the star. Hope, healing, inspiration, dreams, intuition, passion, community. It's a beautiful card, and it sets the stage for what's to come. But the journey isn't over, not by a long shot. Because next we have death. Now, don't freak out. Death is not necessarily about physical death, okay? Most of the time, it's about transformation, about endings and beginnings. It's about shedding the old to make way for the new. It's about letting go of what no longer serves you so that you can step into your true power. And in the context of their deepest thoughts, this card says they are thinking about what needs to change in their life, what needs to end, what needs to be released, what needs to be transformed. They are doing some serious soul searching, some deep introspection. Maybe they are thinking about a relationship that's no longer working, a job that's draining them, a belief system that's holding them back. They are realizing that these things are no longer aligned with their true selves and that they need to let them go. It's not always easy. Letting go can be painful, especially when it involves something that you've held onto for a long time. But death is here to say, it's okay. You can do this. you are strong enough. And on the other side of this ending, there is something even better waiting for you. Think of it like this. They might be thinking about a chapter in their life that's coming to a close. Maybe they are moving to a new city, starting a new career, ending a relationship. They are feeling a mix of emotions: sadness, fear, excitement, anticipation. But they are also feeling a sense of relief, a sense of freedom. They are realizing that this ending is actually a gift, an opportunity to start fresh, to create something new, to reinvent themselves. They are letting go of the past, and they are embracing the future with open arms. This is powerful stuff. Death is also about facing your fears, right? It's about confronting those things that you've been avoiding, those things that make you uncomfortable. It's about stepping outside of your comfort zone and taking risks. Maybe they are thinking about something that they've always wanted to do, but they've been too afraid to try. Maybe they are thinking about starting a business, writing a book, traveling the world. They are realizing that life is too short to play it safe, and that they need to go for it. It's like they are saying, what's the worst that could happen? Even if I fail, I'll learn something. And at least I'll know that I tried. And that's a really empowering attitude, because when you are not afraid to fail, you are free to take chances, to experiment, to grow. Death also represents a clearing away of the old, the outdated, the unnecessary. It's about decluttering your life, both physically and emotionally. It's about getting rid of anything that's weighing you down, anything that's preventing you from reaching your full potential. Maybe they are thinking about cleaning out their closet, donating old clothes, selling unwanted items. They are creating space in their physical environment so that they can create space in their mental and emotional environment as well. Or maybe they are thinking about letting go of toxic relationships, negative thought patterns, limiting beliefs. They are creating boundaries. They are protecting their energy. They are prioritizing their well-being. It's like they are doing a deep cleanse, a complete overhaul. And it's not always easy. It can be uncomfortable, even painful. But it's necessary, because you can't build something new on a foundation of old, broken, and outdated stuff. You have to clear the slate. You have to start fresh. And that's where the fiery devotions come in again, right? What are they willing to let go of in order to pursue their passions? What are they willing to sacrifice in order to achieve their dreams? What are they willing to transform in order to become the best version of themselves? Maybe they are thinking about quitting their job, even though it's stable and secure. They are realizing that it's not fulfilling them, that it's not aligned with their values, and that they need to find something that is. Or maybe they are thinking about ending a relationship, even though it's comfortable and familiar. They are realizing that it's not growing them, that it's not serving their highest good, and that they need to move on. Or maybe they are thinking about changing their lifestyle, even though it's what everyone expects of them. They are realizing that it's not making them happy, that it's not authentic to who they are, and that they need to create something that is. It's like they are making a conscious decision to prioritize their happiness, their fulfillment, their well-being. And that's not selfish, it's necessary. Because you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to take care of yourself first, so that you can take care of others. Death is also about surrender, about letting go of control. It's about trusting the process, even when you don't understand it. It's about knowing that everything is happening for a reason, and that even the difficult experiences are leading you to where you need to be. Maybe they are thinking about something that they've been trying to control, something that they've been clinging to. They are realizing that they can't force things to happen, that they can't micromanage every aspect of their life. They are letting go of the need to be in charge, the need to have all the answers, the need to be perfect. They are surrendering to the flow of life. They are trusting that the universe has their back, and they are allowing things to unfold as they are meant to. And that's incredibly freeing, because when you are not trying to control everything, you are open to receiving guidance, to receiving support, to receiving miracles. You are allowing the universe to work its magic, and that's when amazing things can happen. Okay, so that's death. Transformation, endings, beginnings, letting go, facing fears, decluttering, sacrifice, surrender. It's a powerful card, and it can be scary, but it's also incredibly liberating. And it leads us to the Empress. Ah, the Empress. This card is all about abundance, nurturing, and creation. It's about stepping into your power, embracing your femininity, and creating a life that you love. It's about feeling good in your skin, radiating confidence, and attracting everything that you desire. And in the context of their deepest thoughts, this card says they are thinking about their worth, their value, their potential. They are realizing that they are worthy of love, of happiness, of success. They are realizing that they have so much to offer the world, and that they are capable of creating amazing things. Maybe they've been feeling insecure. Maybe they've been doubting themselves. Maybe they've been comparing themselves to others. But the Empress is here to say, you are beautiful. You are powerful. You are worthy. And you have everything you need to create the life of your dreams. Think of it like this. They might be thinking about their body, their appearance, their sensuality. They are not criticizing themselves. They are not focusing on their flaws. They are celebrating their beauty. They are embracing their curves, their lines, their unique features. They are feeling comfortable in their skin. They are feeling confident in their sexuality. They are feeling empowered by their femininity. They are realizing that their body is a temple, and that they need to treat it with love and respect. The Empress is also about nurturing, right? It's about taking care of yourself, both physically and emotionally. It's about eating healthy foods, exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, and practicing self-care. Maybe they are thinking about cooking a nourishing meal, taking a relaxing bath, going for a walk in nature, or spending time with loved ones. They are prioritizing their well-being. They are making time for themselves, and they are filling their cup It's like they are giving themselves permission to relax, to enjoy life, to have fun. And that's incredibly important because you can't be productive. You can't be creative. You can't be loving if you are constantly stressed out and depleted. The Empress also represents creation, right? It's about bringing something new into the world, whether it's a baby, a project, a business, or an idea. It's about tapping into your creative energy, expressing your unique talents, and making your mark on the world. Maybe they are thinking about starting a family, adopting a child, or fostering a pet. They are nurturing life. They are creating a loving home, and they are expanding their circle of love. Or maybe they are thinking about launching a business, writing a book, painting a picture, or composing a song. They are expressing their creativity. They are sharing their gifts, and they are inspiring others. It's like they are giving birth to something new, something beautiful, something meaningful. And that's incredibly fulfilling because we are all creators at heart. We all have the power to bring something new into the world and to make a difference. And that's where the fiery devotions come in one last time, right? How are they using their passions to create abundance in their life? How are they using their talents to nurture themselves and others? How are they using their energy to step into their power? Maybe they are thinking about turning their hobby into a business, sharing their knowledge with others, or creating a product that solves a problem. They are monetizing their passions. They are creating value for others, and they are generating abundance for themselves. Or maybe they are thinking about using their voice to speak up for what they believe in, advocating for social justice, or supporting a cause that they care about. They are making a difference in the world. They are inspiring others to take action, and they are creating a more just and equitable society. Or maybe they are thinking about using their love to heal themselves and others, creating deeper connections, and fostering more meaningful relationships. They are radiating love, they are attracting love, and they are creating a more loving world. It's like they are realizing that their passions are not just a hobby. They are not just a distraction. They are a source of power, a source of abundance, and a source of love. And they are using them to create a life that is aligned with their values, a life that is fulfilling, and a life that is truly abundant. The Empress is also about sensuality, about enjoying the pleasures of life. It's about indulging your senses, savoring delicious food, enjoying beautiful music, and appreciating the beauty of nature. Maybe they are thinking about taking a vacation, going to a spa, buying themselves something nice, or spending time with their loved ones. They are treating themselves with kindness. They are indulging their senses, and they are enjoying the present moment. It's like they are giving themselves permission to relax, to have fun, to be sensual. And that's incredibly important because life is not just about working hard. It's also about enjoying the fruits of your labor. Okay, so that's the Empress. Abundance, nurturing, creation, worthiness, sensuality, pleasure. It's a beautiful card, and it represents the culmination of the journey that we've been on. From the star to death to the Empress, it's a journey of hope, transformation, and abundance. And when we tie it all together, what does it mean? It means that this person, the person you're thinking about, is going through a profound transformation. They are shedding the old, they are embracing the new, and they are stepping into their power. They are thinking about their dreams, their passions, their values. They are letting go of what no longer serves them, and they are creating a life that is aligned with their true selves. They are nurturing themselves, they are nurturing others, and they are creating abundance in their lives. And it all comes back to the ruby dragon, right? Nurturing. That's the key. They are realizing that they need to nurture themselves. They need to nurture their passions. They need to nurture their relationships. And by doing so, they are igniting their deepest thoughts. They are creating a life that is full of fire, full of passion, and full of love. Wow, that was intense, but so amazing. I can't wait to see what else comes up in this reading. Okay, so next we have the Emperor. Wow. Okay, this is really interesting, especially coming after the Empress, right? The Empress is all about feminine energy, nurturing, creation, abundance. And the Emperor is like the ultimate masculine energy, structure, authority, control. So this is all about balance, right? About how they are balancing these two energies within themselves, how they are expressing their power in the world, in the context of their deepest thoughts. The Emperor says they are thinking about building something solid, something lasting. They are thinking about their legacy, about what they want to create, about the impact they want to have on the world. It's like they're not just dreaming anymore. They are actually taking action. They are putting their plans into motion. They are building the foundations for their future. But it's not just about building for themselves. It's also about building for others. It's about creating a structure, a system that benefits everyone involved. Think of it like this. They might be thinking about their career, their business, their leadership role. They are not just focused on climbing the ladder. They are focused on creating a positive work environment, on empowering their employees, on building a company that is ethical and sustainable. They are thinking about how they can use their power to make a difference, to create opportunities for others, to build a better world. Or maybe they are thinking about their family, their community, their society. They are not just focused on their own needs. They are focused on creating a stable and supportive environment for their loved ones, on contributing to their community, on advocating for social justice. They are thinking about how they can use their influence to make a positive change, to protect the vulnerable, to build a more just and equitable world. The Emperor is also about taking responsibility, right? It's about owning your actions, admitting your mistakes, and learning from your experiences. It's about being accountable for your choices and taking ownership of your life. Maybe they are thinking about past failures, past regrets, past mistakes. But they are not dwelling on them. They are not blaming others. they are taking responsibility for their part in what happened. They are learning from those experiences. They are growing from those challenges. And they are using that knowledge to make better decisions in the future. It's like they are saying, I messed up, I made mistakes, but I'm not going to let that define me. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to grow from it. And I'm going to use that experience to become a better person. The Emperor also represents structure and order, right? It's about creating boundaries, setting rules, and establishing systems. It's about bringing order to chaos and creating a sense of stability and security. Maybe they are thinking about their finances, their budget, their investments. They are creating a plan, they are setting goals, and they are managing their money wisely. They are creating a sense of financial security so that they can pursue their passions without worrying about money. Or maybe they are thinking about their time, their schedule, their priorities. They are creating a routine. They are setting boundaries, and they are managing their time effectively. They are creating space for the things that matter most to them, like their work, their family, their hobbies, and their self-care. It's like they are saying, I'm not going to let my life be dictated by chaos and uncertainty. I'm going to create a structure. I'm going to set boundaries, and I'm going to manage my time and my resources wisely so that I can live a fulfilling and meaningful life. But here's the thing, the Emperor can also be a little rigid, right? It can be a little too controlling, a little too authoritarian. So it's important to consider the shadow side of this card as well. Maybe they are being too strict with themselves, too demanding, too critical. Maybe they are setting unrealistic expectations and then beating themselves up when they don't meet them. Maybe they are being too controlling of others, too bossy, too domineering. Maybe they are trying to impose their will on others instead of respecting their autonomy and their individuality. It's like they are forgetting the nurturing energy of the Empress, and they are becoming too focused on control and domination. So it's all about finding that balance, right? It's about embracing the positive aspects of the Emperor, like structure, responsibility, and leadership, without falling into the trap of rigidity, control, and domination. It's about using their power wisely, with compassion, with empathy, and with a sense of responsibility towards others. And how does this tie into the ruby dragon? Well, the ruby dragon is all about nurturing, right? So it's about nurturing their own authority, nurturing their own leadership skills, nurturing their own ability to create structure and order in their lives. It's about being a strong and powerful leader, but also being a kind and compassionate nurturer. It's about finding that balance between masculine and feminine energy, between structure and flow, between control and surrender. And that's where the fiery devotions come in, right? How are they channeling their passions into building something solid and lasting? How are they using their energy to create a structure that supports their dreams? How are they balancing their need for control with their desire for freedom and spontaneity? Maybe they are thinking about starting a business that is aligned with their values, a business that is ethical, sustainable, and socially responsible. They are not just focused on making money. They are focused on creating a positive impact on the world. They are building a company that is based on integrity, transparency, and respect. And they are leading with compassion, with empathy, and with a genuine desire to serve their customers and their employees. Or maybe they are thinking about creating a foundation, a charity, or a nonprofit organization that supports a cause that they are passionate about. They are using their resources, their time, and their energy to make a difference in the world. They are advocating for social justice. They are protecting the environment, and they are empowering marginalized communities. And they are leading with courage, with conviction, and with an unwavering commitment to their cause. Or maybe they are thinking about creating a family, a home, a community that is based on love, respect, and mutual support. They are nurturing their relationships. They are creating a safe and supportive environment for their loved ones. And they are building a strong foundation for their future. And they are leading with kindness, with compassion, and with a genuine desire to create a loving and harmonious home. It's like they are realizing that their passions are not just about personal fulfillment. They are also about making a difference in the world. They are using their energy, their resources, and their influence to create a better future for themselves and for others. And that's incredibly powerful, because when you are aligned with your purpose, when you are using your gifts to make a difference, you are unstoppable. The Emperor is also about discipline, right? It's about setting goals, creating a plan, and sticking to it. It's about overcoming obstacles, persevering through challenges, and never giving up on your dreams. Maybe they are thinking about a project that they've been working on for a long time, a project that has been difficult, challenging, and frustrating. But they are not giving up. They are not losing faith. They are persevering through the obstacles. They are staying focused on their goals. They are sticking to their plan, and they are working hard to achieve their dreams. Or maybe they are thinking about a habit that they want to change, a negative pattern that they want to break, or a goal that they want to achieve. They are setting intentions. They are creating a plan, and they are taking consistent action towards their goals. They are overcoming their challenges. They are breaking their negative patterns, and they are creating a better version of themselves. It's like they are saying, I'm not going to let my fears, my doubts, or my limitations hold me back. I'm going to set goals. I'm going to create a plan. And I'm going to take consistent action towards my dreams. I'm going to overcome my challenges. I'm going to break my negative patterns. And I'm going to become the best version of myself. And that's incredibly inspiring, because when you are disciplined, when you are committed, when you are persistent, you can achieve anything you set your mind to. But again, it's important to remember the nurturing energy of the ruby dragon, right? It's not about being a drill sergeant. It's not about pushing yourself to the point of exhaustion. It's about nurturing your own discipline, nurturing your own commitment and nurturing your own perseverance. It's about being kind to yourself, being patient with yourself, and celebrating your progress along the way. So how does all of this play out in their deepest thoughts? Really? I think they're grappling with their own power. Maybe they've always been seen as a leader, or maybe they're just now stepping into that role. Either way, they're thinking about what it means to be in charge. It's not just about giving orders. It's about inspiring people, protecting them, and building something that lasts. But there's also this fear, maybe, of becoming too controlling, too rigid. They don't want to stifle creativity or individuality. They want to empower people, not dominate them. And that's why the Empress is so important here. They need to remember that nurturing, creative energy. They need to balance their masculine and feminine sides. They need to lead with both strength and compassion. Maybe they're thinking about how to bring more of that feminine energy into their work, their relationships, their lives. How to be more open, more receptive, more intuitive. How to trust their gut and let go of control. It's a real push and pull, isn't it? This desire to build and create, but also to nurture and connect. This need for structure and order, but also for freedom and spontaneity. They are deeply considering how to embrace them all. They are thinking about building a legacy, but not at the expense of their own happiness or the well-being of others. They want to create something that is both solid and beautiful, both powerful and compassionate. And the ruby dragon is there to remind them that it's all about nurturing that balance. It's about taking care of themselves so they can take care of others. It's about nurturing their passions so they can create something meaningful. It's about nurturing their relationships so they can build a strong and supportive community. This is not just about external achievement. It's about internal alignment. It's about finding that sweet spot where their power and their passion intersect. Okay, so let's get a little more specific, right? Let's think about some concrete examples of how this might be playing out in their life. Maybe they are in a leadership position at work, and they are struggling with how to manage their team effectively. They want to be a strong leader, but they also don't want to be a micromanager. They want to empower their employees, but they also need to make sure that things get done. They might be thinking about different leadership styles, about how to delegate tasks effectively, about how to give constructive feedback, and about how to create a positive and productive work environment. They might be reading books on leadership, attending workshops, or seeking advice from mentors. They are actively trying to improve their leadership skills so that they can be a more effective and inspiring leader. Or maybe they are starting their own business and they are feeling overwhelmed by all the responsibilities. They need to create a business plan, secure funding, hire employees, market their products or services, and manage their finances. They might be thinking about how to prioritize their tasks, how to delegate effectively, how to manage their time, and how to avoid burnout. They might be seeking advice from other entrepreneurs, joining a business incubator, taking online courses. They are actively trying to build a successful business while also maintaining their own well-being. Or maybe they are raising children and they are struggling with how to balance discipline and nurturing. They want to teach their children right from wrong, but they also don't want to be too strict or authoritarian. They want to create a loving and supportive home, but they also need to set boundaries and enforce rules. They might be thinking about different parenting styles, about how to communicate effectively with their children, about how to foster their independence, and about how to create a strong and loving family bond. They might be reading books on parenting, attending workshops, or seeking advice from other parents. They are actively trying to be the best parents they can be, while also maintaining their own sanity. And in all of these scenarios, the ruby dragon is there to remind them to nurture themselves, to nurture their passions, and to nurture their relationships. It's about taking care of themselves so they can take care of others. It's about nurturing their passions so they can create something meaningful. It's about nurturing their relationships so they can build a strong and supportive community. So, where does that leave them? What are some of the potential pitfalls here, and how can they avoid them? I think one of the biggest dangers is getting too caught up in the external validation, in the need to achieve, to succeed, to build something impressive. They might start to define their worth by their accomplishments, by their status, by their wealth. And that's a trap, because those things are fleeting, they are external, and they are never truly satisfying. They need to remember that their true worth comes from within, from their character, from their values, from their ability to love and connect with others. Another potential pitfall is becoming too controlling, too rigid, too inflexible. They might start to believe that they have all the answers, that they know what's best for everyone, and that they need to impose their will on others. And that's a recipe for disaster, because it stifles creativity, it destroys relationships, and it leads to resentment and conflict. They need to remember that true leadership is about empowering others, not dominating them. It's about listening to different perspectives, about being open to new ideas, and about collaborating with others to achieve a common goal. And finally, another potential pitfall is neglecting their own needs, neglecting their own well-being, neglecting their own passions. They might become so focused on building something, on achieving something, on taking care of others, that they forget to take care of themselves. And that's unsustainable, because you can't pour from an empty cup. They need to remember that self-care is not selfish, it's essential. They need to make time for the things that bring them joy, the things that nourish their soul, the things that recharge their batteries. Okay, so, how do they avoid these pitfalls? How do they stay grounded? How do they stay balanced? And how do they stay true to themselves? I think it all comes back to the ruby dragon, to the nurturing energy that we talked about earlier. They need to nurture their own inner child. They need to nurture their own passions. And they need to nurture their own relationships. They need to be kind to themselves. They need to be patient with themselves. And they need to celebrate their progress along the way. They need to practice self-compassion, which means treating themselves with the same kindness and understanding that they would offer to a friend who is struggling. They need to recognize that everyone makes mistakes, that everyone has flaws, and that everyone is worthy of love and acceptance. They need to forgive themselves for their past mistakes, and they need to focus on learning from those experiences and growing from those challenges. They need to cultivate gratitude, which means focusing on the things that they are grateful for, rather than dwelling on the things that they lack. They need to appreciate the simple things in life, like a beautiful sunset, a warm cup of coffee, or a hug from a loved one. They need to acknowledge the blessings in their life, and they need to express their gratitude to the people who support them. They need to practice mindfulness, which means paying attention to the present moment without judgment. They need to be aware of their thoughts, their feelings, and their sensations without getting carried away by them. They need to observe their experiences with curiosity and compassion, and they need to let go of the need to control or change them. And they need to connect with their intuition, which means listening to their inner voice, trusting their gut feelings, and following their inner guidance. They need to quiet their minds. They need to tune into their hearts, and they need to allow their intuition to guide them towards their true purpose. They need to trust that they have all the answers within them, and they need to have the courage to follow their own path. This Emperor card is really about mastering their own domain, their own life. And it's interesting we got this now, before the final cards, because it feels like they are at a point where they could really go either way. They could become that rigid, controlling emperor, or they could embody the nurturing, responsible leader that the ruby dragon is guiding them to be. So, wow, that's a lot, right? The Emperor. It adds such a new layer to everything we've seen so far. It really brings in this idea of structure and authority, and how they are going to use that in their life. It's about their legacy, what they want to build, and how they want to be remembered. It's a lot of pressure, honestly. But it's not the end of the story, is it? There are still 3 cards to go, and I have a feeling that they are going to reveal even more about this person's deepest thoughts and desires. I'm excited to see what comes next, because I feel like there are still some pieces of the puzzle missing. We've seen the hope, the transformation, the abundance, and the structure. But what's the underlying motivation? What's the driving force behind all of this? What are they truly seeking? And what challenges still lie ahead? It's like we are standing at a crossroads, and we don't know which path they are going to take. Will they choose the path of love, of compassion, of service? Or will they choose the path of power, of control, of domination? Only the next cards will tell. And I'm honestly on the edge of my seat. This is so good. Okay, so next we have the Fool. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Are you kidding me? after all that serious emperor energy, now we get the fool. Like, talk about a plot twist. Okay, so the fool, right? What's the first thing that comes to mind? It's that image of someone standing at the edge of a cliff, ready to take a leap of faith, with a little bag of belongings and a puppy trotting along beside them. It's like pure, unadulterated optimism and trust in the universe. The Fool is all about new beginnings, innocence, spontaneity, adventure, just like throwing caution to the wind and saying, yes, let's do this. It's about embracing the unknown, trusting your intuition, and believing that everything is going to work out, even if you have no idea how. And I think, especially after the Emperor, it's like a breath of fresh air, because the Emperor is so structured, so responsible, so in control. And the Fool is like, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna go with the flow and see what happens. It's almost like a rebellion against all that structure, a yearning for freedom and spontaneity. It's like they're thinking, okay, I've built this solid foundation. I've created this stable life. But is this all there is? Am I missing out on something? Is there more to life than just following the rules and playing it safe? So, in the context of their deepest thoughts, this card could mean a few different things, right? Maybe they're thinking about completely changing their life, like quitting their job, selling their house, and moving to a different country. Like, seriously embracing that foolish impulse to just chuck it all and start over. Or maybe it's not quite that drastic, but they're definitely feeling a pull towards something new and different, something that excites them and scares them at the same time. Maybe it's a new hobby, a new relationship, a new career path, something that takes them out of their comfort zone and forces them to grow. Or, another possibility is that they're feeling burdened by all the responsibilities of the Emperor, all the expectations and obligations, and they just need to reconnect with their inner child, their sense of playfulness and wonder. They need to remember how to have fun, how to be silly, how to let go of control, and just enjoy the moment. It's like they're thinking, okay, I've been so serious and responsible for so long. I need to lighten up. I need to find my joy again. But okay, how does this connect to the other cards, right? Because we can't just look at the Fool in isolation. We have to see how it fits into the overall story that's unfolding here. And that's where it gets really interesting, because I think the Fool actually brings a whole new dimension to the reading. So, let's start with the Star, right? The Star is all about hope, healing, and inspiration. It's about dreaming big and believing that anything is possible. And the Fool is like the embodiment of that belief. It's like the Star is whispering in their ear, you can do it. Go for it. And the Fool is saying, okay, I will. It's like they're taking that hope and inspiration and turning it into action, even if it seems crazy or illogical. Maybe they've been dreaming about something for a long time, but they've been too afraid to actually pursue it. They've been letting their fears and doubts hold them back. But now, with the Fool showing up, finally ready to take that leap of faith and go after their dreams, no matter what. It's like they're saying, I don't care if it's risky. I don't care if it's scary. I'm doing it anyway. I'm following my heart, and I'm trusting that the universe will guide me. And then we have death, which is all about transformation and letting go of the old. And the Fool is like the ultimate symbol of change. It's about embracing the new and leaving the past behind. It's like they're realizing that they can't move forward if they're still clinging to old patterns, old beliefs, old relationships. They need to let go of what no longer serves them so that they can make room for something new and better. Maybe they've been holding on to something for a long time, something that's been weighing them down, preventing them from reaching their full potential. But now, with the Fool showing up, they're finally ready to release it and move on. It's like they're saying, I'm done with this. I'm letting it go. I'm ready for a fresh start. And then there's the Empress, which is all about abundance, nurturing, and creation. And the Fool is like tapping into that creative energy and using it to manifest their desires. It's about trusting their intuition and allowing their creativity to guide them on their path. It's like they're realizing that they have the power to create their own reality, to manifest their dreams into existence. Maybe they've been feeling disconnected from their creative side, from their feminine energy. They've been too focused on logic and reason, on rules and regulations. But now, with the Fool showing up, they're reconnecting with that part of themselves, and they're allowing their creativity to flow freely. It's like they're saying, I'm embracing my inner artist. I'm letting my creativity run wild. I'm creating something beautiful and meaningful in my life. And finally, we have the Emperor, which, okay, this is where it gets really interesting, right? Because the Emperor and the Fool are like opposites in so many ways. The Emperor is about structure and control, while the Fool is about spontaneity and freedom. The Emperor is about responsibility and discipline, while the Fool is about playfulness and adventure. So, how do these two cards coexist? How do they balance each other out? Well, I think it's about finding a way to integrate the energy of the Fool into the structure of the Emperor. It's about finding a way to be both responsible and spontaneous, both disciplined and playful, both in control and free. It's about finding a way to create a life that is both stable and exciting, both secure and adventurous. Maybe they've been feeling too rigid, too controlled, too stuck in their ways. They've been following the rules, playing it safe, and suppressing their own desires. But now, with the Fool showing up, they're realizing that they need to loosen up, to break free from the constraints of the Emperor, and to embrace their own individuality. It's like they're saying, I'm not going to let the Emperor define me. I'm not going to let the rules control me. I'm going to be my own person, and I'm going to live my life on my own terms. But at the same time, they also need to be careful not to completely abandon the structure and stability of the Emperor. They can't just throw caution to the wind and act impulsively without considering the consequences. They need to find a way to balance their desire for freedom with their need for security. It's like they're saying, I'm going to take risks, but I'm going to be smart about it. I'm going to follow my heart, but I'm also going to use my head. I'm going to be a responsible fool. Okay, so let's bring this back to the theme of fiery devotions, right? What passions ignite their deepest thoughts and make them want to take this leap of faith? What are they so devoted to that they're willing to risk everything for it? What sets their soul on fire and makes them feel alive? Maybe it's a creative passion, like writing, painting, music, or dance. Maybe they've always dreamed of being an artist, but they've been too afraid to pursue it. They've been told that it's not a real job, that they'll never make any money, that they're not good enough. But now, with the fool showing up, they're saying, screw it. I'm doing it anyway. I'm following my passion, and I'm trusting that I'll find a way to make it work. Maybe they're thinking about quitting their job and becoming a full-time artist, even though it's risky and uncertain. They're willing to sacrifice financial security for the sake of their creative fulfillment. They're devoted to their art, and they believe that it's worth the risk. Or maybe it's a passion for travel and adventure. Maybe they've always dreamed of seeing the world, but they've been too afraid to leave their comfort zone. They've been worried about money, about safety, about leaving their loved ones behind. But now, with the fool showing up, they're saying, I'm going. I'm buying a plane ticket. I'm packing my bags. I'm going on an adventure. Maybe they're thinking about quitting their job and traveling the world, even though it's scary and unpredictable. They're willing to sacrifice their comfortable life for the sake of experiencing new cultures and seeing new places. They're devoted to their wanderlust, and they believe that it's worth the risk. Or maybe it's a passion for helping others, for making a difference in the world. Maybe they've always wanted to work for a nonprofit, to volunteer their time, or to start their own charity. But they've been too busy, too overwhelmed, too afraid to step outside of their own bubble. But now, with the fool showing up, they're saying, I'm doing it. I'm getting involved. I'm making a difference. Maybe they're thinking about quitting their job and dedicating their life to a cause that they believe in, even though it's challenging and demanding. They're willing to sacrifice their own comfort for the sake of helping others. They're devoted to their cause, and they believe that it's worth the risk. And how can they nurture this sense of adventure and excitement, right? How can they keep that fiery devotion burning bright, even when things get tough? How can they stay true to themselves and their passions, even when the world is telling them to play it safe? I think it's about surrounding themselves with people who support their dreams, people who believe in them and encourage them to take risks. It's about finding a community of like-minded individuals who share their passions and inspire them to keep going. Maybe they need to join a writing group, a painting class, a travel club, or a volunteer organization. They need to connect with others who understand their desires and can help them stay motivated. It's about nourishing their soul with experiences that bring them joy and remind them why they're doing what they're doing. It's about taking time for themselves to relax, to recharge, and to reconnect with their inner selves. Maybe they need to meditate, to journal, to spend time in nature, or to listen to music. They need to find activities that help them quiet their minds, tune into their intuition, and remember what's truly important to them. And it's about celebrating their successes, no matter how small. It's about acknowledging their progress, recognizing their strengths, and rewarding themselves for their hard work. Maybe they need to treat themselves to a nice dinner, buy themselves a special gift, or take a weekend getaway. They need to show themselves that they appreciate their own efforts and that they deserve to be happy. But okay, let's talk about some of the potential pitfalls here, right? Because the Fool isn't all sunshine and rainbows. There's a shadow side to this card as well, and it's important to be aware of it. One of the biggest dangers is being too impulsive and reckless, right? The Fool can sometimes be a little naive, a little too trusting, a little too eager to jump into things without thinking them through. They might make rash decisions, take unnecessary risks, and ignore practical considerations. Maybe they quit their job without having another one lined up, or they spend all their money on a crazy adventure without saving any for emergencies. They need to be careful not to let their enthusiasm cloud their judgment. They need to balance their spontaneity with a healthy dose of common sense. Another pitfall is ignoring practical considerations like money, time, and resources. The Fool is often so focused on the big picture, on the excitement of the new adventure, that they forget to take care of the details. Maybe they start a business without doing any market research, or they move to a new city without finding a place to live. They need to be realistic about what it takes to make their dreams a reality. They need to create a plan, set a budget, and manage their resources wisely. And then there's the danger of losing sight of their long-term goals. The Fool is often so caught up in the present moment, in the thrill of the ride, that they forget to think about the future. Maybe they jump from one opportunity to another without ever committing to anything, or they abandon their goals as soon as they encounter a challenge. They need to remember why they started this journey in the first place. They need to stay focused on their vision and persevere through the obstacles. So, how can they avoid these pitfalls, right? How can they harness the positive energy of the Fool without falling into the trap of recklessness, naivety, or impulsivity? I think it all comes back to finding that balance between the Fool and the Emperor, between spontaneity and structure, between freedom and responsibility. They need to embrace their sense of adventure and follow their heart, but they also need to be smart about it. They need to take risks, but they need to be calculated risks. They need to trust their intuition, but they also need to use their head. They need to be a responsible fool, someone who is both daring and disciplined, both free-spirited and grounded. They need to create a plan, set goals, and manage their resources wisely. But they also need to be flexible and adaptable. They need to be open to new opportunities, willing to change course when necessary, and trusting that the universe will guide them on their path. They need to stay connected to their long-term vision, but they also need to enjoy the present moment. They need to celebrate their successes, learn from their failures, and keep moving forward with courage and determination. And finally, they need to nurture their inner child, their sense of playfulness and wonder. They need to remember how to have fun, how to be silly, how to let go of control, and just enjoy the ride. Because life is an adventure, and it's meant to be enjoyed. Okay, so let's get a little more specific, right? Let's think about some concrete examples of how this might be playing out in their life. Maybe they're thinking about starting a new hobby or creative project, something that they've always wanted to do, but never had the time or the courage to try. Maybe they're thinking about taking a painting class, learning to play the guitar, or writing a novel. This is the Fool urging them to explore their creative side and express themselves in new ways. It's about letting go of their inhibitions and just having fun. Or maybe they're thinking about taking a spontaneous trip, somewhere they've never been before, somewhere that excites them and scares them at the same time. Maybe they're thinking about backpacking through Europe, hiking in the Himalayas, or exploring the rainforest in the Amazon. This is the Fool urging them to step outside of their comfort zone and experience new cultures and new adventures. It's about embracing the unknown and trusting that they'll be safe and guided. Or maybe they're thinking about changing careers, leaving their current job for something that's more aligned with their passions and values. Maybe they're thinking about becoming a teacher, a therapist, or an entrepreneur. This is the Fool urging them to follow their heart and pursue their true calling. It's about finding work that is both fulfilling and meaningful. Or maybe they're thinking about entering a new relationship, opening their heart to someone new, and letting themselves be vulnerable. Maybe they're thinking about joining a dating site, going to a singles event, or just striking up a conversation with someone they find attractive. This is the Fool urging them to take a chance on love and believe that they deserve to be happy. So, yeah, the Fool. What a card, right? It's all about new beginnings, taking risks, and following your heart. And it's showing up here after the Emperor. It's like a reminder that life isn't just about structure and control. It's also about spontaneity and adventure. It's about finding that balance and living a life that is both fulfilling and exciting. This card is saying that they are truly being pulled to something that is fulfilling and exciting. This card wants to be a friend, but doesn't know how. I'm so excited for their inner journey. Okay, so next we have the Eight of Swords. Whoa. Okay, this feels like a bit of a downer after the Fool, doesn't it? I mean, the the Fool is all about freedom and new beginnings, and the Eight of Swords is like stuckness, limitation, feeling trapped. So, what's going on here? Is this person about to run into a major obstacle on their path? Okay, so, for those who don't know this card super well, the Eight of Swords usually depicts a person who is blindfolded and bound, surrounded by swords. It looks really intense and scary, right? But here's the thing. Often, the ropes aren't actually that tight, and the person could probably free themselves if they really tried. The real prison is in their mind. They are limiting themselves, stuck in negative thought patterns, making them think that it's impossible to change or move forward. They feel helpless. So, in the context of their deepest thoughts, this card suggests that they're feeling restricted in some way, trapped by their own thoughts and beliefs. They might feel like they don't have any choices, or that they're stuck in a situation that they can't escape from. But the truth is, they probably have more power than they realize. They need to take off the blindfold and see the situation clearly. They need to challenge their negative thoughts and realize that they're not as trapped as they think they are. They can still change the situation. Maybe they're feeling overwhelmed by responsibilities, weighed down by expectations, or limited by their own fears and insecurities. Maybe they're really feeling the burden of the Emperor now, if that makes sense. Like, all that structure and responsibility has become a cage. They set the boundaries, but the boundaries are now holding them back. They feel stuck. The freedom that the Fool promised, that leap of faith, now seems impossible. They might be thinking things like, I can't do this, or I'm not good enough, or I'll never be happy. They're trapped in a cycle of negative self-talk, and it's preventing them from taking action and moving forward. It is making them feel stuck, like they can't move forward in any area of their life. So, okay, how does this connect to the other cards, right? Because we can't just look at the Eight of Swords in isolation. We have to see how it fits into the overall story that's unfolding here. And that's where it gets really interesting, because I think the Eight of Swords adds a whole new layer of complexity to the reading. Let's start with the star, right? The star is all about hope, healing, and inspiration. But with the Eight of Swords here, it's like that hope is being blocked. Or maybe it's just hard to see right now. They know hope is out there. They saw it so clearly, but it feels distant and unattainable. It's like they're losing faith in their dreams, or maybe they're starting to doubt their ability to achieve them. I bet there are some serious self-doubt and second-guessing going on right now. It's almost like the universe is testing them, challenging them to stay positive and believe in themselves, even when things are tough. The star is still there, shining brightly, but they have to actively look for it. They have to choose to see it through the darkness of the Eight of Swords. And then we have death, which is all about transformation and letting go of the old. But with the Eight of Swords here, it's like they're resisting that change, clinging to the familiar, even if it's not serving them anymore. The transformation that is happening in other areas of their life is not being allowed to happen in this particular space. Maybe there's something that they're afraid to let go of, something that's holding them back, even though they know it's not good for them. It's almost like they're afraid of the unknown, afraid of what will happen if they actually do let go. So they stay stuck in their comfort zone, even though it's making them miserable. They're sabotaging themselves. The chains are of their own making. It is so frustrating, right? And then there's the Empress, which is all about abundance, nurturing, and creation. But with the Eight of Swords here, it's like they're blocking their own abundance, neglecting their own needs, and stifling their own creativity. They are not even trying to have an open mind. Maybe they're feeling unworthy of love and happiness. Or maybe they're just too busy taking care of everyone else that they forget to take care of themselves. Either way, they're not allowing themselves to receive the abundance that the universe wants to give them. There is no way they are going to receive anything if they do not take off that blindfold. And then we have the Emperor, which is all about structure, authority, and control. And this is where it gets really interesting, because the Eight of Swords can actually be a result of too much Emperor energy. Maybe they've become too rigid, too controlling, too focused on rules and regulations. They've created a prison for themselves with their own self-made rules. This might be harsh, but no one put them there but themselves. They feel restricted by their own self-imposed limitations. It's like they've built a wall around themselves, and now they can't get out. They need to find a way to loosen up, to be more flexible, to let go of some of that control. They are hurting and controlling themselves, and it's like, what for? And then, of course, we have the Fool, which is all about freedom, spontaneity, and new beginnings. And this is where the real conflict lies, because the Eight of Swords is the exact opposite of the Fool. The Fool is all about taking risks and embracing the unknown, while the Eight of Swords is about feeling trapped and limited. So, how do these two cards coexist? How do they balance each other out? Well, I think it means that they're at a crossroads. They know they want to break free and embrace something new, but they're also feeling held back by their own fears and insecurities. They want to take that leap of faith, but they're afraid of falling. It's like they're standing at the edge of that cliff, ready to jump. But then they look down and see all the sharp rocks below. And suddenly, the jump doesn't seem so appealing anymore. They freeze up. The image of the Fool might be running in their head, the promise of freedom, but they are still stuck. They need to find a way to overcome their fears and trust that they'll be okay. They need to remember that they have the power to change their situation. They need to take off the blindfold, untie the ropes, and take that leap of faith, one step at a time. Okay, so let's bring this back to the theme of fiery devotions, right? What passions are being stifled by these feelings of limitation? What dreams are being put on hold because of these fears and insecurities? What is it that they want so badly, but they feel like they can't have? What passions ignite their deepest thoughts, but are also causing them the most anxiety? Maybe it's a creative passion, like writing, painting, music, or dance. Maybe they dream of expressing themselves artistically, but they're afraid of being judged or criticized. They might think, I'm not good enough, or no one will like my work, or I'll just embarrass myself. So they keep their passions hidden. They don't put their foot down and allow themselves to create freely, and they end up feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. They are so afraid of other people's opinions that they are living someone else's life. Or maybe it's a passion for travel and adventure. Maybe they dream of seeing the world, but they're afraid of the unknown. They might think, it's too dangerous, or I can't afford it, or I'll get lost and alone. So they stay stuck in their comfort zone. They don't see the world that is outside their door, and they end up feeling restless and bored. It is like being trapped in a small space when they can be outside breathing the fresh air. Or maybe it's a passion for helping others, for making a difference in the world. Maybe they dream of working for a nonprofit, volunteering their time, or starting their own charity, but they're afraid of failing or not being able to make a big enough impact. They might think, I'm not qualified, or I don't have enough time or money, or it won't make a difference anyway. So they stay on the sidelines, not even trying, and they end up feeling guilty and powerless. They feel like they are not doing enough in this world, but are also not trying to help make it better. Or maybe it's a passion for love and connection. Maybe they dream of finding a soulmate, but they are scared to put themselves out there. They might think, I am unlovable, or I am going to get hurt, or I will never find anyone. So they isolate themselves from others, close off their heart, and end up feeling lonely and empty. They don't realize that true love is out there, and it is waiting for them. But they have to open their hearts and take off that blindfold. So, okay, how can they overcome these fears and insecurities? How can they break free from these self-imposed limitations and pursue their passions with confidence and courage? How can they nurture the fiery devotions that are being stifled by the Eight of Swords? First, they need to identify their limiting beliefs. What are the negative thoughts that are holding them back? What are the fears that are preventing them from taking action? Once they identify these beliefs, they can start to challenge them. Are they really true? Is there any evidence to support them? Or are they just based on assumptions and insecurities? They can also reframe their thoughts. Instead of thinking, I can't do this, they can think, I can try this. Instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, they can think, I'm learning and growing. Instead of thinking, I'll just fail, they can think, even if I fail, I'll learn something valuable. They should also focus on their strengths and accomplishments. What are they good at? What have they achieved in the past? Reminding themselves of their successes can help them build confidence and overcome their fears. They can also break down their goals into smaller, more manageable steps. Instead of trying to do everything at once, they can focus on one small task at a time. This will will make their goals seem less overwhelming and more achievable. They should also seek support from others. Talk to friends, family members, or a therapist about their fears and insecurities. Getting an outside perspective can help them see their situation more clearly and develop strategies for overcoming their challenges. They can also practice self-compassion. Be kind and understanding to themselves, especially when they make mistakes. Remember that everyone has fears and insecurities, and it's okay to struggle sometimes. They can also take small risks and celebrate their progress. Step outside of their comfort zone, even if it's just a little bit. Try something new, challenge themselves, and celebrate their successes along the way. Also, remember that the Eight of Swords isn't necessarily a permanent state. It's a temporary challenge, a hurdle to overcome. It's a reminder that they have the power to change their situation, to break free from their limitations, and to pursue their passions with confidence and courage. But let's be real, it's not always easy, right? Breaking free from the Eight of Swords can be a tough process. There will be setbacks, there will be moments of doubt, and there will be times when they feel like giving up. That's why it's so important to have that fiery devotion, that passion that keeps them going even when things get tough. That's what will help them take off the blindfold, untie the ropes, and take that leap of faith. And here's the thing, that leap doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be some dramatic, life-altering decision. It can be a small, simple step in the right direction. Maybe it's just signing up for a class, or joining a group, or reaching out to someone they admire. Maybe it's just taking a few minutes each day to work on their passion, even if it's just doodling in a notebook or writing a few lines of code. The important thing is to start, to take that first step, to break the cycle of fear and inaction. And as they take those steps, they'll start to build momentum. They'll start to feel more confident, more empowered, and more capable. They'll start to see the possibilities that are out there waiting for them. And eventually, they'll realize that they were never really trapped at all. The ropes were always loose. The blindfold was always flimsy. The only thing that was holding them back was their own mind. And then they'll be free. Free to pursue their passions, free to live their dreams, and free to be their authentic selves. But okay, let's talk about some of the potential pitfalls here, right? Because even with the best intentions, it's possible to get tripped up along the way. The Eight of Swords can be tricky, and it's important to be aware of the potential challenges. One of the biggest dangers is getting stuck in victim mode, right? It's easy to feel sorry for themselves, to blame others for their problems, and to give up hope. They might start thinking, it's not my fault, or there's nothing I can do, or life is just unfair. But that's a trap, because when they're in victim mode, they're giving away their power. They're telling themselves that they're helpless and that they can't change their situation. They need to remember that they are responsible for their own lives. They have the power to choose their thoughts, their actions, and their destiny. They need to take ownership of their situation and start looking for solutions. Another pitfall is becoming too self-critical, right? It's easy to beat themselves up for their mistakes, to focus on their flaws, and to compare themselves to others. They might start thinking, I'm not good enough, or I'll never be as successful as them, or I'm a failure. But that's also a trap, because when they're being self-critical, they're undermining their own confidence and motivation. They're making it harder for themselves to succeed. They need to be kind and compassionate to themselves. They need to remember that everyone makes mistakes and that it's okay to struggle sometimes. They need to focus on their strengths, celebrate their progress, and learn from their failures. And then there's the danger of isolating themselves from others, right? It's easy to withdraw from the world when they're feeling down, to avoid social situations, and to keep their problems to themselves. They might start thinking, no one understands me, or I don't want to burden others, or I'm better off alone. But that's a mistake, because social connection is essential for mental and emotional well-being. They need to reach out to others, share their feelings, and ask for support. They need to remember that they're not alone and that there are people who care about them and want to help. They need to build a strong support system that can help them through the tough times. So, okay, how can they avoid these pitfalls, right? How can they stay positive, stay motivated, and stay connected, even when they're struggling with the Eight of Swords? I think it all comes back to self-awareness, right? They need to be aware of their thoughts, their feelings, and their behaviors. They need to be able to recognize when they're falling into victim mode, when they're being too self-critical, or when they're isolating themselves from others. And then they need to take action to change those patterns. They need to challenge their negative thoughts, practice self-compassion, and reach out to others for support. They also need to focus on gratitude. Every day, they should take a few minutes to think about the things they're grateful for. This will help them shift their focus from the negative to the positive, and it will remind them of all the good things in their lives. And they need to practice self-care. They need to make time for activities that bring them joy, that help them relax, and that nourish their soul. This could be anything from reading a book to taking a bath to spending time in nature. And finally, they need to remember that this is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs. There will be good days and bad days. But as long as they keep moving forward, as long as they keep challenging themselves, and as long as they keep believing in themselves, they will eventually break free from the Eight of Swords and create the life they desire. So, yeah, the Eight of Swords. It's a tough card, but it's also a powerful one. It's a reminder that we all have the power to change our lives, to overcome our fears, and to pursue our passions with confidence and courage. But wow, this is heavy, right? After the lightness of the Fool, this feels like a real smackdown from reality. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you want to take a leap of faith? Great. But first, you have to deal with your own baggage. that's where the ruby dragon comes in, right? Because this is all about nurturing those inner wounds, nurturing those fears and insecurities, and nurturing the courage to break free. This is where they really need to tap into that self-compassion and give themselves the love and support they need to get through this. It's like the ruby dragon is whispering, "You're stronger than you think. You have everything you need inside of you. Just believe in yourself." And that's the key, isn't it? Belief. Believing in themselves, believing in their dreams, and believing that they can overcome any obstacle that stands in their way. But man, what is that final card going to be? Will it be the triumphant breakthrough after all this inner work? Or will it be another challenge, another layer of complexity? I honestly have no idea, but I'm so ready to find out. I'm on the edge of my seat over here. Okay, so next we have the Nine of Swords. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This really is a heavy reading. It's like we go from this boundless optimism of the Fool to the cold, hard slap of reality with the Nine of Swords. Okay, so, if you don't know this card that well, the Nine of Swords is the ultimate anxiety card. It usually shows someone sitting up in bed, wide awake, in the middle of the night, just completely tormented by their thoughts. And there are 9 swords hanging over their head, which just adds to the whole feeling of dread and despair. It's not a fun card, let's just put it that way. It is so not a fun card. So okay, what does this mean in the context of their deepest thoughts, right? Well, this card is basically saying that they are experiencing intense anxiety, worry, and maybe even some full-blown panic attacks. They are really letting things get to them. And it's almost like whatever forward motion they were trying to gain has just stopped completely. I think that things are not going to be easy for them. They're lying awake at night, just replaying all their mistakes, catastrophizing about the future, and just generally torturing themselves with their own thoughts. It's their mind is a runaway train, and they can't seem to get it under control. So they are just worrying. Worrying about everything. About money, about their relationships, about their health, about their job, about the future, about everything. It's no matter what they do, they can't seem to shake this feeling of impending doom. I hate this for them, I really do. And the thing about the Nine of Swords is that often the things that we're worrying about are not even real. They're just worst case scenarios that we've created in our own minds. But to the person experiencing the anxiety, they feel very real. They feel very real, and they feel very scary. And that's what makes this card so tough. It's it's not about real, tangible problems. It's about the fear of those problems and the anxiety that comes with that fear. This is hard, right? It's almost like they are making their own reality, and it is really sad. Okay, so how does this connect to the other cards that we've pulled, right? Because, like, we can't just look at the Nine of Swords in isolation. We have to, like, see how it fits into the overall story, you know? And I think, like, that's where it gets really interesting. Like, with the Star, right? The Star is all about, like, hope and healing and inspiration. But, like, with the Nine of Swords here, it's like that hope is being, like, completely overshadowed by anxiety and fear, you know? Like, they know that they are supposed to be hopeful, but they just can't seem to shake this feeling of, like, dread, you know? It's almost like they are so afraid of being disappointed that they are, like, sabotaging their own happiness, if that makes sense. I think that makes total sense. They are just getting in their own way. And then, like, with death, right? Death is all about, like, transformation and letting go. But, like, with the Nine of Swords here, it's like they are resisting that change, you know? They are clinging to the past because, like, at least the past is familiar, even if it's not good. It's almost like they are so afraid of the unknown that they are, like, staying stuck in a situation that is making them miserable, you know? They are, like, making things so much harder on themselves for absolutely no reason. And then, like, with the Empress, right? The Empress is all about, like, abundance and nurturing and, like, self-love, right? But, like, with the Nine of Swords here, it's like they are completely neglecting themselves, you know? They are so consumed by their worries and anxieties that they are, like, forgetting to take care of themselves, you know? They are, like, not eating right, not sleeping right, not exercising, not doing things that bring them joy, you know? They are just, like, running themselves into the ground. It's such a bummer. I don't know why they are doing this. And then, like, with the Emperor, right? The Emperor is all about, like, structure and control and, like, responsibility, right? But, like, with the Nine of Swords here, it's like that control is, like, completely backfiring, you know? It's like they are trying so hard to, like, control everything in their life. But, like, that control is actually making them more anxious, you know? It's like they are so afraid of things going wrong that they are, like, micromanaging everything. And that is just, like, exhausting them, you know? Maybe they have lost sight of what's actually important and need to take a break. It is a real thing, and it happens to the best of us. And then, like, with the Fool, right? The Fool is all about, like, new beginnings and, like, taking risks and, like, trusting the universe, right? But, like, with the Nine of Swords here, it's like they are, like, completely paralyzed by fear, you know? They want to take that leap of faith, but they are, like, so afraid of falling that they can't even bring themselves to, like, take the first step, you know? It's like they are stuck at the edge of the cliff, just, like, frozen with fear. They really need to be able to get past this to find what they want. Okay, so what are the specific fears and limiting beliefs that are, like, fueling this anxiety, right? Like, what are they actually afraid of? You know? Because, like, it's not enough to just say that they are anxious. We need to, like, dig deeper and figure out what's really going on, you know? Like, maybe they are afraid of failure, right? Maybe they are, like, terrified of not being good enough, of not measuring up to expectations, of, like, letting people down, you know. Maybe they have, like this, like inner critic that is constantly telling them that they are not worthy, that they are not capable, that they are not deserving of success, you know. And like, that inner critic is like so loud and so persistent that they can't even hear their own voice anymore, you know. They can't even begin to. I know what that is like. It really sucks. Or like, maybe they are afraid of rejection, right? Maybe they are, like, terrified of being abandoned, of being unloved, of being alone, you know. Maybe they have, like, this deep-seated fear that, like, no one will ever truly care about them, that everyone they love will eventually leave them, you know. And, like, that fear is so intense that they are, like, pushing people away before they even have a chance to get close, you know. They are, like, sabotaging their own relationships because they are so afraid of getting hurt. And what kind of life is that? That sounds so lonely. Or, like, maybe they are afraid of the unknown, right? Maybe they are, like, terrified of change, of uncertainty, of stepping outside of their comfort zone, you know. Maybe they have, like this, like, need for control, this desire to, like, know exactly what's going to happen, to, like, have everything planned out in advance, you know. And, like, when things don't go according to plan, they, like, completely freak out, you know. They can't handle the uncertainty. They can't handle the ambiguity. They can't handle the possibility of things going wrong. And because you can't control everything, it is just causing them to be so anxious. Or, like, maybe they are afraid of success, right? Which, like, sounds crazy, I know. But, like, it's a real thing, you know. Maybe they are, like, terrified of what will happen if they actually achieve their goals, you know. Maybe they are afraid of the responsibility that comes with success, or the attention, or the pressure to maintain that success, you know. Maybe they are afraid that they will, like, lose their friends, or that they will become someone that they don't even recognize, you know. And, like, that fear is, like, preventing them from even trying to succeed because they are so afraid of the consequences. I feel like they are so worried that they are going to outgrow people, but that is going to happen regardless. Or, like, maybe they are afraid of not being perfect, right? Maybe they are, like, terrified of making mistakes, of being flawed, of not living up to their own expectations, you know. Maybe they have, like this, like, unrealistic standard of perfection that they are constantly striving for. And, like, when they inevitably fall short, they, like, beat themselves up about it, you know. They can't accept their own imperfections. They can't forgive themselves for their mistakes. They can't allow themselves to be human. This sounds very exhausting to have to maintain. Okay, so, like, how can they, like, break free from this cycle of anxiety and fear, right? Like, what are some practical steps that they can take to, like, reclaim their power and, like, start living their life again, you know? Because, like, it's not enough to just, like, identify their fears. They need to, like, actively work to overcome them, And that takes time and effort and a whole lot of self-compassion, But it's definitely possible. It is possible. You just have to try. First, they need to practice mindfulness, right? They need to learn how to be present in the moment instead of constantly dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, They can do this by meditating or doing yoga or just taking a few deep breaths and focusing on their senses, The point is to quiet their mind and connect with their body so that they can interrupt the cycle of anxious thoughts. I know that this is not for everyone, but I really do think it can help them a lot if they really commit to it. And then, they need to challenge their negative thoughts, right? When they start to have those anxious thoughts, they need to question them, Are they really true? Is there any evidence to support them? Or are they just assumptions and worst case scenarios? And if they are just assumptions, they need to replace them with more positive and realistic thoughts, It's retraining their brain to think differently, which takes time and practice, but it's definitely worth it. And then they need to practice self-care, right? They need to make time for activities that bring them joy and help them relax, This could be anything from taking a bath to reading a book to spending time in nature to listening to music to whatever makes them feel good, The point is to nurture themselves and remind themselves that they are worthy of love and happiness. They deserve to be happy, they really do. And then they need to set boundaries, right? They need to learn how to say no to things that drain their energy or trigger their anxiety, This could be anything from social obligations to work responsibilities to toxic relationships, They need to prioritize their own well-being and protect their energy, even if it means disappointing other people. They need to put themselves first to take care of their own happiness. And then they need to seek support, right? They need to talk to someone about what they are going through, whether it's a friend, a family member, a therapist, or a support group, It's so important to have someone to listen to you and validate your feelings and offer you encouragement and support, You don't have to go through this alone. Okay, so what are some of the potential pitfalls here, right? What are some of the things that could derail their progress and send them spiraling back into anxiety, Because it's not always a straight line, There are going to be setbacks and challenges along the way. There are totally going to be setbacks. One of the biggest pitfalls is perfectionism, right? They might get so caught up in trying to do everything perfectly that they completely overwhelm themselves and like end up feeling even more anxious, you know. It's important to like remember that progress, not perfection, is the goal, you know. And like to be kind to themselves when they make mistakes. And then like another pitfall is like avoidance, right? Like they might like try to avoid situations that trigger their anxiety, which like in the short term might make them feel better. But like in the long term, it's just going to make their anxiety worse, you know. It's important to like gradually expose themselves to their fears so that they can like learn to cope with them, you know. They can't ignore it or it will get worse. And then like another pitfall is like comparing themselves to others, right? Like they might like look at other people who seem to like have it all together and like feel even worse about themselves, you know. It's important to like remember that everyone is different and like everyone has their own struggles, even if they don't show it, you know. And like to focus on their own journey instead of like comparing themselves to others. Everyone is different. So like, what's the ruby dragon got to say about all this, right? Like how can they like tap into that nurturing energy to like overcome their anxiety and like reclaim their power, you know? Because like the ruby dragon is all about like self-compassion and like inner strength and like nurturing your own inner child, you know. Ruby dragon is all about being nice. Like they need to like treat themselves with kindness and understanding, you know. Like they need to like be gentle with themselves when they are struggling and like remind themselves that they are worthy of love and support no matter what. They need to remember that they are human and it is okay to have flaws. Everyone does. And then like they need to like tap into their inner strength, right? Like they need to like remember all the times that they have overcome challenges in the past and like remind themselves that they are capable of anything they set their mind to, you know. They have already made it this far, haven't they? I think that they should allow themselves to appreciate how far they have come. It's almost like they are scared of how far they have come, which, like again, does not make any sense. And then, like, they need to, like, nurture their inner child, right? Like, they need to, like, reconnect with the things that brought them joy as a child. And, like, make time for those activities in their adult life, you know. Like, this could be anything from, like, playing games to, like, drawing pictures to, like, building things with Legos to, like, whatever made them feel happy and carefree as a kid, you know. Let your inner child out. Don't be scared. Okay, so, like, where does this leave us, right? Like, what's the big picture here? And, like, what does it all mean? Well, I think it means that they are going through a really tough time right now. But, like, they are also capable of overcoming their challenges and, like, creating a more fulfilling and meaningful life, you know. Like, the 9 of Swords is a, like, wake-up call, you know. It's a, like, reminder that they need to, like, take care of themselves and, like, prioritize their own well-being and, like, reclaim their power, you know. And, like, with the help of the ruby dragon, they can do it. Okay, so next we have the Ace of Cups. Oh my gosh, are you serious? This is like the perfect ending to this reading. I am not even kidding you. I mean, after all that heavy stuff with the 8 and 9 of Swords, we finally get like a big dose of love and hope and new beginnings. Like the universe is literally winking at us right now. Okay, so for those of you who don't know this card super well, the Ace of Cups is like the ultimate card of love and emotional fulfillment. It usually shows like a beautiful cup overflowing with water, which represents like all the good feelings like love, joy, compassion, intuition, and like just general emotional abundance. It's like the universe is offering you a cup full of love, and all you have to do is like open your heart and receive it. So, okay, in the context of their deepest thoughts, this card is saying that they are finally ready to like embrace love and happiness into their lives, you know. Like they have been through a lot. They have faced their fears. They have overcome their challenges. And now they are like ready to receive the rewards, you know. It's almost like they have like cleared out all the old baggage and created space for something new and beautiful to enter their lives. You know, they have finally realized that they are worthy of love and happiness, and they are like ready to like open their hearts and let it in, you know. They have been waiting for this for so long. This might be the first time they feel like they deserve something good, or that they want something good. But like the Ace of Cups isn't just about like romantic love, you know. It's also about self-love and like compassion and like just generally feeling good about yourself, you know. Like they are finally learning to like accept themselves for who they are, flaws and all, and like to treat themselves with kindness and understanding, you know. It's like they are realizing that they are their own best friend, and they need to like start treating themselves that way, you know. They might be finding like new ways to express their creativity, or like reconnecting with their intuition, or like just generally feeling more connected to their emotions, you know. It's like they are tapping into a wellspring of love and joy within themselves, and it's like overflowing into all areas of their lives, you know. Okay, so how does this like connect to the other cards that we've pulled, right? Because like we can't just look at the Ace of Cups in isolation. We have to like see how it fits into the overall story, you know. And I think like that's where it gets really magical. Like with the star, right? The star is all about like hope and healing and inspiration. And like the Ace of Cups is like the fulfillment of that hope, you know. It's like they have finally found the love and happiness that they have been searching for. And it's like even better than they ever imagined, you know. The hope is finally shining brightly, and there are so many good things to come. And then, like with death, right? Death is all about like transformation and letting go. And like the Ace of Cups is like the reward for that transformation, you know. It's like they have let go of all the old baggage and and created space for something new and beautiful to enter their lives. You know, something that makes them feel good. And then, like with the Empress, right? The Empress is all about, like, abundance and nurturing and self-love. And like the Ace of Cups is like the embodiment of that energy, you know. It's like they are finally embracing their own worthiness and like allowing themselves to receive all the good things that the universe has to offer, you know. It is what they deserve. And then, like with the Emperor, right? The Emperor is all about, like, structure and control and responsibility. And like the Ace of Cups is like a reminder that it's okay to let go of some of that control and like allow themselves to be vulnerable and open to love, you know. The right thing is coming for them, and that is what matters. And then, like with the Fool, right? The Fool is all about like new beginnings and taking risks and trusting the universe. And like the Ace of Cups is like the perfect card to follow the Fool, because it's like they have taken that leap of faith and like landed in a sea of love and happiness, you know. This is what they were working towards, and now they have found it. And then, like with the 8 and 9 of Swords, right? Which were like so heavy and anxiety-ridden. The Ace of Cups is like the antidote to all that negativity, you know. It's like they have finally broken free from those self-imposed limitations and like stepped into a world of love and joy and emotional freedom, you know. They are so lucky. They have worked hard to get here, and they need to appreciate themselves. Okay, so like, what does this all mean in terms of their fiery devotions, right? Like, how does the Ace of Cups relate to their passions and their deepest desires? Well, I think it means that they are finally ready to, like, pour their love and energy into the things that truly matter to them, you know. Like they have been holding back for so long, afraid of getting hurt or disappointed. But now they are, like, ready to fully commit to their passions and, like, let their hearts guide them, you know. Maybe they are, like, ready to start a new relationship or, like, deepen an existing one, you know. Like they are, like, opening their hearts to the possibility of finding true love and, like, creating a lasting connection with someone who truly gets them, you know. This is so important. Or, like, maybe they are, like, ready to pursue their creative passions with renewed vigor, you know. Like they are, like, tapping into their inner artist and, like, expressing themselves in ways that feel authentic and fulfilling, you know. They are not even scared anymore. Or, like, maybe they are, like, ready to dedicate themselves to a cause that they truly believe in, you know. Like they are, like, using their love and compassion to make a difference in the world and, like, create a more just and equitable society, you know. Whatever it is, they are, like, pouring their hearts and souls into the things that make them feel alive and, like, connected to something bigger than themselves, you know. They are so lucky. They really are. They are going to be able to help so many people. Okay, so, like, how can they, like, cultivate this Ace of Cups energy in their daily lives, right? Like, what are some practical things that they can do to, like, keep their hearts open and attract more love and joy into their lives? Well, first and foremost, they need to practice self-compassion, right? They need to treat themselves with kindness and understanding, especially when they are struggling, you know. They need to forgive themselves for their mistakes and focus on their strengths, you know. Everyone is different, and this is what makes everyone unique. And then they need to express gratitude, right? They need to take time each day to appreciate all the good things in their lives, big and small, you know. This could be anything from a beautiful sunset to a warm cup of coffee to a loving hug from a friend, you know. It is so important to recognize the good things in your life. It is also important to appreciate those that you love, you know. And then they need to practice forgiveness, right? They need to let go of any resentment or anger that they are holding on to, both towards themselves and towards others, you know. Holding on to those negative emotions is just going to block their ability to receive love and happiness, you know. It is only going to hurt them in the long run. And then they need to connect with their emotions, right? They need to allow themselves to feel their feelings, both the good and the bad, without judgment, you know. Suppressing their emotions is just going to lead to more anxiety and stress, you know. They need to let themselves feel so they can properly heal. And then they need to engage in activities that bring them joy, right? They need to make time for the things that make them feel alive and connected to their hearts, you know. This could be anything from spending time in nature to listening to music to creating art to dancing to whatever makes their soul sing, you know. And finally, and most importantly, they need to open their hearts to receive love, right? They need to believe that they are worthy of love and happiness and be open to receiving it from all sources, you know. This could be from a romantic partner, or from friends, or from family, or from themselves, you know. Okay, so what are some of the potential pitfalls here, right? What are some of the things that could block their ability to receive this Ace of Cups energy? Well, one of the biggest pitfalls is fear, right? They might be afraid of getting hurt, or afraid of being vulnerable, or afraid of being rejected. And that fear could prevent them from opening their hearts and letting love in, you know. They need to trust that they are strong enough to handle whatever comes their way, and that they are worthy of love and happiness. And then, another pitfall is negativity, right? If they are constantly focusing on the negative aspects of their lives, it's going to be hard to attract positive energy, you know. They need to shift their focus to the good things in their lives and cultivate a sense of gratitude, you know. And then another pitfall is self-sabotage, right? They might unconsciously sabotage their own happiness by engaging in negative behaviors, or like making choices that are not in their best interest, you know. They need to like be mindful of their actions and like make sure that they are aligned with their goals and values. And then, like, another pitfall is like unrealistic expectations, right? Like if they are expecting perfection from themselves or from others, they are going to be constantly disappointed, you know. They need to like let go of those unrealistic expectations and like accept things as they are, you know. Okay, so like how can they avoid these pitfalls, right? Like how can they stay open to love and joy even when they are facing challenges? Well, I think it all comes back to self-awareness, right? Like, they need to be aware of their own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and like recognize when they are falling into those negative patterns, you know. And then, like, they need to like actively choose to shift their focus to the positive, you know. Like they need to like challenge their negative thoughts and like replace them with more positive and realistic ones, you know. They are worthy of love and they are allowed to be happy. And then like they need to like practice self-care, right? Like they need to like make time for the things that nourish their soul and like help them feel good about themselves, you know. Like this could be anything from like taking a bath to like spending time in nature to like listening to music to like whatever makes them feel good, you know. And then like they need to like seek support from others, right? Like they need to like talk to someone they trust about their feelings and like ask for help when they need it, you know. They don't have to go through this alone. So, okay, what's the ruby dragon got to say about all this, right? Like, how can they, like, tap into that nurturing energy to, like, cultivate this Ace of Cups energy in their lives? Well, I think the ruby dragon is reminding them to be gentle with themselves, to be patient with themselves, and to be kind to themselves, you know. They have been through a lot, and they deserve to be loved and cherished. The ruby dragon is also reminding them to connect with their inner child, to embrace their creativity, and to find joy in the simple things, you know. They need to let their inner light shine, and they need to share their gifts with the world. The ruby dragon is also reminding them to trust their intuition, to follow their heart, and to believe in themselves, you know. They have everything they need inside of them, and they are capable of creating a life that is full of love, joy, and fulfillment. So, okay, where does this leave us, right? Like, what's the big picture here? And like, what does it all mean? Well, I think it means that they are on the verge of something really beautiful, you know. They have been through a lot of challenges, but they have learned and grown from those experiences. And now, they are ready to embrace a new chapter in their lives. A chapter that is filled with love, joy, and abundance. The Ace of Cups is a sign that they are on the right path and that the universe is supporting them, you know. They just need to, like, trust the process, stay open to love, and believe in themselves, you know. And wow is all I have to say. I hope you guys have enjoyed this as much as I have. This card is not saying you are not going to have struggles in the future. It is saying that you have all of the skills you need to continue to have the ability to go forward and to know how to bring yourself back up. And that is amazing. I really think if you believe in yourself and you go into the world and have all of the joy you can, all of the things you have been working towards will work out for you. They have every single ability to be happy. I think that this is it. I feel like that has been it for a while, but something was missing. The anxiety was definitely taking them down a level. So, yeah, the Ace of Cups. It's a beautiful card, and it's a beautiful way to end this reading. It's a reminder that love is always available to us if we are willing to open our hearts and receive it. And with the help of the ruby dragon, they can create a life that is filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. This is just the beginning of their journey, and I can't wait to see what amazing things they create. So pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation for me in my channel. Thank you to everyone who does that. I hope you have a very happy new year and a wonderful, wonderful 2024. I hope this reading resonated, and I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon.